map and not even have people to play with. I don't understand. But anyways, guys, if you care about D&D and you actually want to play some D&D, you're welcome to check out Sloan's play. Sloan, are you doing it in Discord? Because if you are doing it in Discord, talk to one of the mods, find out where you should post it, and then just post it there, right? All right, if you're doing it in Discord, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a ton of people that would like to join for it, so go for it, you know? You're more than welcome to do so. Okay, I think we're streaming on YouTube, and I think we're streaming on Twitch now, and so far, the internet seems to be fine with that. Comergen, Wolfrain, how you doing? It's the Dungeon, wait, the Dungeon General channel? There you go. Go there. Just go do things there, if you don't mind. Grandpa Gamer, how you doing, brother? Stream looking spicy, brother? Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. I've already been ranting and raving for a while, so welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very happy to have you guys here. So today, we're going to be doing the desk rating that we should have done last Friday, but I got busy with shit and couldn't do it. We should have done it yesterday, but then I had a lot of real life stuff that had to be taken care of. So now we're doing it today. Why am I doing, bro? Seems to work on both sides. Yeah, the only thing that is difficult about multi-streaming to two different platforms is reading two different chats. That's challenging, to say the least. But I'm happy that Restream is working. Hopefully it stays working until BlizzCon at least, so we can actually watch BlizzCon together. Everyone involved. That would be cool. Carmagen, yeah, of course. I'm sure that most people... Jog, how you doing, bro? Yes, we have a DJ desk rating that's been going on. This is the third stream. We have 2 more streams left. And then we crown the winner. And the winner gets an emote in the channel on Twitch. I don't have any emote slots left on YouTube. But as soon as we have the YouTube slot open, that emote will go to YouTube as well. So, yeah. If you have a truly degenerate fucking desk... Now, let me be clear. I don't want to see your desk that your mother is so proud of. That doesn't mean shit to me. What I want to see is absolute degeneracy. Like, I need to see how, you know, you're letting your parents down actively. Otherwise, there's no fucking point. This is not the nicest desk. This is the most degenerate desk. That's how we're voting this. And there is a channel on Discord for those of you that want to do it. I don't know if I should be civil on YouTube or go to Twitch and be a degenerate. YouTube is just as degenerate as Twitch is. I am collecting. So here's my goal. I want to collect the most degenerate viewers on the planet. That's my goal. I want my channel to get to a point where when I raid someone, they go, oh, for fuck's sake. That's where I want to be. Right? Like, I raid someone and they go, fuck! Instead of going, oh my god, thank you so much for the raid, really appreciate you. They immediately, like, everyone in their chat also goes, oh my, here we go. This is gonna just completely descend into madness now. If we can get there, I'd be super happy, actually. You should stream on X-Hamper then. I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming that's pornography. I'm not streaming on there. What's the criteria for the date? Can you give us some pointers? I can show you who is most likely going to be the winner of the DJ desk competition, because right now there is no one that has even come close to challenging this man. Like, to be fair, no one has come close to challenging this man. Let me just quickly find it. Sorry, there's so many of you that fucking submitted. Some of you have way too clean of a setup here. Okay, this is the man that may in fact be the winner of this little competition of ours. This is Apocalypse's setup, and I kid you fucking not. This is really Apocalypse's setup. This is actually how Apocalypse plays video games. You can see the little mic there with the mic on. Like a keyboard on top of the laptop. The laptop is fucked. He has a laundry basket that has a mirror on top of it. That's his mouse pad. And on the floor, there's toenail clippings, and it's nuts, right? It is nuts. So this is currently the front runner for Victor of the DJing Days. Take a shit. If you have one that is exactly like this, but with a hole in the sofa for a shit, that would win, actually. Valid home office setup. I wouldn't say valid. It's a setup, is what we could say. Valid, that's as fucking strange. I would not agree that that's valid. But yeah, we're going to be doing that. We're probably going to be doing some reactions at least. Hey, Mahoso, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. We're probably going to do some... Why the fuck am I blanking? No, we're probably going to do some reacts. I have some videos that I want to react to. It all depends on Abaddon and when he's ready. A lot of you in here, and welcome. Finally, I caught you live. I watch every single video of yours. So, on which channel, by the way? Thanks for the first one, chat. Really appreciate you. Do you watch on the main channel or on the Clips channel or the TV channel, I guess? Because we've changed on both of them. Holy shit, bro. Appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. This desk room definitely would have yeah, well, Asmongold was sort of the inspiration for this rating system. It's been a few months. You're still reacting to 40k stuff. The Nowhere Man, I've taken a bit of a break from the 40k stuff, although the video that's coming out in 1 minute is me reacting to a 40k video from Brixie. I just saw Brixie pop up and I was like, dude, this guy started my journey in Warhammer 40k. Let's revisit him now about a year later. But I have since then taken a bit of a break from the 40k react stuff, mainly because I'm Bricky, sorry, yeah, not Brixie, Bricky. Because I'm reading a lot of 40k anyways at the minute right now. You know, I'm sort of getting used to the universe on my own. I don't want to react to it that much, and also, you know, I don't want the Clips channel to become just one thing. You know, it's so easy for channels to become highly specialized in one niche, and I don't want the Clips channel to be that. My main channel is specialized in the WoW niche, and that's perfectly fine, but I don't want my Clips channel to be a niche-based channel. It is whatever the hell I want to do, whenever the hell I feel like it. It just so happens that you guys consistently ask me about WoW stuff. We have so much WoW stuff. You guys have no idea the amount of WoW videos that I don't even upload to the Clips channel because there's too many. Like, just too many. It's nuts. I will do anything for money. Miyato, thanks for the deal and sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind, sir. Really appreciate you. No, we don't. You just ignore the Warhammer guys, Saj? Yeah, but suggest something better. Only for years on 40k? No. Apocalypse didn't try for years on 40k, Kimmy. Apocalypse tried to get me into fantasy, for like Warhammer fantasy. Pfft, disgusting. I would never get into fantasy. I sent you some videos to react to. I saw. How did you see much of... I did not watch a single second of Final Fantasy FanFest. Not even a second. Me and Lo, how you doing? I don't know. I don't know when the next Q&A is going to be. The problem for me at the moment is time. I just got an editor for the main channel. So everyone, main channel people, fucking applaud. You have an editor now. The videos should be much higher quality, and I should also be able to do much more because I no longer have to edit main channel videos and clips channel videos together. But as things stand at the minute, I'm doing anywhere from 3 to 6 videos a day on the clips channel. And then I'm doing anywhere from 4 to 8 hour streams every single day. Finding time for a Q&A session in the middle of that is just nuts. I genuinely just don't have the time. Maybe when I finally get an editor for the clips channel as well, I could start thinking about putting on more things on the stream. For now, I'm just trying to keep up. Digit, thanks for the 1-bit, man. Really appreciate that. Akko, would you get into some audiobook and book reviews so you can enjoy some nice writing? If I have time, yeah. It's definitely something that I've wanted to do, like book reviews and stuff, but I would probably start another channel for that. I would probably not, do that on the main channel. The main channel is very specific. People that come to the main channel come because they want to see World of Warcraft discussions. And I don't want to inundate them with nonsense that they don't care about. Because I know how it is when I'm watching one of my favorite YouTubers and they put out a video that I don't care about. You get very excited because there's a new video, but then you see the video and you go, that sucks. So when I get into book reviews and stuff, I'll probably start yet another channel and then do it there. Because right now, the main channel, I want to keep that for WoW. Like, very WoW specific. See reviews of Gaunt's Ghost? If I can find Gaunt's Ghost, I will review it. The problem is finding those books in South Africa is really hard. Honestly, every time a video gets released, I'd be like sitting and waiting to get the notifications that Akko reacted to it. Anything World of Warcraft? God of War? Yeah. That's the main channel, right? The one that you're watching on right now on YouTube. That is World of Warcraft Central for me. Of course, the Clips channel has a lot of React content to World of Warcraft as well, and a lot of discussions about World of Warcraft, but the main channel is specifically videos that I sit down and make. Classic Plus, go, go, go. I have a video that should go up on the Clips channel in like either today or tomorrow. So the problem right now is that all of my videos are getting limited advertising, so I have to wait for them to release the videos and actually give me money on those videos. But I have a video coming up talking about Classic Plus. Like your point of view and opinion and stuff. Thank you very much, Moas. I really appreciate that. Classic Plus is going to be so painful. Why? 5D Ego. Thanks for the first one chat, by the way. Really appreciate you. But why is it going to be painful? In what mind, or in what way? Juggernaut, how you doing, brother? If you're doing excellent, I hope chat is doing good. Chat's always doing good. There's degenerate filth. Balthazar, how you doing, bro? Certain pool of devs? Yeah, but it's... I think it's much harder to fuck up Classic, right? Because you kind of have a blueprint of exactly what players want, and Classic is also a much simpler game to develop. So I think it is going to be much harder to screw up Classic Plus. No, not exactly the same, but okay, I get what you guys are saying. It sort of goes into a discussion that we've had on the stream before. You know, I get where you guys are coming from. Believe me, I do. There is this constant fear, I think, from all of us that the developers aren't necessarily tuned in to what the player base wants. Because clearly the developers have one vision for where they think the game should go, and the players have a completely different vision for where the game should go. Mason might be the deciding factor there. On Classic Plus, but updated with today's WoW quality of life changes, plus graphics, then spice in some more survival elements and dynamic phase regions, so the faction war is alive. Acceptable aura. When you say quality of life, what do you mean by that? What does quality of life mean to you? Also, please remember, you don't want classic plus Seto. Dude, that will just never... That aged like milk, bro. Like, holy shit. It's a beautiful beard. I trust him. Roaming Firebat, how you doing? It's a good day. After Hots had a hotfix and new skins a few weeks ago. There's another hotfix with balancing PTR build yesterday. Also, Warcraft 3 Reforged got a new PTR update 4 days ago. Yeah, but I mean, you guys know that Phil Spencer wants to bring back some of the old franchises, some of the old IPs. Grandpa Gamer, that's sort of why I'm asking, what are the quality of life changes that people want in Classic Plus? Because there are certain things that you can think of as quality of life changes, but when you start to extrapolate them, they actually did a lot of harm to the game. Even though they made your individual game better, they did not make the game better. Now, when you're talking about things like mass looting, I can actually see Blizzard bringing that back. I don't think it breaks too much of the fundamentals of Classic Plus or of Classic. But when we start talking about Aleph R or we start talking about Aleph G, I do think that that's a problem. You know, I don't mind Dungeon Finder being a place where you can find other people that want to do dungeons, but the whole automatically teleports you into a dungeon and then, you know, gets you a group automatically, that destroyed servers. It completely decimated what servers were and how servers operated, because people used to get to know each other on servers because you were constantly spamming for groups and you had to talk to people in your groups. Suddenly, you could just hit a button and you would just be teleported and you would do your thing and you would leave. So those are not quality of life changes that I would want to see. But any other quality of life changes, I think, would absolutely make sense and would be fine. Ease of access. I can get behind that. Acceptable aura. I can definitely get behind that. Phil also made it quite clear that Activision and Blizzard are different studios in the Xbox podcast by how he talked. Well, I explained this to you guys already. I'm just waiting for the video to be undemonetized. Then that video will be live. But I already explained this. There is no universe in which Activision and Blizzard need to be one company anymore, especially now that Xbox has taken over. So I do think that Activision and Blizzard is going to be completely broken apart. I fully expect that to happen. The UI customization, mass loot, guild tab, warlock summoning and summon stones on raids and dungeons. R2, I can absolutely concede on all of those and say, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind those quality of life changes at all. Blizzard going to get shut down. 5 the ego, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. Most of the wise, how you doing, bro? Ayako, did you hear about the return to Moria? No. So do I, but it would be funny. Dude, if they shut down Blizzard, but they kept Activision open, I will literally go burn shit down. Like, holy shit. If they shut down Activision, that would be one thing. Who gives a shit, right? It's Activision. They make shit games all the time. And Bobby Kotick did his absolute best to destroy Blizzard anyway. So, you know, fuck them. But Activision over Blizzard? No. I do think that, you know, I don't know if you guys saw the pictures. Did you see the pictures on X? Lulu Cheng actually shared some of it. Let me just find her quickly. Here we go. Lulu Cheng Maservi. She shared like a bunch of these pictures. Here you go. So she shared this type of stuff. So Phil Spencer was actually at the Blizzard campuses, walking around, meeting people, checking shit out. Obviously, there was almost definitely some kind of discussion about you know, business stuff and so on and so forth. Dude, she's very cute. She is. Return to Moria looks good, but I'm more interested in Enshrouded. Don't know what either of those two games are. As I said before, I say it again, if they don't change their approach to WoW Blizzard, is fucked. Yeah, I think big changes are definitely required. Once Kotick pad is removed, you can tell ABK will become separate and people will go back to passion projects on all sides. Black Waltz 4, that is the hope. But let's not for a second fool ourselves into thinking that that will definitely happen. As I explained in I think last week, the main issue that you are almost definitely going to run into no matter what is brain drain, right? Or more specifically, we should say talent drain. The success of Blizzard without Activision will rely very heavily on how many of the good developers are still left after so many years under Activision. Because I can I can envision a world where a lot of the good developers that weren't just in it for the money, that wanted to make passion stuff, left because of Activision. Because of all the stringent monetary rules that Activision applies, they were like, you know what, fuck this. Why am I still here? I can go do what I love somewhere else where I can actually do what I love. So I can see that happen. And then what ends up happening is you get stuck with all of these developers that they're just there for the money. They're not there because they actually care about making video games. And even if they care about making video games, they're not there because they love WoW. They are there because they love whatever they think WoW should be. So we're going to have to wait and see how many of the good developers remained. Because I do think that Microsoft as a studio or as a boss has shown themselves to be very hands-off. They sort of let you do whatever the hell you want to do. But at the same time, it doesn't, if someone tells you do whatever the hell you want to do, but you don't have a clue what to do, that doesn't help, right? That freedom will actually maybe be worse. Because at least under Activision, they were told to make a game. Now they're told, do whatever the hell you want, and they go, well, what do we want to do? We need someone to tell us what they want. Like, how much money do you want to make here? My biggest beef with retail is the lack of updates and uselessness of the open world. Yep, I agree with that. Mercer, absolutely agree with that. Just make the money and you're good. And now those who have left Blizzard may return after the big man in suits are getting replaced. That'd be nice. I guess we'll see. Just more hype for Ashes. Okay, so Acceptable Aura. This is going to be an incredibly hot take. And as a take, this should not be as hot as it's going to be, but I can almost guarantee that I'm about to annoy and most likely piss off a lot of people. So if you are easily triggered, now would be the time for you to just go, right? 5D Ego, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ashes of Creation will most likely absolutely fail. That's it. That's the take. The problem with Ashes of Creation is that it is trying to be too many things at the same time. It is trying to adhere to such a large player base. And some of the things they're trying to do has been done 20, 25, 30 years ago. You don't even know if that still translates to modern day audiences. You are guessing. Now, you know, there are so many better ways that you could actually have done this by scaling back and maybe focusing on one thing at launch, maybe two things at most at launch. Make sure that those things work perfectly and then start adding things on top of that, you know, as you know that those things are working out. The problem is they are going all in with everything. We want to be everything. We want to be the everything game. Well, there's a problem. Because every new variant, right? Every new variable that you add makes the equation more chaotic. When you look at math, when you look at science, you usually want to control for as many variables as humanly possible, because if you have unlimited variables, it becomes nigh impossible to actually do the math. Because how do you control for everything at the same time? It's one of the reasons why things like climate models never fucking work out, because there's just too many variables to actually account for in the model, because we don't actually know how the climate operates. We guess about how the climate's supposed to operate. Under perfect circumstances, making a video game is hard. There are more opportunities for you to fail at making a video game than there are for you to succeed. Now you're trying to make a video game that contains elements from, I believe the number was something like 15 or 16 different games that they're trying to make all at once. Each of these is a variable that is attached to a bunch of other variables. This means if one of these variables fail, it automatically pulls all of the other variables down with it, or at least most of them. So you've created so many potential links that can absolutely break in your game, that how can it not break? I genuinely think that Ashes of Creation is a game that was sort of set up as a passion project from a guy that wanted to make a game that he has always wanted to play, but he clearly had no idea how to make a video game. He allowed the scope to get completely out of hand. The scope is so large. How can it not fail? I find it funny when people are super hyped for Ashes of Creation. Because, sure, I'm hyped for the concept. I do not think that concept is going to translate. Stephen Sharif, yes. I think Stephen Sharif, he had a lot of money and he had a vision, but he had no idea how to make a video game. Because that's actually the most important part. A vision alone isn't enough. You have to know how to make a video game. Hasn't moved an inch after the original Kickstarter. Although the original Kickstarter was already too big. How do you monitor both chats? I see you on YouTube and Twitch. I have one chat, Saban, that shows me everything. Mistaken Time, thanks for the sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. So I have one chat that monitors everything, so I can see everything here. Oh, Mistaken Time. Welcome to the degenerate chat, man. Really appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ashes Creation. Ashes graphics are also bad. They went with Unreal Engine and they spent so many years on them that it kind of looks well. So the nice thing about Unreal Engine, at least 5, is that it shouldn't be too hard to upgrade the graphics. It should not be too hard to upgrade the graphics. Elder, I would not be so quick to claim that. So Blizzard spent almost, I believe it was something like 10 years on Project Titan before they realized, oh shit. The game's, and this was literally their words, the game's scope got so large that the fun was lost within it. They could not find the fun because they had allowed the scope to get out of control. This, by the way, is one of the biggest killers of video games out there, is scope. Your scope just gets so large that the fun sort of gets lost within the game. If this is your first game you're ever making, and you're trying to make it the largest game that has ever been made, the feature creep, exactly. It is most likely going to fail, and it's going to fail in such a way that you don't even realize why. It's a hot take, I know, and there might be some of you going, what the fuck? No, it's not. That is my favorite MMO you're talking about. We'll see. We'll see. I will eat my dick if I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. So you'll eat my dick if I'm right. The way I see it, it'll be just like Star Citizen, big concepts that take 15 years to complete. I don't know. Didn't they say Star Citizen is pretty much done now? Domino, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wolf Silver, you are in chat. You consented, bro. The minute you joined this stream, you consented. Only Squadron 42? Okay, but what exactly is the difference between Squadron 42? Is Squadron 42 based on a lot of the technology that's going to be in Citizen? It's a single-player game. All right. No, I don't think it's out yet. I think they're still working on it. Zero improvement. AOC at least makes improvements. We'll see what happens when it's finally live in its full glory, because that's gonna be the test. When it finally goes live and you get to see it in its full glory. Anything before that is, you know, it could be anything. It could mean anything. There's no way of knowing. And also, I don't think that saying it'll be in early access is going to do much, because it would depend on how many people are going to play that early access, and also how many people are going to stick with that early access. If the game is brilliant, people will probably stick. If the game isn't that good, people will leave and they just won't come back. It's an early access, alpha kind of state, but if you back, you can play it. Did you see what Pantheon did with their graphics? It looks so much worse now. I don't even know what Pantheon is. Oh, actually, I know. It's some kind of MMO, right? That everyone was super hyped for, and for some time we heard this is the WoW killer. And everyone just rolled their eyes, because everyone knows if anyone is going to kill WoW, it's going to be Ian Hazzikostas. He's not going to allow anyone else to take him down. Lorela, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Supposed to be like the new EverQuest. Yeah. Was Gage mentioned there was a very heavy emphasis on full visiting Blizzard, not really Activision. There's also full mentioning that he wants to honor the IPs. Best way is to make WoW good. No. Also mentioned if the teams ask him for help, he'll try to do so. So Rune Chaos, yes, we spoke about it earlier. I showed the pictures of Phil Spencer at Blizzard campuses. The reason this was interesting to me is Lulu Cheng is she is a PR typical flack the information. She is the CCO EVP Activision Blizzard, right? So she comes from, I think, Activision, not necessarily just Blizzard. And the fact that the only pictures are from the Blizzard campuses is interesting, right? That is very, very interesting to me. We don't see pictures of the Activision offices or the Activision campus, just the Blizzard ones. Maybe Phil Spencer knows something. Maybe he realizes there's still a lot of potential in Blizzard, and he would be right. Like, say what you will about Blizzard video games, right? And we can say that the last few years for World of Warcraft wasn't great. The last few years for the Warcraft IP wasn't that good. We can say that the last game or the last two games for Diablo wasn't that great, right? And we can say that Overwatch 2 has been an absolute disappointment. But the one thing that you cannot say is that the universes of those IPs don't hold a shit ton of value. The universes are massive. And they are ripe for incredible games to be made in them. So even if you think that the developers suck, you can still make a shit ton of money off of the IPs. I just watched the Warcraft movie again. It is such a shame we never got a second one. Because it's actually not a bad movie. It's, if you know the story, it's a really good movie. And if you can forgive the fact that they retcon a shit ton of stuff. It's a really good movie. But can you imagine if they just started pumping out new TV shows and stuff in the Warcraft IP? Like, how much money would that make? How you doing, bro? Christers? This is the second time we're trying the dual stream on both YouTube and Twitch. So I'm live right now on YouTube and on Twitch. We're trying it to see how that works because Twitch just allowed it. Just last week, Twitch was like, hey, you know what? It's 2023. Let's do something crazy. Let's do what every other fucking platform allows. Let people stream wherever the hell they want. Because as it turns out, a lot of Twitch streamers have communities on YouTube and on Twitch and would love to actually fucking hang out with both communities. The one problem I still have with Twitch's rules is that I am not allowed to show the mixed chat on stream. That pisses me off. I'm not allowed to show the chats from YouTube and from Twitch. I'm only allowed to show the chats from Twitch. Which is so boring. So I'm trying my best to sort of, you know, make sure that people know when I'm responding, like what I'm responding to, even if they don't necessarily see the messages. It's good, but they destroyed the lore echo. The lore can be fixed. The IP still has value. Like, you can fix the lore. Go-Kart, how you doing? Twitch is better anyway. I think it depends on what you want to do. But I would agree. Actually, I had this argument with someone on Twitter last week, actually. I don't think that Twitch is better than YouTube at live streaming. I think Twitch and YouTube are different, but they both serve the communities that they were built for. When you think about YouTube audiences, the vast majority of YouTube audiences don't really watch a lot of live content, right? They watch VOD content. And live streams on YouTube is perfect for that audience because YouTube allows you to pause and then watch whenever the fuck you have time to watch again, and you're not missing anything. Twitch doesn't allow that. If you're watching on Twitch, you're watching. But the audience on Twitch wants exactly that. They don't, like, how many times has this happened where my internet fucks out and then you guys complain because there's a delay on stream? You don't want to watch the past, you want to watch the fucking now, right? I want to know what he's saying now so I can have a conversation with him now. So I think the two serve their brand of community well enough, right? There are things that I think YouTube should do better, like making sure that people know when a live stream is a live stream and where to find live streams. Yes, I wish YouTube's chat was better because YouTube's chat sucks, but it's not terrible. Not for what it's meant to be. Self is better on Twitch since YouTube is all about personal consumption of a creator, not watching with other people. In my opinion, YouTube doesn't encourage community at all. But you see, I'm not sure how YouTube would do that. I really like YouTube functions like pause and speed up. Dante, there you go, right? I don't think that is something that YouTube can do. Right? Because if you think about how the community on Twitch started, or how it got to where it is, it's community, right? It's the people that turned the community into what it is. It's not really, like, it's not Twitch that did that. So I think as we go longer and longer, and as more streamers start streaming on Twitch, a community will start to form. Like, inevitably, there will be communities that start to form that get used to the idea of, this is a streamer, I can chat to him, he will answer my questions, he will respond to me, we'll react to stuff, maybe we'll play some video games, because, you know, they'll get used to it, but it's not going to happen overnight, right? It's viewer mentality, not anything YouTube can do about it. Same with Blizzard not being able to do shit about whiners in WoW, since that is just the mentality. Apocalypse, no, but I mean, we are talking about two different things here, right? If you, like, what would you do if you're YouTube to try and get people to be more community focused? Like, what would you do? Can react YouTube live from the YouTube homepage. There is 0 discoverability. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not streaming on YouTube to be discovered, right? Just to be clear. I'm not on YouTube to be discovered. I'm here because I know there's some of you that only watch YouTube and you don't give a fuck about Twitch. And that's the only reason I'm here, right? I don't care about being discovered or getting a massive stream on YouTube. Twitch is my main streaming platform, and I want this one to grow. YouTube is just to hang out with the viewers that don't like Twitch, which is, you know, fine by me. Finally, I can, right? So it makes me happy. Ban ad blocker so people can communicate. So people form communities to come after you. Twitch is blocked in my work environment, as is Kick. YouTube is available, so I'm forced into it. I very much appreciate the multi-streamers for this. Lord Mathis, we're just doing it. I'm sure most streamers are just doing it for more money, right? Because, I mean, technically speaking, you are sort of making it possible to earn more money, right? Technically speaking. Because people will sub on Twitch, but some people might actually subscribe or fucking member themselves on YouTube. I don't know why it's called memberships. That's like the worst word ever. It doesn't flow, right? Fix the emotism, fix the tipping system, fix the viewer interaction methods. For example, the live chat versus chop that bullshit. Oh, yeah. That could definitely be fixed, I think. We'll wait and see. I don't know what the... I don't know what the magic bullet is. I know for a fact, like, everyone has their favorite place to watch a stream. And the only reason I'm grateful for Twitch is that they now allow me to stream to everyone where they enjoy to be. And I will eventually subscribe to Restream so we can also include Kick on that. Have you ever tried streaming to TikTok? Yes, because I am a 12-year-old girl, Fallon. Dude, I don't even want to make videos on TikTok. Like, what the fuck am I going to do streaming on TikTok? Like, no, thank you. I have better things to do with my fucking time. Like, seriously, no. No. Fuck TikTok, man. I just can't get into TikTok. It just doesn't work for me. No, thank you. On TikTok for exposure? Dude, that is the kind of exposure I could say no to, though. I would rather not get, like, big on TikTok. I have tried uploading videos on TikTok, and every single time I do, I hate myself for it. You don't think WoW content will go over well there? I mean, I'm sure it does go well, right? I have no idea. I don't find the content type fun. If you look at the videos that I make on YouTube, right? All of them are long. I like discussing things, right? I love sitting down and taking a topic, no script, nothing, right? I take a topic and I discuss it while I'm recording. And then I upload it and you guys are part of that discussion. You're part of me figuring it out as I go. I like that about my content, at least. I'm not saying it would work for everyone. Of course it wouldn't. Some people love doing scripted stuff and very heavily edited stuff. For me, that's what I enjoy. I hate the idea of a 1 minute clip that I have to say as many things as humanly possible in that 1 minute. It's just not something that appeals to me as a content creator, right? There is no WoW seen on TikTok. Joshua, how you doing, bro? What do you think when we see gameplay from Riot MMO? When do I think that will happen? Not soon, bro. Not soon. I don't think the Riot MMO is anywhere near showing gameplay. I would argue probably late next year or early the year after that. Like maybe, if we're lucky. 5 years. I don't know. 5 years. 5 years is a little bit long, because they obviously have started working on certain things, right? There's obviously been work done already, but I don't think we're anywhere near like gameplay trailers or anything like that. We'll be down to what plays faster. I'll pick that one. But what plays faster? 7 at the minute at least. Don't we want the MMO anymore besides for story reasons? Rune Chaos. So I don't mind the $200 skins and stuff in League of Legends. And I think anyone that complains about those skins are kind of trapped in a bit of an illogical bubble. You have a game that is completely free to play in every single definition of the word. It is completely free to play. Servers cost money. Updates and developers cost money. The game is consistently being updated. It's not like it's a forgotten game. They have to be paid. And the way they get paid is through skins, right? And anyone that says, oh, but you also have to buy champions. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't know of anyone that buys champions with real money. Like that's nuts. And if you are doing that, please fucking stop. No one should buy League of Legends champions with real money. The champions come out, there's like a new champion every 3 or 4 months. If you just play 2 or 3 games a day, you'll buy that easy. Like, easy. Often making me incredibly agitated, especially when you are categorically saying what would be good for WoW, what would be bad. Things like delete flying, no quality of life, basically. The regular gaming, my videos are my opinion, right? And you are very welcome to your opinion. The problem is that very often people want to watch content creators say exactly what they think. What's the fucking point? Then make your own videos and watch yourself, right? Like if you really just want someone that parrots whatever you think, make your own videos and watch it. Because then the guy on the screen is saying exactly what you want to hear. I don't do that. I have my own opinions on things. And yes, I believe flying should be deleted from the game. But I don't think people know why I think that. And I think that's where the agitation comes from. Because people don't know why I think that. It is not that I want the quality of life removed from World of Warcraft, because I can think of many ways of bringing the quality of life back into WoW, even with flying being removed from the game. Right? There are many ways to bring quality of life into World of Warcraft even without flying. I'm not anti-quality of life. What I'm anti is content that removes from the game without actually adding anything into the game. Which is what regular flying is absolutely 100%. It removes a crap ton of content and it adds 0 content to the game. 0. There is nothing added to the game. There is simply a subtractive effect to it. Because suddenly you're able to skip vast amounts of content to get to where you want to go. And if anyone here is saying, oh, by the way, the content is too fucking boring, well, that sounds like a developer problem. It sounds like the developers have to make the content better so people actually don't get bored playing through it. The answer there isn't just to allow for a skip, right? Oh, our content is so shit, we'll just allow players to skip it. Well, then how about you make the content not shit, right? So people don't want to skip that content and it actually has some value. Now, how would I solve it if I were to remove flying from the game? Well, the first one that Blizzard already did is dynamic flying, or dragonflight. I actually think dragonflight is an example of flying made good, because you're actively involved, right? You have to be part of that. You can't just hover or hit your auto run and just fly in a direction, go up, go take a piss, maybe poop, and then come back and you're where you want to be. You have to actively be part of the process. That's gameplay. The whole point of playing a video game is to play a video game. If you're playing a game simply hitting a button and then leaving, you're no longer playing a video game. You're like, the game is playing for you. That's not quality of life. That's just a moronic system, right? So I think Dragonflight. But there's another way to do it. You can even remove Dragonflight from the game and just add portals, right? Just literally add portals where people can get from one side to the map to the other and then run a short distance to wherever their next quest is. All they have to do is discover the portal once and then they're good, you know? Then they can portal to wherever they want from wherever they are on the map. But you are still required to spend at least some time in the world. The problem with flying is that it makes the world feel incredibly small. All of these zones become completely forgotten because you're barely spending any time in those zones. And all of these zones that were designed in order to, you know, be played in, isn't played in. So like Guild Wars 2, you could do it like Guild Wars 2. Final Fantasy has a teleport system as well. You know, there's a lot of ways in which you can do quality of life that doesn't remove from the game. Flying, old school flying, at least in World of Warcraft, I would argue is literally the worst quality of life system that you can design in the game. It sort of goes, the same thing goes for Dungeon Finder. Looking for group, or not even looking for group, Dungeon Finder specifically, is another quality of life system that destroyed so much of the game. Now, what could a quality of life system look like that would actually not destroy the game in the same place? Because Dungeon Finder destroyed any form of community, any form of communication, and any form of MMO. You're no longer playing an MMO, you're playing a menu clicker. You click the menu takes you into the dungeon, you do the dungeon, you get out, you click the menu again to go into another dungeon. You're not playing with other people. The other people are NPCs that just happen to have somewhat good AI. Not great AI, because most of the players are brain dead, but it does have some good AI every once in a while. But they are NPCs to you. You don't interact with them as normal players. So what could a system look like that would actually allow you to interact with the player base while also making it a little bit easier? Well, that's actually pretty simple. Allow for players to sign themselves up to dungeons, but still they have to be accepted. So I want a dungeon, I post that I need a group for the dungeon, right? I then see all of the people that want to do this dungeon, and I can choose who to take. Once I've chosen the people, I go to the dungeon. Simple. You have just solved all of the problems, and it already exists in WoW. It's already there, right? It's already there. All you need to do is remove the one that takes people there automatically and just give people a user interface. Because all that user interface is really, it replaces forward yell in the town, right? If you guys remember how it used to be, you would have to go into town and then you would /yell, and then you would just stand there and scream at the top of your lungs, looking for tank for this dungeon, looking for healer, this dungeon, looking for this, looking for that. And then you would stand there for half an hour and spam, hoping that someone sees your fucking yelling. And then eventually, you know, someone sees it and you get a group, and then you go to the dungeon, you wipe once, the guy leaves, and all of a sudden you're back to the town because, you know, you wiped and you need a new tank because the tank fucked off. This was incredibly boring. It was incredibly annoying for a lot of players. So what you want is a system that replaces the town square, but it is still operating as if it is the town square. It just gives people a UI now. And that would have been perfectly fine, you know, as far as I'm concerned. I quite respect the hell out of you, but we have a fundamental difference of philosophy when it comes to powers in WoW. There has to be good powers, or all we have is despair. I want to have hope. Bart, what are you referring to exactly when you say we have a difference of opinion? Nothing you said there I actually disagree with. So what exactly are you referring to? Pretty much that. Yep, nowhere man. But Wrath Aleph D was sort of the start of all the problems, right? Finder and Group Finder, that would work well in WoW. Yeah, Final Fantasy has a pretty good Group Finder. I would argue probably one of the best ones. Okay, Bart. So I think I understand our disagreement. Bart, if I'm correct, our disagreement is I don't believe that we should have any of the cosmic powers be our friends. We should stand on our own. Right? And you believe, no, there should be some friendly ones. The problem with some friendly ones is you and I, like, if Blizzard wrote it to where the light is our friends, I would be very pissed off. Because everything the light stands for from an ideological perspective, fundamentally, I disagree with in every single way. I was annoyed to no end when Shadowlands forced me to be friends with the Kyrians, because I fundamentally disagree with the Kyrians. I believe the Kyrians are fucking evil, beyond evil, because they literally enslave people to force them to follow the code of the government, so to speak. So I hated the Kyrians. The only two forces that I somewhat liked was the Necrolords and Revendreth, right? Those are the only two that I somewhat liked, even though I still had some disagreements with them. I couldn't give two fucks about the hippies in Ardenweald. They could literally burn for all I care. You know, Sylvanas should have burnt that one down too, but I kind of like those two. That's the problem if you're gonna start introducing friends. Because I also don't agree with the Titans. I think the Titans are tyrants. So if the Titans are our friends, suddenly I'm forced to be friend to work with a tyrant against someone that I have far more respect for. The Void. Because the Void actually stands for free will and absolute chaos. Whatever that free will may be, you just do whatever the hell you want, right? Now, would I want to side with the Void? No, I wouldn't. Because there are things that the Void does that I also don't agree with. Foul. I kind of like the Foul. I'm a Warlock. Let's go, right? But there's also things that I disagree with. So from my perspective, it's far easier to say, no, how about we only trust ourselves? And we just, let's stop giving a shit about all of these cosmic forces. You want to find hope? Find the hope within the mortals of Azeroth. We need to find the hope within ourselves. The good in Azeroth comes from the mortals of Azeroth. It doesn't come from some cosmic power. The cosmic powers are against us because they all have their own goals and their own needs, and they don't give a fuck about the rest of us. That is a world in which I would want to be. Because I don't mind the mortals of Azeroth. I do mind the cosmic forces. People nowadays don't like making their own decisions. They just want to join a party and follow it blindly, left or right. Mankind Jack, true. The heavens do not fear me because I'm a god. They fear me because I'm a man. Holy shit. If faith is blinded you, only we can save ourselves. Yep. I'm a hippie NE. I want good to trust in. I understand that sounds Care Bear. But why do you want good to trust in? It's a video game. Like, why do you need a good in a video game to trust in? Trust in yourself, bro. You have powers unlimited and WoW. I'm sure you can take on a Titan if you have to. You don't need good, right? And it's not like I'm saying there shouldn't be good, right? We already know that Titan forces have some level of free will because they can actually choose to leave. We already know that exists. So you will have good forces on Azeroth. They will just not be aligned with any of the cosmic forces. Life is only dark if you allow it to be dark, to be fair, though. The only people that struggle at the moment, and I'll be honest about this, again, there's going to be a super hot take, but the only people that currently struggle are the people that take things far too fucking seriously. It's people that buy into a fantasy that the world could actually be a perfect place if only we did this, this, and this. If people just realize that human beings will never be perfect, there will never be such a thing as the perfect system, there will never be a utopia. Life is hard. It is fucking tough. That's why it's called life, right? It's not easy, but that's sort of part of the game, you know? That's part of the game. That's why we're here. Some people reach for religion in order to, in order to make sense of this world. Other people reach for science in order to make sense of this world. But life's hard, right? It is always going to be hard, no matter what you do. So good, I don't think matters. Examiner, transporter, my reality is dark. I don't want it in my game. See, but I'm not a medical transporter. I want darkness. Yo, Stefan, how you doing, bro? I want darkness. My dad's a medical doctor, and he also likes darkness. No, I mean, look, I understand it, but did you hate World of Warcraft prior to Legion? Bart? Like, did you hate World of Warcraft prior to Legion? Because it was a very dark story back then. Right? I mean, if we're gonna face facts, World of Warcraft has gone Care Bear only in the last, like, 2 years, really. I mean, none of us hate, like, the game arguably was doing much better. The game was much better back in the day when it was dark and it was fucking rough. But the point is, you cannot appreciate the light without the dark. You need darkness. If you, like, I can tell you now, like, what would make me quit World of Warcraft in a second is if WoW went full power of friendship. Like, if we have another expansion where the power of friendship is fucking everything and every cinematic is just together, I'm done. I am done. I can't handle it. It's cringe as fuck. I still cannot watch that cinematic where Chromie runs up to Nosdormu and hugs his leg. It is... I mean, there's nothing cute about that. It is cringe to see that. I don't mind light-hearted moments. You can have moments of incredible, fun and funny and light-hearted, but those moments can only be appreciated if you contrast them with the dark. The darker the game is, the more appreciative you are of the lighter moments within it. If everything is just light, you're not going to appreciate the light. Because everything is that. There is no darkness. And I'd rather not have that, you know? Is your Ural? Yeah, okay. But Ural's light is actually oppressively evil, so... Good and dark is in the eye of the beholder. You see, I like the idea of World of Warcraft not allowing the cosmic forces to ally with us too closely. Because I always... right now, even in World of Warcraft, there is a split between the player base, right? Some players, like myself, for example, believe that the cosmic forces are absolutely evil, including the Light and the Titans. Some people think, no, the Titans are actually our friends. Write it that way. Keep that veil of no one knows. And you're fine. Let's go back to classic World of Warcraft. Who... in classic World of Warcraft, was the Horde evil or was the Alliance evil? Well, I would say that depended. If you played Horde, the Alliance were evil scumbags. If you played Alliance, the Horde was evil scumbags. Write that. Depends on your opinion. Depends on you. You decide who are your friends and who are your enemies. And if you're a good writer, that should not be difficult. The problem that I see in World of Warcraft today is that there is this weird insistence on the developers telling us what is the right and the wrong thing to do. Like, the developers want to make it fundamentally clear that you can only do this or you can only do that. And one is good, the other is evil, and you don't even get to explore the evil part of it because that's evil. You shouldn't do that. I don't think that that is good writing in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that that is what players want. I think fundamentally allowing the player base to have more options in how they want to see themselves. Like, this is where the RP part comes in, right? The sort of pretend part. You have to allow players the ability to pretend a little. You know, the story doesn't actually tell you. You just have to pretend. Pick one and go with that. And I think old school World of Warcraft did a really good job of that. It gave you just enough to decide which side you wanted to be on, and the rest was sort of pretend. You know, we all just pretended equally or together. We hate the Alliance, or we hate the Horde, and that was the game. Modern WoW appears to have far too much insistence on this together nonsense, this friendship forever nonsense. It's quite clear that I think Blizzard is looking at the world and looking at how divided the world is, and they're trying to write this game where, because in their minds they think that players are so tired of the division that they don't want an Azeroth divided as well. But I would argue the only people that are really divided are the morons on Twitter. You know, you speak to average, and I have quite a few average Americans that don't live on Twitter in my community. And when I ask average Americans, do you hate the, you know, do you see this hate between the Republicans and the Democrats? Most of them don't really know what I refer to IRL. Because IRL, oh yeah, my friend is a Democrat, or my dad is a Republican, or, you know, my butcher is a Republican and he has an American flag or whatever. I don't care, right? Most people don't give a fuck. No one walks around on the street and go, who did you vote for in the last election? Because I can't walk on the same side of the road as you if you voted for the wrong person in the last election. Most average Americans don't care. Like, you don't, it doesn't matter. It's only the mentally ill on Twitter that live their entire lives in this consistent battlefield that are completely drained, right? They live their lives, oh my God, I'm so tired of the fight. It's like, yeah, but you're the only one fighting. If you stopped fighting, there would be no fight. It's as simple as that. And the WoW developers, because they are these, you know, extraordinary fighters on Twitter, they spend all of their time feeling like the world is too much. And so they're trying to write a video game where, you know, everyone is just together and we're friends. But those of us that don't live our entire lives fearful of the other side, you know, that don't happen to think that Republicans are evil or Democrats are evil or whatever, we look at this togetherness and we go, what the fuck is that? Like, where's the war? You know, I'm playing World of Warcraft and I'm getting My Little Pony. What's going on? Right? Because we're not mentally ill and spending all of our time on fucking Twitter. That's the problem with World of Warcraft. It shouldn't be this preach, right? We don't want to be preached to about what a perfect world should look like. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're a video game developer. Make a video game. You know? I don't care about your bullshit. Like, do your politics in your own time. Don't bother me with your political bullshit. They drank the Kool-Aid and went too hard into the Kumbaya. True. No World of Warcraft. Yeah, I fucking hate World of Warcraft part. So what I hear is USA is the problem. I can get behind that. I never felt like what I will say is none of you can blame Africa for this. South Africa is completely fucking innocent. We can't even keep our lights on. We have nothing to do with this. Whoever the fuck is to blame for the current state of the world, it's not South Africa's fault. I agree with that, Bo. Toxic, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I feel like the story changed from in-game WoW politics to real-life politics. That's just the modern day activist mindset, right? Anyone that went to college, you know, you're basically going to 4 years of learning how to be an activist. And then, you know, if you're an activist, everything is an act of violence. Everything is an opportunity for you to, you know, convince people of your side. And that's where the issues come in, you know? Forgot that the Holding Alliance were never at peace, even at the beginning of WoW. It was a tenuous truce with conflicts popping up everywhere, just not open war. Well, Samurai, yep. Speaking to my heart, bro. Money is blames the goblins. I could agree with that. I would blame the French in some ways, such in the name of tradition. Well, it's always the French, innit? No one likes the French. Balil has a recent good VOD about this dev individualist and agenda nowadays on the big corpo studios. Anyways, we might watch it later. I would be open to watching that. Sounds like an interesting conversation.
It's like...
Sure, this is a long one. Motherfuck.
So I like this title here.
This is going to be a long-ass reaction. We should probably do the desk right first and then tackle this one. It's an hour and a half, so our reaction is going to be like 4 hours, right? It's going to be a long one. Yeah, we'll do the desk one. We'll start with the desk rates. Let me just jump into voice. I don't know where Abaddon is right now. We'll see. He might be busy working. I need to pee as well. Fuck my life. I'm gonna piss myself. Hold up. Let me just quickly tag Abaddon. All right. I messaged him. I need to go pee. Everyone, take a piss break. If you haven't been to the bathroom yet, now's the time to get up and go pee-pee. I'll be right back. And then we can start the DJing desk rates. See you guys in a second. All right, I'm back. I'm back, boys. Christers, I have not finished Phantom Liberty yet. We have to finish it, but every single time I go, right, today we're gonna play video games on stream, chat comes up with some new fucking thing that we react to, and before I know it, 8 hours has passed and we haven't played any video games on stream. So soon. We also haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3 yet. Abaddon, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, thanks. Yourself?
Can't complain, man. Can't complain.
Hello, chat, YouTube, and Twitch. We're inclusive here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to take everyone into account here. Did you fought or no? It's a Twitch sound, Mankind Jack. So if you are on Twitch, you have access to all sorts of sound effects and shit. If I did fart, you wouldn't be able to hear it. The amount of gating and shit that I have on this mic to ensure that the sound comes through good would not pick up a fart. Just no chance. There you go. That For the Emperor is also a sound on Twitch. Totally farted. I did fart when I was pissing, but everyone knows when you piss you have to fart, right? Hey, how can you not?
There's no fun there without raining, guys.
Yep, you just have to. You know, it is what it is. Okay, let's quickly think about this. Abaddon, we're gonna do it the same as we did it last week, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where you link me the desk you want to start with.
Yeah, already sent it to you.
All right.
Way ahead of you.
Cool stuff.
And I have my spreadsheet ready to track, so we're good to go.
All right. This is Mr. Demurias. We already reacted to this one.
Hang on, no, it should be Black Waltz 4. 2 seconds.
That's disgusting, Cesius.
Oh, yeah?
You evil motherfucker.
Right, did that work that time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Black Waltz. Okay, I gotcha. Let's open these. I can already tell they. Well, fuck it. We'll do this live. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another DJing Desk Right, the writing show where it's not about how cool your setup looks. It's not about how fun your setup is. The whole point of this entire writing expedition that we are on is to find the people that have let their parents down. The people that will never get married, they'll never have a girlfriend, because if they were to bring that girlfriend back to their place, the girlfriend would freak the fuck out. That is the point of this desk writing expedition, right? So if you send us stuff that's beautiful and your mother would be proud of it, we're most likely not going to look at it. And if we do look at it, it is purely going to be to tell you that you lied and that you're a pretender to the throne. The winner, of course, will get their own emote over on Twitch and eventually on YouTube if we get another emote slot unlocked there. If you want to submit your desk because you feel like your parents have been disappointed in you for a long time, you can do so over on Discord. The links should be in the description down below. For people on Twitch, the link should actually be just in the panels below or there on your screen right now. Abaddon, thank you so much for that. With that said, let's jump into the first one. It is from Black Waltz. Here we go. Let me just quickly move my camera out of the way so we get a bit of a better view.
Just to touch on this one before we start as well, Akko, you'll see I sent a second link to you. He did send a short video, I believe, to supplement it because some of the dodgy shit's apparently hidden by perspective.
A video?
I have not screened the video, so anything on there that's not TOS, Black Waltz, I will ban your ass. But yeah, there is a video.
I'm gonna have to download this video, I think, because Okay.
Professional stream setup, chap.
I think I'm gonna like let's watch the video maybe first, and then we can sort of like we can judge the rest of it, right? It's this one. Okay, so let's see here. Holy shit. Okay, that is a lot of things on the desk there. Right, that's what he... That is a lot of things on the desk. I mean, still not really degenerate. But okay, let's start with this. So first things first, I like the candle there. You know, as you guys know, I'm a huge fan of candles on this show. Because you're kind of... You want to spend some me time. You want to watch a dirty movie or something. This really is the way to do it.
That's not the purpose for those candles, Akko.
You think that's a Satan worship?
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. I mean, he's got basically everything but the pet cat. They're ready to be sacrificed. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I feel a little bit of pressure to reward points because otherwise I might get a juju curse on us.
It could be Satan worship, or maybe just some kind of, you know, ritual sacrifice kind of altar. That we got the glass there, which seems to be for drinking blood or semen. I don't know what would you guys do in your free time. There's a hand there that seems to hold a book. I don't know what that book is about, but
I smell heresy. Basically, that's what I'm smelling.
Yeah, it probably is a bit. Like, I mean, that's not a book of the Emperor, is it?
Certainly not, and we can already see Alex Strasser's booba. So this is obviously pre-censorship on the on the mouse pad.
Oh, okay. There's a bit of booba there. I appreciate the mouse pad. I will say that.
So we have a Slaneshi slut in the building, guys. It's confirmed at this point.
It's for sure a Tomb of Shadows, so not for the Emperor. Heretic is all I can say. I mean, all in all, it is definitely dark and satanic, but it is not degenerate yet. Like, you have a long way to go. This is definitely not a degenerate desk. There's no tissues that I have seen so far, which means you don't come at your desk. It almost seems like your desk is attached to your bed, which is actually one of the few things that I would say well done on the use of space there. You know, why have a chair and a bed? You could just have a bed for a chair. I appreciate that, actually. Maybe you'll get a point there. I like the water bottle. Sorry, yeah?
I think the only cum that's ever been seen in that bedroom, to be honest, is when a spell calls for bodily fluids.
Most likely, right? And he doesn't want to bleed. I can
You may even drink it from that chalice, potentially. Unconfirmed.
Oh my god, drinking your own cum would be so weird. But never mind that. Okay, so nothing degenerate in this angle. Let's see this angle. Alright, so you guys can see clearly the bed on display there.
I will give you a bit of props for the mouse and keyboard. The mouse is the same one as what I've got, except I've got the wireless one. And I can't tell what keyboard that is, but good tech, guys. Well done, Blackwall. So that's a good show of attention to detail for the peripherals there. I do like the Triforce symbol in the background. Anybody who's got a good grounding in the Nintendo lore, as well as the Blizzard stuff and wider with PC Master Race, is obviously a man of culture.
Yeah.
I do like, in addition to the obligatory lukewarm bottle of water at this point, the number of used styrofoam cups in the back.
Yeah, but that could have been planted there, right?
I don't think it is.
You think that's just there?
Yeah, I think that just exists.
What's that pipe? Is that pipe to bring fresh air into your PC, or is that meant for your air conditioner?
It's an AC pipe, but I tell you what is definitely placed is the bong. Though you can tell he's used it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dirty bong, right? He gets high quite often, quite frankly. I don't mind this setup. I think it's a good setup. I don't think it's a bad setup. I don't understand the ritual sacrifice things over here, but maybe I'm not meant to, right? This is clearly not my thing. if anything, if I was on a date with you and I walked into your room and I saw that, I would probably leave. But just because I wouldn't know if you maybe wanted to kill me or something, because this is very suspicious. So on that front, as far as degenerate stuff goes and chasing goals away, most likely an effective move, right? Most likely very effective, actually. I will say, though, I'm actually going to give you extra points just because you really don't give a fuck about your PC. Anyone that is going to have the outlet pipe of an AC running literally right next to their PC, that's baller. You know, you win temperature, who gives a fuck? This PC can run hot. It's all good. Especially, these are the intake fans at the front here. And that pipe is clearly off-putting an insane amount of heat right into the front intake of the PC. So in that, yeah, I'm going to give you points there. That's a very weird dildo. I don't know. It's one of those dildos, again, that gives you extra grip or some shit. You know, for those. And
yeah, not the yellow thing. I think that might be a handheld vacuum. Is that what it is, Blackwaltz?
I don't know what that is. It looks like it might be a dildo. I'm talking about the thing in front of you.
Do you use it to suck your pee-pee? Do you use the Dyson vac to suck your pee-pee?
Most likely he does, actually. He just said it's a Dyson vac. There you go. Yeah, it's being used. That's why there's no tissues on the desk. It all goes straight. Like, that's efficient. That is very efficient. Well fucking played, sir. Well played.
Slip.
All right. What else do we see here that we could talk about?
It's a little bit try hard on the whole mystic shit. I mean, look, the rock lamp, the salt rock lamp thing in the background. I mean, really.
The what?
Really? If you look on the tray in the background there, he's got a salt lamp.
I don't even know what the fuck a salt lamp
next to the mood lighting. Next to the mood lighting.
Over there.
You see that rock looking thing? It's a chunk of salt that's got a bulb in it.
But why?
Exactly. It's right next to the mood lighting.
What so fucking mood light?
It's obviously the string of fairy light things doing the Amsterdam window glow all around the room.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I just call them Kegel balls, but okay.
The only time I've ever seen lighting like that, I had to walk through a window in Amsterdam. I mean, fuck's sake, man. Talk about, trying too hard.
Hey, whatever works, bro. Whatever works. Okay, I'm ready to rate this. I think I'm ready to rate this. Chat, what would you guys rate it? Before we go, let's just ask chat quickly.
Ooh.
What's your rating out of 10 here, boys? Yeah, I mean, let's ask the gallery what they think.
Just bear in mind, chat, for those of us that were here last week, I think it was, or the week before, Alpaca has set the high mark, like that. Mm-hmm. They were clearly at 10, so...
Yeah. Alpaca is on a 10. Like, if someone's gonna have to knock him the fuck out in order to take it away. So, I'm gonna be honest, as far as degen goes, it's a 2.6. I'm giving you points for the weird, like, sacrificial altar, because... Alright, you know? And I'm kind of giving you points for whatever the fuck that pipe is doing right next to your PC. But outside of that, this doesn't look degenerate to me at all. So 2.6.
We'll be a bit more generous because I think the Pult shit is a little bit unique to what we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go ahead and say 3.5.
No, 3.5 I think is a respectable one. Well, Black Waltz, I need you to do more work, right? I need you to put more effort into it. I need to see... I know that you have a very efficient system with your Dyson vacuum cleaner, but if you could maybe at least start getting some tissues, even if it is just to wipe off the vacuum cleaner afterwards, that would already, I think, go a long way. I need to see more dirt. You're very clean for a Satan worshipper. Like,
the cups might be full of DNA black holes, but that's kind of the point. And the DNA should be everywhere, not just in that one little rectangular square area where you've got it sectioned off.
Yeah, I definitely need to see more. I need to see more. This is all I can say. All right, next up. Who's next?
All right. Next up, we have actually one of our very own, Mike.
Oh, shit. Here we go. Now, I have had the pleasure of seeing Mike on camera before, so this is definitely going to be interesting.
The Patreons on the Patreon podcast have also had the pleasure of seeing Mike from time to time. And just as a bit of a shout out for the lad, he does stream as well late at night. So he doesn't clash with Akko's hours.
I appreciate him trying to not clash with my hours. This is fucked.
This is what it takes to be a moderator in this chat. We've got Alpaca with a 10, and Mike's getting there as well. Also, calling it now before anybody points out, yes, that is a cat in the background.
Dude, this is like, how is he sitting? Like, does he have legs?
I love how it's like a proper chest of drawers. Like, he's probably got his underpants and socks, which I'm surely full of holes, are in there as well. So,
I mean, there's efficient, and then there's just, what the fuck are you doing? Like, he doesn't have legs. What the hell is in this box, though? Like, is that donuts?
By the way, if anybody in chat ever asks again if the mods in Akko's chat gets paid, as you can see from every one of our setups, we clearly don't. We can't even afford proper furniture.
Yeah, I don't pay them. They're just here because they don't have anything else to do.
Got fuck all to do. We're just, here for the laughs. I love the accent lamps. I don't know whether that's counted as degen, but it's certainly sinister enough. It reminds us a little bit of the Bioshock games, where you get that like 70s cyberpunk type.
Yeah. I'm going to say... So there's
This is why he uses a green screen all the time, right? Isn't it? Because we know he's got that bed behind him as well.
What PC case? Wait, what PC case are you referring to? Allison, there's no PC case here. It's behind it. It's got a fucking lamp on it. Like,
I don't think he even has it there. The wires are going further behind the camera, so God knows what he's done with it.
Yeah, this is like the purple thing you're seeing here is some kind of shelf. And then he's got his mouse on the shelf. How does he play games? Like, dude, he's
obviously using a CD case as a wrist slash mouse pad. So it's yeah. Can I also point out?
Yeah.
Obviously, assembling the fan just couldn't give a fuck. Got to the point where you need safety, right? You don't need to cover your fingers. Fuck that shit.
To be fair, though, those don't do shit. Oh, I should tell you guys this story, right? So I have Boss fans, right? So the fan that I have, it's these massive metal fans, and it sounds like you're in an airplane taking the fuck off when that fan like fires up, right? It is a giant fan, and those are the fans that I use. And about 3 years ago, I was busy cleaning the fan, and as soon as I finished cleaning it, I quickly plugged it in because I just wanted to hear if I'm gonna have to apply some grease in order to, not have it scream or whatever the case might be. And as it's turned on, I don't know why, but my brain just shut the fuck off. And I literally just reached into the fan for some reason. I don't know if it was to stop it or whatever, but dude, it nicked my finger. You can still see, I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, but there's like a red bit on there. It fucking chopped the meat and skin off. Like, I could literally see my knuckle bone sticking out. It was nuts, dude. Those plastic fans, they don't do shit. You can stick your hand in there. They're not going to make anything. They're too weak. So I will just say, most likely what happened here, he got to the final assembly bit. He didn't have a screwdriver, and he just said, I give up. Never mind. Never mind. Right? We're just going to leave it like that. That is at least half a point of degeneracy. I'm not finishing my fan. Fuck that. The rest of this. So and he immediately loses half a point because he has Crocs.
No, Crocs are peak DJing. They're the type of shoe they wear inside and outside. Fuck it. Never gets washed.
No, but that's why you have flip-flops. You don't need Crocs for that.
Have you ever tried wearing flip-flops and now you wear like... Because Mike's in Canada, right?
Yeah. So why can't he wear flip-flops? I wear flip-flops everywhere. Flip-flops with socks, flip-flops without socks. Flip-flops is just a really good shoe.
Crocs are wipeable.
Flip-flops are too?
No, no. Flip-flops are more of a warmer country thing for me, I think.
I mean, I wear flip-flops even in winter. But never mind. I won't remove a point then for the Crocs because apparently everyone fucking wears Crocs. I don't know why. I remember a time where people didn't wear Crocs, but apparently that time has passed. I don't know when the fashion shifted, but apparently Crocs is the new in thing here. So we'll just
As
go...
Scorecard points out, Crocs equals automatic panty dropper. So I'm going to give him half a point for the Crocs. I've got Crocs myself.
Wait. I need to ask. Is that true? So if you see a dude wearing Crocs, you just automatically drop your panties?
It's a man who appreciates comfort above all things. Plus, you can stylize them now. You get little badges and shit for them, can't you?
Dude, that is so not fucking DJing though. I can put little stars and hearts on them because I stylized my shoes. What the fuck is DJing about that?
It's a peak of not giving a fuck.
No, it's the peak of being a fucking 12-year-old girl with a book that she's just writing fucking things in and putting little stars and clippings of newspapers with her favorite actors and shit.
They're the ultimate statement of going, I'm going to be what I want to be. I'm going to wear Crocs even though everybody says they're horrendous because fuck it, they're comfortable.
I don't agree at all with anything that you just said there. Fuck it, he loses half a point. He's on 0 points again.
Akko's all about what other people think of him and say, oh no, I couldn't possibly be going outside without doing a fashion-conscious check of the outfit.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Akalon cares what other people think. Meanwhile, I'm walking down the street with my flip-flops and my fucking socks. Like, seriously, I highly doubt that. Berries, how you doing? I highly doubt that. Okay, but never mind. Let's continue. I will give...
like a man who gets up in the morning and decides which of his 10 black t-shirts is he going to wear today.
Well, what other color should my t-shirts be?
Heather grey.
Dude, look, I don't even know what the fuck that color is that you just said there. I understood exactly one word, grey.
Right, moving on.
I have a grey shirt, right? I have a grey shirt.
Let's have a look. There we go. Okay, you got 1 grey shirt and 10 black ones. Anyway, moving on.
2 grey shirts.
What are those red?
Actually.
What are those red boxes on the left? I can't tell if they're apples or baked goods.
They look like donuts to me.
All I know is they've got very Chinese. Is it Chinese or Japanese right now?
What? Like, why would you even ask me that? Like, how the fuck would I know?
Any of the community from the Far East can tell us which writing that is and what it actually says would be helpful. Fairy Star, can you read it? Or?
I'm gonna be honest, and I realize this is gonna piss off literally all of my Asian viewership. Looks the same to me. Like, I see no difference between this and Japanese and Chinese. What I see is a bunch of symbols that make no fucking sense. That's what I see. Right? I don't know how you read this. It's not a real language. It doesn't make sense. Speak English. For the love of fuck, speak English. It's much easier, and I can read that. But it looks like donuts to me. Like if I were... But it's also a lot of donuts, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, Yeah, I mean, it is Mike we're talking about here. We know someone's got to power the DGen through his late night streaming setups.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a lot of donuts, though.
If it is from the Far East, it'll be that full of E numbers anyway. That'll survive until Christmas next year.
So Prettior says he thinks that this is Chinese. He believes that this is Chinese. I don't know how you knew that, but okay. So it's Chinese. Then it's definitely not donuts. Then it's most likely some kind of dumpling. Like I can zoom in a little bit more, but it's not like it fucking gets better because it doesn't tell you what it is. Dude, that looks like fortune cookies suddenly. Would he actually buy this many fortune cookies?
The man's seeking his fortune. He started to stream, so, you know.
Like, the cookies are gonna help. But, alright. I like the use of the desk. Toenail clipper right there. Where else would you ever need it? Very dirty hairbrush.
I also love a little bit of the extra added chaos by having the speaker in the middle of the setup, which is complete audio qualities. What's that?
Yeah, this man has clearly thought about, you know, all of the different levels, the different angles in which he wants to hear the bass from. But I mean, all I see here is a man that truly doesn't give a fuck. And that is at least worth some points, you know? Even though it's already very good with this fucking desk, you know, like this desk, like even the cat is like, I'm not coming in there. Like even the cat looks at this room and goes, fuck that, bro. I'll stay in the what do you call this? The hallway.
Hallway. I wonder why he's got two lamps.
Mood light.
Maybe one's broke.
I think it's for the mood. Like, my personal opinion is, you know, when it's late at night, you're starting to go to the X sites and so on, not Twitter. You turn on this little one, like this one right here, right? Not the one on the right-hand side. That one is for, like, you know, proper, you just want light. This one is more of a, let's cast a faint bit of light so we can see what we're typing. So that we don't, you know, search for some weird porn that will get us.
That's made a good point, actually. Maybe it's the two lights is to get that bit extra light and pretend he's a real streamer with a diffuser light. But he doesn't do cam on Alpaca when he streams. I think we know why. It's so people don't see his setup, because how he manages to run a stream with that much chaos going on, I've got no idea.
Dude, this is actually, I will say this. For the first 4 years of my channel, I used 2 reading lamps as my lights. I couldn't afford to get proper lighting. So I just used 2 fucking reading lamps, and I used baking paper, like proper baking paper, to diffuse them. Because they're too bright. But then you wrap a bunch of baking paper around it, and bam, you've got yourself a pretty good diffuser. So I will say, this is at least as DJing as what I was when I first started. You'll appreciate this, Avedon, the bottle of water there at the back, right behind
the Blick tree. At this point, like, you can't even get extra points for it anymore because everybody's got the lukewarm water there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Falcon, you guys call it parchment paper. We just refer to it as baking paper because that's what it fucking is. But never mind. Parchment paper. Yes, for all the American viewers out there.
Look how much hair is on that brush.
Yeah, that brush is fucked, bro. Hey, no joke. That brush has seen better days.
I can guarantee that CD case that he uses as a mouse stand as well is obviously full of porn.
Dude, it's the purple thing
Mike's
behind it a pocket
kind
pussy.
Of guy, so.
Is the purple thing
talking about? It's probably a geode, I would imagine.
Dude, that looks like a pocket pussy. Like, you cannot convince me otherwise. That is a pocket pussy. If I've ever seen a pocket pussy, that is one. Either that or false teeth. Could be false teeth as well, right?
What's that thing to the left of the speaker?
To the left? You're talking about the remote?
Yeah. You've got what I think is a remote, and then above that is
a
something.
pen. It looks like a pen because he's got pink sticky notes. Pink sticky notes on his desk as well. He's probably, like, I don't know, writing to remember his fucking vagina before he leaves the house. I don't know. I don't know what he's writing down.
That's why he writes notes to Alpaca. Yeah, so. Them two have a weird relationship.
Oh, shit. What's this? Hold up. There's another... I don't know what that white box is. It looks like the keyboard is missing 2 keys. I will give him extra points for the fact that this is a 10-keyless keyboard. Not bad. The fucking absolute state, though, of this cat thing. It looks like it's for the cat. Dude, that's never been cleaned, ever.
What, where we're looking at? I can't see it.
On the left? On the right?
Oh, that stand thing?
Yeah. That's never been cleaned.
I thought it was just like a footstool.
It looks like there's kittenlet there or whatever. That's what
So
it
that
looks like.
That electric socket looks like it's going to go up in flames any second, though.
Is that electric or is that internet socket? That looks like an old school internet socket. To me, at least.
Either way, it looks like it's going to go up in flames.
Yeah,
like,
it looks
I haven't
like it's
seen
seen
Mike
better
for a
days.
while, so
Maybe it's burnt down. The chair is in very good, condition, though. Considering the fucking absolute state of this room, the chair is in very good condition, actually.
We know his bed's behind it, so maybe he doesn't use the chair. Maybe he's just there for decorative purposes, and he's actually just lying down while streaming.
Dude, nothing can be more uncomfortable than this fucking setup, so maybe. I could absolutely envision this. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, you go first.
It is a
Or do we want to give chat a go first?
Yeah. Chat. Let's see the votes. Come on, chat. What would you vote this out of 10? In terms of degeneracy.
That's way too generous.
Yeah, 8 is fucking rough, bro. What are you talking about, Digit?
Oh, fucking hell, bunk.
Dude, people are going nuts. 7?
-3?
Might be a bit rough, though. What did he lose points on?
Look, it's clean, but I think that's because Mike's got a misses, right? So, it's not down to him.
Mike
if it was
has
down
a
to Mike,
misses?
I think so. But if it was down to Mike, he wouldn't even have a bulb in the light above him, man.
Fuck, dude. I don't even have a missus. What the fuck? King Julian, 44 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you. So, I'm gonna say... $3.1.
Fucking hell, you're marking people harsh today.
Yeah, but it's not degenerate. It's fucked, but it's not degenerate.
Yeah, but fucked is kind of degenerate, though.
No, fucked is just fucked.
I think that was a bit harsh.
Okay, so
I'm going to go with 4.5.
4.5, also respectable. But let me put it to you this way, right? If you had, let's say you had, a proper fucking homeless person, right? A homeless person would live in a place that looks absolutely fucked, but it would not necessarily be degenerate. And that's sort of...
Put it this way. You gave Black Waltz 4 2.6. What did you give Mike then?
I gave him a 3.1.
So you're basically saying Mike's is about the same level of degeneracy as Black Waltz, which I don't think's right.
Well, actually, it's 0.5 more degenerate than Black Waltz, and I think that's a fair fucking comparison.
I mean, Mike's house is about to go up in flames here from that socket alone.
Yeah, but Mike isn't worshipping Satan.
Black Waltz has a bloody hand back to hand, so in case if one shed of dust goes anywhere.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Mike is also not worshipping Satan, though. If Mike was worshipping Satan, maybe that would be an extra few points. Right? I could probably agree then. But okay, since everyone in chat is losing their fucking shit, how about I upgrade it to a 3.7?
That's acceptable.
Fine.
Okay.
3.7. Holy shit, you guys. Why is everyone defending Mike? Like, whole of chat is like, nah, bro. No. Won't stand for that shit. 3.1? What the fuck? No. That's definitely not gonna fucking work here. Fine. 3.6. That's my final vote. What's yours? Yours was 4.1, I think.
I'm keeping 4.5. I'm keeping it there.
Okay, that's fine. Permission's done. Stern but fair. I said I agree. Warcraft Code, how you doing, bro? I saw your message on YouTube, by the way, but we're in the middle of desk ratings. We'll react after the desk rates. So hold on to that video. We will definitely react to it. Don't worry about that. All right. So what is next?
Okay, next we have... I'm not even going to try and pronounce this guy's name. I've got no idea how it would go. There you go.
You linked me the same one.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why does this never work? Hang on.
How the fuck am I faulty? Like, I'm the one fucking rating your brother. Like, how am I faulty?
Is that one working?
Yes. This is Overgraph Pizza Civilization. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we may be looking at a potential winner here. We may be looking not of the whole competition, but definitely of today. Like, look at the absolute fucking state of this.
Just bear with him, chat. Akko is obviously on dial-up.
Dude, I don't know why that picture took so long to fucking send, but here we are. It's finally here, right? But look at the state of this.
Can I just say, the first thing that jumped out of us, other than the whatever the fuck happened to that Coke bottle, was the bloody paper plates. Brilliant.
No, the first thing that jumped out to me is
Pizza
this. No. There's clearly something on this desk that we are not allowed to see. And he didn't remove it. He just sort of painted over it before he said it. He was like, fuck it. Just paint over it. Like, they can't see what this is. Like, that's the first thing that jumped out to me.
And of course, Mike's set up on the monitor as well. He's in your mind now.
Yep. I mean, it's not bad. I would
Okay,
argue.
Let's break it down. Then. So, first of all, Jesus Christ, man, do you ever do any washing?
Clearly not. This man just buys new clothes or, maybe wears it as is. And there's nothing wrong with that. I tend to wear the same shirt about 3 or 4 times before I wash it. It's just a shirt. It's not going to get fucking dirty. It can last about 3 or 4 days. Pants, I usually wear for about 2 weeks before I wash them. The only thing I wash all the time is underwear, right? Because you wear it once, it's up on your balls. You want to get that shit clean. But everything else, unless you're exercising or some shit, you don't need to wash it every week. That's just unnecessary, So
well, it looks like in his case, he gets one basket full, and then he just buys another basket and keeps going rather than washing them.
Someone is mentioning here, Grandpa Gamer just, it could be staged. I mean, it doesn't look staged, but it could be. He could have just gone in.
Look at the ball in that glass and tell me that's staged.
No, I'm not saying that that looks like it should be there, right? The bowl has clearly way too many spoons in it. There's some kind of paper bag that it's on top of. Whatever the fuck happened to that Coca-Cola bottle for some reason. But I'm saying the clothes, like maybe the back one is his, and then he just stole his mum's just to make it look even better.
Chat, I'm telling you now what's happening with that Coke bottle. That's a Coke bottle that was shut when it was first emptied.
Yeah.
What has then happened is it sat there for about 6 months and the air's depressurized in it.
Why does none of my bottles do that, though?
We all fancy Mr. Streamer, man. You probably have the glass bottles that don't get impacted by the pressure. That
fucking glass bottle. What the fuck are you talking about? That would be way too expensive. No, these are like normal plastic little bottles. These, but they stay fucking like rock hard over here.
But I do feel as if those grey items of clothing were probably white beforehand, because you can tell from the washing basket as well. Like that was very clearly white beforehand. It's like everything gets a tarnish when it comes into this room. Also, I think the bowl is actually on top of a used crisp packet.
It looks like a used crisp packet, right? It does actually.
And he obviously can't be asked with the washing up. It's like he tried once with the bowl and went, fuck that shit, and then moved to paper plates thereafter.
Dude, that's actually like something I have been considering. Like switching to paper plates, because I hate washing up. It is annoying. No one wants to fucking do it. Paper plate, just throw it away. Easy. So I have actually thought about this. Saban's asking about your mic. Apparently your mic isn't doing too hotly. I heard you just fine, though, to be clear. But I could turn you down. Maybe you're hitting up against the limiter, and that might be causing some issues. Try again. Have it on.
How's that, chat? Any better? Yes, no, yes. Speak now or forever hold your cock.
Much better. Okay. Okay, good stuff.
Okay.
They're much happier with you now. Okay, cool stuff. I've turned you down a little. I think you were hitting up against the limiter, and the limiter will literally just cut it out instantly. So that's probably what.
Loud, apparently.
Yeah, your mic is loud, but it's fine. I have more than enough tools at my disposal to shift that shit. Okay, so there's actually clothes on the floor. The man has 2 fucking baskets, and there's still clothes on the floor.
That's what I'm saying. I think he just fills one and buys a new basket.
I mean, this one isn't even full yet, and he's just gone, fuck it, too much effort, I'll just throw it on the floor. Which isn't necessarily wrong. I do the same thing. I have a basket, but for some reason, it's way too much work to take off the clothes and put it in the basket. It's much easier to just take off the clothes and then walk away.
Put the lotion in the basket. That's a reference for you youngins about a classic movie.
Oh, that was such a good movie, though. The pizza box may actually be a little staged. Or it's a fresh pizza box.
Given the name. It does look a bit fresh, to be honest. The cardboard hasn't wilted like everything else that spends 5 minutes in this room. So.
But if it's fresh, it may just be that he just finished it and just threw it onto the bed, you know? So, and again, I would say absolutely acceptable. You know, why would you get up?
I mean, there's no bin bag in the bin, right? So perhaps it's just now the new bin.
I would also say that that bin would not contain or hold that pizza box. So even
it would at least, you know, have the Coke bottle in there or whatever. So
again, effort. It's much easier to just leave it where it is.
Your pillows? You've got a bed there and like no pillows.
Well, he's clearly
just scrunch your clothes up and use them as a pillow. Or?
So here's what could have happened. Actually, here's what actually could have happened here. There are stains on that bed that he is too ashamed to show, and he put the pizza box there very specifically to hide the stains. Because this man...
Why didn't he just color them out like he did with whatever dodgy shit's on his desk?
Well, because this man doesn't just... He doesn't use tissues. He just, like, comes freely, you know, like nature intended. And so the bed is full of that. The pizza box hide that because that would not be stream friendly necessarily. But that's maybe why the pizza box is where it is. Because I'm trying to make sense of why that pizza box is there.
I think, actually, if you think about it a little deeper, and we're going a bit meta here now.
Okay.
There might be a bigger reason overall for most of this fucked up shit. So there's no sharp things around. That includes the cutlery, because it looks like it's just a bunch of spoons. If you look at the walls and you look at the curtains, you normally see them in some sort of ward. Perhaps he's either in a youth offenders institution or a nut house. In which case, maybe they took his pillow privileges away because he, did some sort of bullshit. And they won't even give him a plate, because if he smashes it, we've all seen...
yeah, you can do some shit.
We know what you can do with a broken piece of plate, right?
I will also say, like, something that must at least get some recognition is the McDonald's dip for the McNuggets. The little McNuggets dip right here. I don't know what these black things are exactly next to the McDonald's dip. But there also appears to be a random Ethernet cable just there for no fucking reason. I don't know if maybe he thought that he had something that needs an Ethernet cable and then realized actually nothing but the internet uses Ethernet, but that's clearly there. Some sunglasses.
Can we look at the absolute state of that big mouse pad as well, please?
It's not even a big mouse pad. That is where your wrists go on the keyboard.
Was it not one of those extended mouse pads?
No. That's the wrist guard for the keyboard. It has been fucked. Like, the keyboard is in a better state than the wrist guard.
That's a lot of wrist action.
Now, what is he... Like, it looks definitely like he types a lot at P. P-O-R... Spacebar. I'm already starting to sort of notice a trend here with this keyboard. Like, you can see as the hand moves to type P-O-R, you can sort of track it, right? It's also, like, I like the sunglasses that's just there. There seems to be a whole bunch of just useless shit on this desk, which I actually, I can think is good. I don't mind this at all. I'm ready to vote.
Sounds good. Chat, do you want to have a quick go?
Let's hear it, chat. What would you guys vote this out of 10? Man is playing WoW, so that should count in his favor.
How can WoW be considered degen?
At this point...
Care Bear WoW now.
At this point, if you are still playing it, you are probably degenerate as fuck. Like, there's a good chance the only reason you're still playing it is because you visit Goldshire nightly. Because that's probably where the most content happens in World of Warcraft. So, I'm gonna say that is probably quite degenerate. All right, so we have some high votes. 7.5, Nico Spider. Are you real? Like, are you being hacked at the minute?
Obviously a nurse on the ward.
Trying to encourage him, you think?
Probably.
Like, I would not go that high. I think 7.5 is way too fucking high. Oh.
Yeah, I agree. I'd say for me, it's a bit dirty. I'm not sure we could necessarily say it's degen, it's just a bit dirty. I do feel as if he's in some sort of psych ward.
It's possible.
And so maybe it is a controlled environment.
Yeah.
But we just don't know. I think it's a bit more degen than some of the others we've seen today. It is dirty.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go a bit more generous on this one. And I'm going to go say a 5.
Yeah, I sort of feel like it's no apocalypse, right? Like, it's definitely not on that level, but...
Nobody will ever reach that, though.
Well, never say never, but yes.
I've seen the other contestants. Nobody has ever reached that level.
I will give this a solid 4.8. I think 4.8 is about as high as I can go for this. It is very, very mid. It's sort of in between being very... Like, let me put it this way. The reason you're getting 4.8 is because I don't think your mother would be proud of this. If she were to see this, she would probably tell you to clean the fuck up. Because this is dirty. But, yeah. It's definitely not enough for your mother to tell you to move the fuck out. Because she's had enough of you. And that's sort of what we're trying to go for in this. We need your parents to be truly disappointed in you. And maybe even deny that you're their kid. That would be what would get you a 10. Like, I don't think Apocalypse's parents would ever say that he's their child. They would sort of avoid him, if anything. That's what I want to see. You know, I want to see that level of degeneracy.
And in this one, we can't even use the girlfriend test because visiting hours are very restricted.
You just decided this is what it is. He does live in a psych ward.
What can I say? I understand our chat. I'm one of them.
All right. Let's do the last DJing desk for the day.
Okay. Next, we have Captain Hungry Spy.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Captain Hungry Spy. It's the one just under
this
it,
one,
right?
I do feel... Yeah, I do feel this one is a little bit staged, to be fair. But we'll take it on faith that it is actually what it appears to be.
Yeah, okay. Let's... I mean, if it is staged, let's just quickly discuss if this is in fact staged. That needs to get extra points, right?
Well, based on the pill bottles, I think maybe he has to move in with Mr. Warcraft's Pizza Civilization, to be fair.
Yeah, if this is staged, extra points for the effort, right? Like, it's definitely not going to be a 0, even if it is staged, because fuck me, at least he did put a lot of effort. He removed his desk, moved his entire PC to the floor, just so that he could... What the fuck?
Well, this is what makes me think it's staged. Now, set the scene. You've had a long day at work. You come back to sit on the floor and lean with your forearms on your pillow, potentially even biting it. I don't judge, chat, whatever your inclination is.
Yep.
Okay. You go onto your favorite website of choice, Pornhub, and then you go ready to crank one out. You grab the conveniently placed tissue to the side.
Yes.
Now, tell me, Mr. Accolon and chat, how the fuck do you wank comfortably in this position?
Well,
do you go on your knees and start beating away? Do you put the pillow back and then you can't see the monitor?
You maybe
do you flip over and use your imagination? Who knows?
I would argue in this specific position, you either like sit up and lean back a little, right? Or you turn over and use your imagination like a fucking caveman. Right?
This is 2023, guys. You don't need to use your imagination for anything.
Yeah, you can just like go nuts. Like, Pornhub doesn't charge by the minute, by the way, unless you're watching on, you know, pay as you go. In which case, fucking kudos. Like, hats off. I will say though, right off the bat, even if this isn't staged, it is very dirty. Like, just look
it's
at
very dirty,
this.
but can I just point out in particular, right? Because, okay, we can all say, look, oh, there's dirt on the floor, blah, 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 bits of stuff.
Uh-huh.
Look at the base of the lamp, where nobody has ever given a fuck to move that coiled up wire to dust underneath it once.
Dude, it's not just dust.
The house was built, and that was the last time that spot was ever cleaned.
But it's not just dust. There's cobwebs there. Like, the wire and the lamp are starting to become one. That is some commitment to degeneracy right there. Why would I clean there? I don't go there. You know, it's perfectly fine. Let the spiders chill. So I can fully respect that. If we move over a little bit here, either an addict or very, very ill, right? One of the two. I don't know
So I
what
can't
these
tell,
pill bottles
is that
are.
pills in the green one, or is that like mints just to keep it interesting?
It.
Because I see he's got the Altoids on the other side, but
I don't know. I don't know what this is, but I think that this is like actual pill. This is a lot of pills, though. Who needs this much medication, though? Unused pain pills. Dude, that's a lot of fucking pain pills. I think I know why you need so many pain pills, though.
You know, if you bought a chair, you probably wouldn't be in as much pain.
Yeah, it's because you're
if
trying
you took
to
all those
wank.
plastic bottles to the recycling center, you could probably get enough pennies together to buy the damn chair.
It's how he's wanking. I think this is now sort of painting much more of an intense picture for us. He stays on his stomach and then he lifts his ass up to provide some space. That's how he wanks, and that's where all the pain comes from.
No, I figured it out.
What's that?
Every time somebody says the word together, he pops a pill. And that man's been
shit,
playing
yeah.
Warcraft.
I could actually I could sympathize with that. I have thought about popping pills whenever I hear the word together. The problem is just I'd fucking die in this expansion. So I haven't done that yet. I haven't taken up that particular hobby yet. But if we continue along the the beaten path here, I definitely I approve of these headphones. Like, these headphones should have been thrown away years ago. The man has just decided, fuck it. They still work. They are falling apart. I have to tape the ear cups together because they can no longer be on the strap. But fuck me. I won't let them go. These are my headphones. I got them when I was 2 years old, and I've never thrown them away. That deserves some points right there. You know?
Oh, absolutely. But I'm rather suspicious of the keyboard. I want to know what kind of state the previous one got to in order to justify buying another one.
To be fair, though...
Because that is very obviously a new keyboard.
Yeah. But to be... the mouse also looks at least a little new, though, right?
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. But it's been a bundle, the mouse and the keyboard together.
The mouse pad is pretty cool. I like that. It's very small, though. The mouse is almost as big as the mouse pad, but that's fine. I don't mind the keyboard, because technically speaking, those bundled keyboard and mice are kind of degenerate, right? Like, no one, not even I am degenerate enough to buy a mouse combo keyboard. You know, I actually buy my keyboard and my mouse separately. So that is at least somewhat degenerate. I like that there's 2 rings. And is that earrings? Like, what the fuck is that? It looks like earrings of some kind. Glasses. I don't know what Altoids are, but they seem...
breath mints.
Oh. Yeah, you should not use those, by the way. They actually make your breath stink even more, which means you have to constantly use those. It's how they get you. Okay, there's a metal.
Okay, first of all, don't glance over this. Go
yeah,
back.
yeah.
We've got his filing system there. Above the
Right.
bowl.
Yeah, I mean, system is a bit of a fucking grandiose term for whatever the fuck's going on here, though. Don't you think?
I was trying to be polite, Akko. I didn't want to say a pile of crap.
I mean, this is just throwing stuff around, right? You're done with it. Throw it in the back.
Also, for those of you that said that maybe masturbate standing up, maybe the stains on the wall help justify that stance, actually. Who knows? We just don't know. It could be cobwebs again, though. We have seen those a few times while doing these streams.
I would like to point out, I will never understand how American plugs work. Like, that is the weirdest fucking shit ever. Your plugs, your normal plugs, are the size of our 2-point plugs. It's wild. But never mind. Okay, so he has some vitamin. You know, he's at least taking care of himself, drinking some vitamins every once in a while.
It looks like he's been chewing his drawer edges as well. Whatever gets you through the day, bro.
Dude, no, that's not... Is this a drawer? It looks... Oh, it is, actually. Dude, that thing's fucked. Okay, so what do we have here? We have a wrapper of some kind. I don't know what the hell was in that wrapper. We have the tissues. We've already remarked on those at the beginning. The metal cup, which actually I'm a little jealous of. I would love a cup like this. Metal cups are the best. They just are.
It's quite a cool one, yeah.
Yeah, fuck. That's a really cool... Like, you can't break this shit. Normal glass can break. This cannot break. And then his toolbox right there. Clearly not for fixing his desk or his chair. He just used the hammer to smash that to fucking shit. You know, but that's all you need, right? When in doubt.
Also, the pillow's a little bit beige. So
yeah, that's not been washed.
Used, comfy pillow.
Yeah, that's not been washed. I'm ready to vote.
So, can I just say, guys, sometimes you're really pushing the limit of the phrase desk setup.
To be fair, though, technically speaking, the DJ desk setup.
Yeah, but we've had actual desks. We've had drawers. We've had whatever the fuck alpacas was. Now we've got a floor.
Yeah, we are.
Need to
we are starting to stretch the definition of desk here quite heavily. But then, what exactly is the definition of a desk?
I don't know anymore. I just don't know.
Because technically speaking, if a desk is something that you work on, then if the floor is what you work on, can the floor count as the desk?
It's as close as we're getting. That's all we know. So that's,
Well, we'll let it go because it's degenerate. Okay, I'm interested. Chat, what do you vote? What is your vote? 7.5? A TV throw is closer than a tracer. 5.9, 0 from the gray. That's harsh, though. 6.5 for being too lazy to even put the monitor on a box. Yeah, but he can't put the monitor on a box. His neck will hurt, and then he will need more painkillers. You think he's a winner? Ooh.
I had a relatively low scoring round this round, to be fair.
Yeah. That's true. I haven't given anyone, like, serious marks this round, but people have sort of disappointed me this round. Not gonna lie. I don't have high hopes for the last round. You know, next week, you guys are gonna have to blow my dick off, because this week has been disappointing. But you know what? My faith has been a little restored by this picture. You know, I was starting to think that we were done with all the degenerates in chat and only the nice people were left now. Whereas this one sort of convinced me that we still have some really good people in the chat. You know, people that deserve love, even though the rest of society won't give it to you. Probably deserved, to be fair.
Okay, I'm going to give him a score now. Now, this is going to be some controversy.
Okay.
I think this is the most degen one we've seen today. So I'm going to give it a 6.
Purely because of how disappointing it was today. And I realized that this is not exactly how a judge should conduct themselves, but fuck you, this is my stream, I'll do what I want. I'm going for 7.5, actually.
Holy shit.
It was...
You can't go that high. Fuck me.
Dude, based on everything I've seen today, this is the most degen of them all. It's a 7.5.
Okay. Well, can I make a suggestion, actually? Because the next one's actually quite good, and I'm looking at the numbers of submissions we've got. If we do one more, then we've got another 2 weeks. We've got 10 after that, so that's 2 weeks of 5 apiece, which is what we tend to average out at anyway.
Okay.
4 today. So
okay.
Perhaps we do one more today.
Yeah. Okay, we can do one more.
Okay. Just to make the numbers easy. Are you still on that one? Just go below, because he's done it in 3 different messages. The reason for that is this is Radagon,
Yeah.
He's got some interesting models in the middle. Now, it's not very degen setup, I'll give him that. But he's got some very interesting models in the middle, and the second message just tells you what they are.
Okay, I'm going to quickly switch to full screen so I can open all of these pictures. Because I don't want to spoil it for people. Because you guys should see this. I want to be clear, though, right off the bat, that this is a 0 from me. Right? It is a 0.
It's very clean setup.
There is nothing about this setup that would in any way, shape, or form disappoint anyone. Like, my mom would be proud if this was what my room looked like. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous setup. Don't get me wrong, I think this is beautiful, but it is not degenerate at all. Like, what about this is wrong? Like, what would your parents, like, what would anyone have a problem with here?
I mean, the closest I can say is the lukewarm bottle of water. And what looks like either a sponge or cheese on the right by the model.
Yeah. And there's some baby wipes.
But
that looks a little staged.
Everything's so clean.
Oh, that is true, right? You can't even know if those baby wipes are being used to wipe off cum because they're clearly being used to wipe everything else off as well. It's a 0. It's a beautiful setup.
I will say I do like, you know, it's got a touch of class about it with some of the models, especially obviously the ones in the middle, which we'll talk about in a second. But over on the left, you'll see we've got a Ragnaros as well.
Yeah. There's Ragnaros over there. That's beautiful. That is.
Well, quite clearly, Radagon, you just, you know, posted this to flex on all of us mere mortals because this is an extremely clean setup.
Who shares your room?
Mom does it, or if it's your girlfriend or your partner in some way, or if you've got a cleaner. Oh, by the way, I do like the one-piece hoodie. Very classy. But yeah, this is very clean, man.
The fuck is One Piece?
It's an anime.
All right, never mind then.
Longest running one ever, I think, actually.
I don't care about that. Who do you share this space with? Because clearly there's two. It's not battle station would be grandiose, Tom, but clearly there's two people sharing this one space, and I have a feeling that. Not
the left one's obviously his partners, I think.
Yeah.
Because the right one's probably that's more of an Athlon watcher.
Like, I'm gonna be honest.
Only one screen.
So what I'm looking at here, I'm gonna say the right side is his, right, and the left side is his girlfriend's, because the left side is a hell of a lot cleaner than the right side. Like the left side actually looks like it's someone that has some respect for themselves. The left side, you can at least say, you know, there's a broken lamp on the fucking desk over there. There's a bowl at the back there. So it's at least, you know, somewhat degenerate. Like, at least a little bit. Still 0 because, you know, not even close to being enough for a 1. But okay, so let's go into the models that we have here. So this is one of the models.
There we go. Yeah, so for those that aren't familiar with the Dark Souls lore and universe, he did write these out in the Discord. So the one on the left is Nito? Not sure how to pronounce it.
From where?
From Dark Souls, all from Dark Souls.
Mm-hmm.
The middle one is Artorias, the head bust.
Okay.
And the one on the right, the dog, is Sif the Great Grey Wolf.
Okay, and then we have these, which is also Dragonflight Collector's Edition. If you could lose points, you would be losing points. No one should be supporting Dragonflight to the point where they have a Collector's Edition.
Well, to be fair, when the Collector's Edition came out, people didn't know. So.
But you should have thrown it away at this point, right? No, I'm lying. It's $200. Never throw that shit away. I have a Shadowlands Collector's Edition over here that was given to me by Blizzard, so I fully understand it. Still, You know, I wouldn't have included it in the picture. Let's just put it this way. But this is like, if you're dreaming of a, what shall we call it? Like
this is nerd paradise, right? This is nerd art, and I'm here for it. I mean, now that we're in closer, I guess you do have a couple of spots of dirt down there, so maybe get the wet wipes out. You've got a little bit of dirt at the bottom there. GameCube, good console. I enjoyed it a lot. That's an Xbox controller, so he's obviously a bit of a console peasant.
Yeah, that is almost
one that's limited to Nintendo, so that's a bit disappointing as well.
That is a bit minus.
There is quite a few bits of paraphernalia in that old basket there.
I think,
and I'm pretty sure actually that wolf one might be the Zelda one, Twilight Princess.
I've never played Zelda, so I have no idea. Might be. It's a 0 for me. This is too nice of a setup. This is the kind of setup that I would dream about in, you know, showcasing to everyone. I would be like, oh, look at my setup. Look at how beautiful it is. Of course,
that's obviously what's happened here. He wanted a wider audience to admire his setup.
Yeah. I mean, this was a bit flexy, you know, just showing all of the peasants. Look at how the 1% lives, right?
Yeah, because I mean those various collector's editions and trophies and shit, they're not going to be cheap.
No, I mean, clearly has a job on Wall Street and, you know, earns millions of dollars. You know, it is what it is. But it is a 0 for me. What is this, Apocalypse? Anatomy of the Croc Classic Cowboy Boot.
Okay, what the fuck? How many pixels did you put in your budget for this one?
Yeah, Apocalypse literally chose the smallest fucking pixel. Like, I'm sorry, I'm a huge fan of cowboy boots, and goals in cowboy boots are like my... Dude, it's like my fucking weakness. Like, genuinely. A goal in cowboy boots, my weakness. But not a goal in Croc cowboy boots. I would not include that as my, like, weakness. Not at all. No. A goal with a nice, you know, Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots. Yes. Daisy Dukes and fucking Croc cowboy boots? No. Or pure masturbation shoes? Not Croc cowboy boots. Hell no. No.
Imagine your feet in them would end up coming out like a kebab after 4 a.m. on a Friday. You know, spinning around on the spit.
Gormonger.
Just being a bit slimy.
Gormonger, are you saying that we don't have cowboy boots in South Africa? Like, I'll have you know, we do. There are some shoe places here that sell cowboy boots. They are stupidly expensive, though.
Well, yeah, they're proper leather boots on.
Yeah, especially the snake leather ones. Motherfucker. I saw some cowboy boots, like, when was this? Let's say 4 or 5 years ago. Snake leather. If I do a quick conversion of today's rand dollar, it was like $250 for the boots. But that's today. You know, back in the day, it would have been much higher. Back in the day, it would probably have been closer to like $350 or some shit. US dollars for the cowboy boots. So we do have them. Not many people wear them, though. It's not really a South African specialty. But there are places that sell it. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the DGen desk rating setup stream. Whatever the fuck.
So,
I feel like
this round.
Yeah?
Can we get a drum roll, please, Akko? Well, okay, fine. No drum roll. Got all the games on this one. The winner today with a cumulative score of 13.5 is Captain Hungry Spy. Well done.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. That is a very, very... Like, to be fair, though, is it enough to beat Apocalypse? Probably not.
Well, look, all I'm going to say is the first semi-final is Growfile versus Apocalypse. And then the second semi-final is whoever the hell is going to bitch Captain Hungry Spy.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, that's the rating. That's the vote. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right. And now we're back to regular programming, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to all of you. For those of you that sat through that, even if you didn't know what the fuck was going on, and I realized that there's probably a lot of people on the YouTube stream that was like, what is this? What are they doing? Obviously on Twitch, this has been going on for about 3 weeks now. We've been rating discs for 3 weeks. Rashnuk, 39 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. What is the requirements for the semi-final? Do I gotta show you under the broken sofa or what? No. We're taking the pictures as is for the semi-final, unless you think you can present a picture that is better than the one that you entered into. Right? Oh. So if you think that you have an even better picture, then go for it. My first day on vacation. Thank you for streaming this morning, Akko. Pretty are. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you, man. Damn, yeah.
Or
what's up?
We could really flip a switch here and get them to submit another picture of a different room in the house.
See, but that might be a fuck up, because if they're living with their parents, they may not have control over the different rooms.
Well, Alpaca's case, I mean, that would probably make them win harder. Yeah, no, good point there. Good point.
Yeah, we need to keep it to whatever they have control over, right?
Maybe if they're comfortable, we could do like a live stream and they can show us and talk to her about the bits maybe we missed when we were looking or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe some video.
Up to the Mr. Streamer man.
Yeah, we'll decide. We'll decide what we do and how we do it. We still have 2 weeks to go before the final, so tune in next week for more degeneracy. Well, actually, degeneracy every single day, right? But for more disc rates, tune in next week. Now let me close the 5 million tabs that I have open on my stream right now. I can easily do so much worse than the last one. Just won't bother cleaning for 2 weeks.
That was after cleaning.
What? Apocalypse, no way you fucking cleaned before that picture was taken. Sabako, why do you find women in cowboy boots sexy? I don't find it sexy at all. Well, King Julian, different people, as hard as this may be for you to understand, different people find different things sexy. You know, so for example, I know you like girls that miss their front teeth and, you know, their tits point in different directions. I'm not judging. You know, you like what you like.
There you go, Julian. That's why.
But a girl in cowboy boots, motherfucker. There are few things quite as hot. And yes, that proves the point. Like, just click Albadon's link. It proves the point.
Right, I'll let you crack on with stream.
All right, bro.
Pleasure as always.
Take care, man. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those stereotypes that I've built up in my own head that just suggests that, you know, a girl with cowboy boots is hot. That's just how it goes, you know? All right. We have obviously a ton of videos that we need to react to. Warcraft Code, you said you have a video for us to react to. You are allowed to link it now, sir.
You know what? Some of you are just...
Oh my fuck. This is a rough one to react to. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. So Warcraft Code just sent me Taliesin's video to react to. Now, me and Taliesin don't have a great relationship. I say relationship. He blocked me on Twitter a while ago already. I think it's fair to say that Taliesin and I don't agree on much. We definitely disagree on most things. But anyways, I'm nothing if not a good sport. I can't promise that I will continue to react to this, if I'm honest. We'll go as long as I feel like I have something to add or there's any reason to keep watching. Because I'm looking for interesting videos, and it's not that it would not be interesting. I think Taliesin, like, all things considered, I think Taliesin is a really good content creator. I think Taliesin has at times had some incredibly good points with World of Warcraft. I don't necessarily agree with people saying that Taliesin is a shill for World of Warcraft, because I have personally heard him call out World of Warcraft when they do things wrong and when they screw things up. So I don't necessarily agree with the criticisms that a lot of people will give to him. At the end of the day, my disagreements with Taliesin are more political than anything else, because we just have different views on how things should operate. But in terms of World of Warcraft, I think as far as shills go, he's probably the most fair of all of the shills. Like, don't make any mistake. He is definitely more positive about World of Warcraft than a lot of, like, myself or Ballilar. But he is still fair. He's not going to go out of his way to try and shill when he knows that there's no way to excuse what Blizzard is doing. And for that, he definitely gets, I think, some points, right? Now, that doesn't mean that I will agree with anything he says in this video. Let's see.
You know what? Some of you are just very stupid. I'm really sorry. Some of you are stupid. What? Okay, I'm going to come out and say it. This is a shit interview. Millennium interview with Anne Stickney, absolute fucking legend, and Catherine Bankson, absolute fucking legend. This is going to be a very good interview. I'm looking forward to this.
I have no idea who Anne Stickney was and Catherine Bankson was before this interview. My opinion of them after the interview is that they're fucking shit. But all right, apparently they're legends.
Narrative and lore questions in patch 10.2. Now look, I'm going to admit a bias here. I haven't read this interview, but I have, like I say, I am familiar with the work of Anne Stickney and Catherine Bankson. Yes. Okay. And I like them very much. And I have read comments being critical of this interview. And I have to admit that when I read the comments from some pretty preeminent like voices in the WoW community, when I read those critical comments of said interview, I have to admit I did this.
Of course you did. Of course you did. If anyone is gonna do the eye roll at Noble, because Noble was the first person in the WoW community that started pointing this out. Like, really? You're gonna go off the Noble? Like, literally the god of WoW lore. You're gonna go off the Noble? Like, that seems gutsy. If nothing else, that takes balls, right? Because you're going after, like, the man that is responsible for keeping most people informed on what the fuck is going on in the WoW lore. That takes guts, if anything.
Nothing more, nothing less. But the comments, the critical comments of interview made me go like this. You know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to reading it. And read it, we shall. You know it. You better believe it. Here we go. Millennium interview with Anne Stickney and Catherine Bankson. Narrative and lore questions in patch 10.2. Boom. Looking forward to Dragonflight, patch 10. Let's just read the interview. Sorry, Wowhead, but we're going to... Oh, it's in French.
I mean...
Wait.
Millennium didn't give it away. Anyone that's covered any interviews for any amount of time knows that Millennium is a French website. Like, whenever there's a Millennium interview, it means I can't fucking read it because I don't understand French. Like, what?
Fuck you guys. This shit is in French.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to say that I did not prepare or do this. I did not prepare for this section properly. And you'd be absolutely right, because I did not know this interview was in fucking French. Although, actually, yes, c'est la vie. I guess we will have to read the Wowhead interview part then. How did Alex Strasser figure out Firak was coming for Imidrisil? Is that a joke? Wait, are all the questions going to be like this? Do they not get cinematics in France? Seriously, you know how like loot boxes are illegal in some parts of the world? And so like in Belgium, you know, Overwatch just doesn't have loot boxes, right?
I am waiting for him to spin this because he's just digging his grave at this point. But let's see. Let's see how he spins this into it being obvious.
Or whatever. Do they just not get cinematics in France? Are they illegal? Are you not allowed to have any cinema in France if it doesn't feature old men smoking and like young women with their tits out? Is that the law? Do they look at WoW cinematics and go, there's no young ladies with their tits out. This is illegal.
A cinematic would have been better with young ladies with their tits out, though.
Would that be it? Is that what's going on there? I mean, that question was answered pretty easily in the cinematic, right? Shall I answer this question? We don't need... Look, I am keen to read their answer to this, but I mean, I saw it. Mm-hmm. I saw the cinematic go, Firak will strike where we're weakest, and everyone instantly knew that meant Imidrisil.
The fuck? What? Firak will strike where we're weakest, and everyone just went, yeah, clearly Imidrisil. Dude, okay, so I need to explain this. The dream is not weak. Getting into the dream is nigh impossible for a creature that isn't of the dream. And the ways into the dream are incredibly well protected. There's only a few ways into the dream unless you're part of the Druids of the Flame, because they have their own ways of getting into the dream. But even then, the tree, there's a reason why they put the tree inside the dream, because it's the safest place for it. So if you're going to say, oh, you know, it's the weakest part, clearly the tree that's in the dream for safekeeping is the weakest point. Like, I mean...
Because that's where they're weakest.
How?
The end of the question.
Okay, no. Taliesin, you have to do something for me. If you're gonna say something is obvious, you have to explain how is it obvious. You cannot just say, oh, it's obvious, and then just move on. Because for the rest of us, it wasn't obvious. Like, the reason they asked that question is because most of us sat there and went, what? Like, how are we here? Like, how do we get here? Okay, so the thing is, right, if you're going to pretend like other people are stupid, which you're doing here, right? You French are so stupid, you don't know that this is clearly the weak point. You have to run people through the logic. You can't just say, he said they're gonna attack us where we're weakest, and clearly that's where we're weakest. That is not evidence for your claim. That's just you saying obvious. Trust me, bro. You have to provide that evidence. You have to explain. How is that obvious? Like, okay, so where should they have planted the tree for it not to be the weakest spot? I do want to say, though, guys, if you're going to disagree with Tally's points, that's perfectly fine. but don't attack Taliesin as a content creator. That's not necessary. It's not required. If you want to attack him, I have no problem with that, but then go into his chat and attack him, right? Where he can see it, where he can defend himself. That's fair game, but I don't want to sit here and you will notice that I have only so far attacked Taliesin's arguments. I am not attacking him as a person. He is who he is, and it doesn't matter, right? We're here to attack the arguments. So let's stick to the arguments and let's figure out if we can see what he's talking about, right?
Cancel this fucking interview. I'm going to need some music for this. I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to get some fucking music. If it's all like this, I'm going to need some fucking music. I'm really sorry. Fine. What the fuck? And Stickney. There is a cutscene that plays at the end of the dungeon. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no fucking shit.
Yeah.
During which Nosdormu talks to Alexstrasza, and Nosdormu mentions that he only sees fiery clouds. After that, Alexstrasza simply matched the elements she has in her possession and supposes that the flames can only be those of Firak, and that he would undoubtedly seek to attack the tree. This is why she believes that we need to talk to Marithra soon, because if Nosdormu can see him, then this is something we need. Now, I'll admit, that's quite a confusing answer. I'll admit, that's quite a confusing answer.
It's confusing because the writers don't have a fucking clue, the same as the rest of us. We're all confused because you're saying it's obvious, but it's not that obvious. Let's just quickly. What is that cinematic called again? You see, the problem is watching that cinematic now with what we know is going to not be the same as watching it. Let's just say Alexstrasza and Nosdormu cinematic. Let's see. This is the one.
Thank you, champion. Without you and Chronormu's bravery, I could not imagine what would have...
Nosdormu? Nosdormu! Everything's back how it was.
Not everything. The clouds in my vision have parted, and I can breathe without doubt or despair. I feel alive again. Thanks to you.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles, explorers.
That timing.
Iridikron escaped through a kind of void tear, taking Galakrond's essence with him.
A void gate. His dark dealings have come to fruition.
It feels like he's leaving this war to his kin. His hatred for the Titans is all he cares about.
Nosdormu, can you perceive where he has gone?
He has passed beyond my sight. All I see now are burning embers encroaching upon...
Marithra must be warned.
That's obvious, by the way. That's the obvious part, by the way. Self-explanatory. 100%, right? It's not even that, like, Alexstrasza did not even take a fucking beat, bro. Not even a beat. Not even a second. It was like, all I see now is burning embers encroaching upon... Marithra must be warned. Okay, well, how is that obvious? Like, look, you could argue, you could make the argument. Burning embers, ember, maybe tree. But you know what else gives off burning embers? Almost anything that burns. Like, almost anything that burns would give off burning embers. So it's not necessarily as obvious. The problem is, and the reason that question was asked is because the player was not walked through the logic. The logic was literally jumped over. Remember I said at the beginning of the stream, right? Where we have these moments, momentary storytelling. Blizzard loves these snapshot stories where they give you, boom, a story in time, and then you skip a bunch of stuff and boom, another story in time. And Blizzard never tells the time that has passed between these two stories. This is literally the example of that. You get a moment in time. Why? Because what Blizzard wants, they want to get to the Farak and Marithra Sun cinematic. That's the story. That's where they want the story to go. So they give you the headlines, the broad strokes, none of the article, right? You don't get the article. You just get the headline. This is the headline. Nostormu sees vision of burning embers. Alexstrasza immediately figures out it's Marithra. Marithra's Sun is captured. Farak is captured for Marithra's Sun. Nothing gets patched together. You don't get a coherent story out of it. There is nothing, absolutely nothing obvious about this unless you are arrogant and trying to pretend like you knew. That's the only way this is obvious, is if you are too arrogant to admit that actually, never mind, it is not quite that fucking obvious. That's the only way this is obvious.
Okay. I feel like my answer explained it better. Yeah, all right. But anyway, doesn't matter. Bringing new customizations for playable races is a great addition to Dragonflight. However, this seems to bring a lot of errors to the NPCs in games. For example, I have already seen many Blood Elf guards with blue eyes. Do you manage the implementation of NPC custom? What's wrong with Blood Elf guards having blue eyes? What the fuck's wrong with that? Can someone explain to me why Blood Elf guards having blue eyes is...
Because Blood Elves historically don't have blue eyes. Because it would be quite rare due to their history, like literally their lore. So again, this question comes from a simple miswrite from Blizzard, right? Blood Elves historically have green eyes. Why? Because of their addictions, right? That's why their eye color is the way that it is. The blue eyes is a new addition, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with their eyes being blue now. Obviously, the story progresses. And obviously, it's been a very long time since the Blood Elves were under the control of the Foul or addicted to anything. So things have to move along, right? Things will move along, and that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with the story progressing. It's been, 20 plus years, even more. Actually, it's been probably hundreds of years since the Blood Elves had to conquer their addiction and conquer the Foul. So that's not wrong. Again, I took this question as them asking, listen here, why was this not put into the game? Why do we not get to see the explanation for this? Like, show us how Blood Elves are born with blue eyes rather than with yellow eyes or even the green eyes before the Sunwell, right? Show us that progression. And then also remember that if you are going to change it to where Blood Elves can now have blue eyes, it's going to be very rare. Because you're only now going to start seeing some of the Blood Elves being born with blue eyes as they're being freed from, the taint of the Foul as well as the addiction of the Sunwell. So it's not going to be a thing that is just everywhere. That is the lore explanation for it. And that is basically what's being asked here, is what's the lore position on this? Rather than just, and again, this is those, a lot of what goes wrong in WoW's story can be blamed on this snapshot storytelling style of Blizzard, where they don't show you progression, they just show you the result. They just want you to see the moment, right? That this shit happened. And they leave everything else on the table because it doesn't matter, because they probably have a book that's going to come out that explains exactly how the Night Elves or the Blood Elves eventually, got blue eyes.
Is bad? Like, it's a customization option for Blood Elves. What? Why is that bad? Okay, I don't know who's... I'm really sorry, French people, but these questions suck so far.
Yeah, they suck because you're purposefully changing the reason for the questions. Again, Tally, like, fuck me, bro. Like, we've had this conversation on Twitter, man. This is one of the reasons you blocked me. I would have hoped that you would have learned of this. You cannot just change the question and then answer your version of it, because then clearly it's stupid. I can do that too. But that's not the question that was asked. Oh, it's a character customization option. They were very specifically asking about the lore implications of this. Like, why did you do this? It's very wild to me that you think it's okay to just straight up reject the question that was asked, instead make up your own question, answer your own question, and then pretend like the person who originally asked the question is a moron. And then go, I'm sorry, French people. What are you about to say about the French people? Because the only people that are coming off looking bad here are British people. If we're going to go by your account of, whoever the fuck is saying the stupid things is, like, blaming everyone that is of that person's lineage. I'm sorry, but you're the one coming off as a little bit stupid here.
Okay, NPCs that had gold eyes have blue eyes, like named NPCs. Okay. Is it important? Are they famous for having gold eyes? If the story...
Bruh.
What? Are they famous for having... that's sort of a massive part of their history, though. Like a huge part of their history is the whole green eyes, gold eyes thing. Like, what? What are you asking? That's like saying, wait, but are the orcs actually famous for being green? Well, I don't know. It's like part of their fucking history. Like, yeah, I would say they're pretty fucking famous for that. Like, you needed at least some lore in order to explain why they can now be other colors. Yeah, I would say that was pretty fucking important.
Is in Burning Crusade, Blood Elf guards with blue eyes don't make sense. Right, okay, I hear you. So, in the event that you are doing Chromie Time Wrath, and I'm not even being funny here, and you're in Outland or whatever, and there might be guards there that have blue eyes or gold eyes, and that does technically going against the thing. Yeah.
Wait, but do you not even know what it's going against, though, Tally? You've made videos on the lore before. How can you not even know what it's going against? Like, I get it. WoW's lore is massive, but if you're going to... Like, I don't know all of the lore in WoW. I'm not Noble. I know the lore that I speculate on, and that's about it. But I will definitely not make that big of a deal out of something if I don't even understand the lore implications of it. Then I will just say, guys, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know if this is good or bad. I don't know what this story is about. I wouldn't pretend like all French people are stupid because I don't even know the lore of the very thing.
Okay, that's fair. That's like genuinely fair. Mm-hmm. Maybe they should have clarified that bit in the question. That is totally fair. Now, on
the... what? Maybe they should have clarified. Bringing new customization for playable races is a great addition to Dragonflight. However, this seems to bring about a lot of errors to the NPCs in games. For example, I've already seen many Blood Elf cards. It's implied. Like, you misunderstanding what is implied does not mean that they were wrong. Their question is perfectly fine. Not to mention the fact that this question is translated from French. So there's a good chance that a lot of the translation was kept out. It's very easy to follow because I read the question and realized that what they're asking is, are these errors or are these meant to be as such? In other words, explain the lore reasoning behind it. And if you read their answer, they kind of understood what was asked as well. They didn't answer what the fuck was asked, but they did understand what was asked.
On the scale of things that I care about, down to the scale of things that I don't give a fuck about, that's pretty low. It's pretty low on the list of things that I give a shit about. But valid question. Blood Elves can have blue eyes now. It's not just a customization available to players. Time has passed since the game's debut. Some Blood Elves have golden eyes now, while others have returned to their original blue color. The fact that such guards exist is not only related to the customizations available to players, but also, and above all, to the fact that time has passed since the Blood Elves found themselves.
Yeah, it would have been nice if they actually showed how the time passed, you know, rather than just snapshotting it in history, but okay.
Infused with Fel. Yeah, obviously. Now, here's the thing, right?
Obviously.
I don't think there's a single follow-up question in any of these questions. Is that true? Because if that is what the person meant, that's where you give a little follow-up question and you go, oh no, I actually meant it specifically in this kind of example, this kind of circumstance. Because at the moment, Catherine Bankson just made this dude look like an absolute fucking bellend.
No, she looks like the fucking bellend, bro. If you for 1 second stop simping, she's the one that looks like the bellend. Because she says the fact that such gods exist is not only related to the customizations available to players, but also, and above all, the fact that time has passed. When did this time pass exactly? You didn't show it. At no point in the game is the time passing shown. Silvermoon City has been caught in a fucking time capsule since its release. So when you say, obviously time has passed, it's not obvious if you're not doing it. You have to show it. You can't just accept the player base will understand, no problem. It is Catherine Bankson that shows her incredible lack of any sort of skill in writing a story. That's who's being exposed here. The fact that Catherine Bankson can't go, you know what a good storyteller does? They tell a story. What Blizzard is really good at is writing YouTube clickbait titles. That's not a storyteller. That's just clickbait titles. Congratulations, you managed to clickbait the community into massive storylines every once in a while. Good job. You're not telling a story. A story needs to be told in order to showcase the time progression. You can understand why this question or the person asking this question is confused because it was never actually shown in the game. And if Catherine Bankson had any insight into like any skill in writing a story, she would probably have gone back from this interview and she would have said, okay, wait a second. The fact that question was asked suggests that we failed somewhere. We failed to actually show the progression of time, and we should probably fix that.
If this was a Ben Shapiro video, like Catherine Bankson just fucking owned this French dude with facts and logic. Catherine Bankson just ripped this guy a new fucking asshole with her facts and logic. It's like, I have noticed that since you have introduced blue eye colors to the Blood Elves, some Blood Elves in the game, they have blue eyes. It's like, yeah, they have blue eyes now. But
I'm not going to pause every time you say something stupid. We'll just soldier on, and I'll pause on the most important parts. All right, guys? Morgan, how you doing? Because if I'm going to pause every single time he says something stupid, we're going to be here for a while. This is an hour and 24 minutes. It could get long. Okay.
Bitch. Please don't Google Bellend. Don't do that. No reason to do that. Please. Oh God, no. Please don't. No. Yeah, exactly, man. If I was given an interview with like one of the lead quest designers, I would definitely ask about Why some NPCs have blue eyes now. I feel that's something lost in translation with this interview. Well, actually, you know what? You're not wrong, because this interview would have been given in English and then translated into French, and then that French translation of the interview would have been translated back into English for this. So this has gone through 2 translations, which you should always be wary about.
Darkscream, by the way, Guz, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Darkscream, I don't think that this is racism. He is obviously making jokes, right? That's not the same as racism. Making jokes at the expense of French people is what we do. The world does it. No one likes the French, except for their goals. They're hot. They can stay. It's a joke, right? It's meant to be taken as a joke. I'm sure the French have jokes about the British and the Germans that they enjoy amongst themselves as well. So I don't mind. And I should say, Taliesin is British. The British hate the French. That's just always been the thing, right? They don't like each other. No one knows why. I don't think they know why, but they don't. Which is, I don't mind that part of it at all. Okay. I just, like, I don't like the fact that he's making jokes at the expense of this French person, but then his jokes are based completely on no facts, right? Hey man, first time you've ever been watching you on YouTube. Guz, very happy to have you here, brother. Thank you, man.
About as well. Something that I did actually think about in terms of like the criticisms that have come this interview's way. Yeah. Definitely, possibly something lost in translation, yeah. In that sense, I think if we have a place, if we place a Minari Paladin in the world of Warcraft, then it will be a deliberate choice. Yeah. And then, after all, who says that Minari can't defend the light? I think this would be a very interesting character. If we were to add such a character into the game, it would not be a narrative error. It would be a deliberate choice on the part, I mean, answering a question that was not asked there, but yeah, go for it.
Okay, it's fine. And as I said in my reply to this interview, show it at least. Show us how some of the Minari accept the light and turn away from it. Show it. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Players can already do it. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm perfectly happy with it. As long as it's shown, right? As long as you show that some of the Minari accept the light and become paladins, hey, I have no issue with that. But I at least want to see it, right? I want to be taken along for that journey. I don't just want to rock up and suddenly find in the Exodar paladin guards, Minari paladin guards just standing about, because that's where you lose me. Because as the player, I'm, especially players who know a little bit about the lore, but maybe don't understand all of the lore. That's like a really immersion breaking thing, right? It could be a nice side quest, Morgan. You're absolutely correct. You know, imagine if you're a player that you kind of know about the lore, but you don't know everything about the lore. You're not like a huge lore nerd. You run into the Exodar and suddenly there's a Minari paladin, just, you know, a guard. Like, what are you going to think? Wait, aren't these guys like demons and shit? Hey, how is this even possible? If you show, no one would ask, right? Because now we've seen it. It's good.
And Stickney, in Legion, there was, for example, a Nathrazim, the Thraxian, who chose to join the Army of Light. There are therefore indeed characters fell or infused by fell who change sides over the course of their lives. So it would be truly a deliberate choice. Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry. That's referring to this last bit of the question, which I did not read. Can we fear that Minari Paladins will one day be visible by mistake, for example? Okay. I have a comment on this, but I'm going to wait for a question that I know is coming. Evolving the narrative arc from Cataclysm to Dragonflight. Now, potential for raid. That is a good headline. I'm expecting a good question. Patch 10.2 clearly echoes patch 4.2 of Cataclysm. Tindril replaces Fendrel as leader of the Druids of the Flame, for example. Where do you want to go with such a creative process for this story? Do you think Legacy is about reproducing the past? I'm gonna put that incredibly passive-aggressive phrasing down to translation. Although it is translated from French, who are all passive-aggressive assholes.
And you're not passive-aggressive? Like, bro, passive-aggressive is what you do. It's the only thing you do. So I'm not entirely. It's like, why are you calling the French people passive aggressive if that is literally you? Then call them because the WoW was fed by Naru. So where does the blue one come from? Well, there's an explanation for it because if you're still asking about the Blood Elf eyes, right? Blood Elves originally come from the High Elves and they had blue eyes, right? So the explanation there is it sort of tracks that in their DNA, the blue eyes would still be there, right? But again, you have to showcase it. No, Noble is Dutch. He's a Dutch bastard. He's part of my ancestors, I guess. The people that founded my country. All right, let's go.
No, I'm joking. French people, I love you. You're the best. All I'm saying is, I used to work at the Natural History Museum, right? And occasionally I would get called to the Great Hall in the Natural History Museum because a bunch of school kids, like literal teenagers, would be sitting in the hall, blocking everyone's access into the main hall. Sometimes they would be smoking. And whenever I was told there was a big group of school kids sitting down being absolute fucking arseholes in the Great Hall of Natural History Museum, my first response was always, French kids, right? And the response to that question was always, yep. Always the fucking French kids giving me grief.
Well, that's because the British kids don't go to the museum. They're out stabbing people and shit. Like, let's just all be racist together, shall we?
Okay, do you think legacy is about reproducing the past? A very awkward phrasing. I'm gonna give the interviewer the benefit of the doubt and put it down to a translation issue, that one. What would be a better way of phrasing that? Someone put this into a proper interview phrasing. What would that?
There's nothing wrong with the phrasing there. Do you think legacy is about reproducing the past? That's a fine question. If you don't try and attach your own mentality to it, it's a fine question.
B, that isn't passive aggressive. Like, do you enjoy referencing past events in current storylines, sort of, and mirroring them and things like that, I guess? Do you think appreciating the past of WoW is about reproducing it? No, because that feels passive aggressive as well. Because basically what you're saying in that question is, do you think just reproducing it is good? Because I think currently you are just reproducing past storylines. Do you think that's good? That's how it feels. Yeah. I guess, yeah. Is the referencing of past events purposeful for like added meaning and things like that? Is like, I guess, how I would. Yeah. I'd put it for sure. Paying homage, blah blah blah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it's necessarily about reproducing the past. Okay, well, maybe it wasn't a translation issue then. Or just bringing a new perspective by evolving narrative arc. We defeated Fandral in Cataclysm, but we didn't truly sanitize the ranks of Druids of the Flame. They only sort of dispersed. Since then, so sanitize is definitely a translation. That's definitely not the word she used. Since then, they no longer really had anyone capable of listening to them. Fandral was obsessed with his quest for immortality, and for him, this could only be accomplished by taking the path of fire. After the burning of Teldrassil, many Kaldori found themselves more willing to listen to what the Druids of the Flame had to say. And I think this is actually shown pretty clearly in the questing of 10.2 as well. For those of you who haven't done any yet, but the burning of Teldrassil is shown as a very definite tipping point for a lot of the new Druids of the Flame. Like, loads of them reference it throughout the questing. So I feel like this isn't something that Anstickney is telling us that isn't in the game. I feel like that is referenced in the game, and it's.
I'll have to see, because based on his previous claims, I don't have any reason to believe that is actually the case. I would have to see it for myself. I have not played the PTR, because I would like to at least play 10.2 as fresh when it comes out. I just... Where were the Druids of the Flame all this time? That is sort of CMY. How you doing, brother? I think the problem is, again, and I'm going to say this a lot because it is really one of my main sticking points right now in World of Warcraft, is the consistent problem for WoW is that nothing ever progresses until it all progresses at the same time. Now, you have this giant build-up of story that just never goes anywhere. And then when you finally do see it, it's like everything at the same time, all at once. Why didn't we see Kaldarai leaving and joining the Druids of the Flame? Why didn't we see actual civil unrest among the Kaldarai as they left to join the Druids of the Flame? At least setting this up before it even happens, because that would make for a believable story. It is not believable when you just finally get a bunch of Druids of the Flame that now go, oh, who gives a shit, right? The burning of the tree was the last tipping point for me. It's like, well, but should this not have been in the game a little bit earlier? And the Kaldarai or the Night Elves, Carmasian?
It's presented pretty clearly. The idea is therefore to move this story forward rather than reproduce the past. Since the Emergisil tree is present, it is a plot very largely focused on the Night Elves, and all this takes place in the Emerald Dream, which is a place very linked to the Druids. So it makes sense. Yeah, I feel, I feel like there was the seed of a good question there, but that wasn't it. You know? I feel like there was the seed of a really good question there, but yeah, it didn't quite work out, did it? I have the feeling that there are serious context issues in the initiation of certain expansions.
Okay, so what I'm picking up from Taliesin here is whoever said bad things about this interview, he doesn't like. He doesn't like the people. Now, I would say that he probably saw me bitching and ranting about this interview, but that would be a lie considering the fact that he's got me blocked on X and I don't think he watches my YouTube videos. Because I know he doesn't like me, right? But the reason I'm saying this is the way he goes after the interviewer here. Just a person asking questions and giving the Blizzard developers a fair opportunity to respond. You know, he's not mistranslating what they're saying. He's not misrepresenting what they're saying. He is asking a question, and then whatever their answer is, he is printing it as is. That is journalism. Like, what more do you want from this person? He asked questions that's most likely on the minds of a lot of players in the French community, and they answered. And he didn't, like, no one at Blizzard came out and said that the millennial people misrepresented what they said or deleted some of the stuff that they said. None of that. So what is with all this hatred towards the interviewer? Like, just because you find it obvious, you don't think there may be people that is a little bit confused, like myself? And now, Talia, I don't want to start something, but I at least knew why the I question mattered. You, however, did not. So I'm going to say, if I'm a little confused about certain things that's happening, maybe we should listen to me, because I at least know why the eyes are important to the story. Since you don't, we could just discount what you have to say about the lore, because you clearly don't know, and therefore just accept whatever is given to you as your obvi, right? Burning embers, yeah, must be the tree. Even though there's another cinematic that literally states, let's leave the tree inside the dream because it's the safest place for it. But no, turns out that was a lie. Unreliable narrator, by the way. It's an unreliable narrator. Ysera was fucking lying to us when she said this is the safest place for the tree because it's actually the weak spot of the dragons right now, and we should absolutely go defend it immediately because burning embers can only mean that and nothing else. But all right, you know.
I feel like this whole interview is a bit passive aggressive. I feel like the whole interview is just a teeny tiny bit. I don't know.
No,
Whatever,
you're just
man.
being
I think there are
addicted.
good ways of asking these questions, and I think there are bad ways of asking these questions. I feel like a good way of asking these questions, like I feel like if you don't, you can do this in interviews, and I've done it myself. But the first question.
No, I don't. CMY, I don't think this is Taliesin sticking up for Blizzard. It feels like Taliesin is lashing out at content creators. He is lashing out at the content creators that are saying mean and bad things about the game. So for those of you that don't quite understand, there's been quite a bit of beef between Taliesin and a number of content creators. We know that there is something going on between Taliesin and Balila. Something pretty big. Between, like, if you watch Balila's video, there's that weird moment where they're talking about stealing content, and they're clearly referencing Taliesin in that one. They say that they're desperately very close, dangerously close to stealing content, and it's clearly a reference to Taliesin here. So Taliesin clearly made some big stink about Balila stealing his content or whatever. He's had massive problems with me, although I don't count myself as a big content creator, so who gives a shit about that? He went after Balila quite heavily in the Panda thing, which is very wild, because I actually thought that Balila and Taliesin were friends. I genuinely thought that they were friends, but it turns out I don't think they are, at least not anymore. And I think he's to blame for that no longer happening. But yeah, I genuinely think that this is just his anger towards whoever wasn't happy with this interview is shining through in his responses. He desperately wants to be against whoever, like, whatever that person said. So if Balila tweeted something that was negative in this interview, he is purposefully trying to disagree with Balila, and therefore is trying to find any reason to discount this. Tally said something about Bal using something they did in a vid on, or something, and Bal was poking fun at it in the video you were referencing. Yeah, it may have been that. Poreth, how you doing, bro? We'll react to the cinematic in a second. We'll just finish this.
It always has to be nice, and then you follow up. So what you do is you go patch 10.2 is very evocative of 4.2 with the Druids of the Flames and stuff. Was that a purpose kind of callback? And then, you know, and Stickney's like, oh, well, I mean, yeah, we're continuing their story, and then you follow up with what about criticisms that you're kind of just reproducing?
Okay, Taliesin, it is my understanding, based on my years of covering Millennium interviews, they email the questions to Blizzard. Blizzard then emails the answers back. Because this exact format is how every single one of their interviews go. I don't think I've ever seen a millennial interview that isn't just question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. I don't believe that they are sitting down talking on Discord, or, you know, it's an active conversation that is asked, answer, asked, answer. It is most likely emailed questions and emailed answers.
Old storylines. What would you say to that? You know, you don't even present it as your criticism. You say people are saying, right? And that's why I think follow-up questions are so important.
Overall, we'll react
which
to
is
it
why, like,
in a
when I
minute.
did that Twitter Spaces with Danusa and Hasakostas, pretty much every follow-up I had was like, and how account wide is that going to be? Like, I didn't just ask, is everything going to be account wide? When they were talking about features, I was like, what about account wideness of that? How is that going to work for, you know? Because the last thing you want to do is make your interviewee defensive, unless you want like some kind of scandal or something, right? The questions all seem to start from the premise that the story content is bad. Yeah, honestly, that's how it feels, yeah. And that can work. But you do really need follow-up questions for that to work, I think. I don't know. You need to pin them down. If you do want to kind of hold their feet to the fire.
I mean, they're not wrong about the story being bad, though. Delicious, how you doing? That's not wrong. That is perfectly fine. This story is fucking bad. Although that's not fair. Let me rephrase that. It's not that the story is bad. There's some very good elements within the story. Let's call it some very good potential stories. The problem is the storytelling is bad. And I do think it's important that we start making that distinction. Because I hear a lot of people say, oh, the story of Dragonflight is just shit, which is objectively not true. The story of Dragonflight isn't shit. It's the storytelling that is bad. The story is actually pretty good. A good example of this would be, have any of you ever watched Meg? The movie Megalodon. Right? It's this giant Megalodon that shows up and basically destroys shit. As a story, it can actually be good. Right? As a story, it can actually be good. The storytelling is shit. It is hyperly bad told, but it's not a bad story. And that is where we are with Dragonflight. It's a good story. It's told very, very badly. That is exactly where we were with Shadowlands. It's a good story told incredibly badly. But the story itself isn't bad. It's not like it's just horrible storytelling. It's just not told very well. And that makes it a bad story because it feels like we can't follow along with it. We can't enjoy it because half the time is spent asking, what the fuck is this?
And give them uncomfortable questions. That's valid. That's perfectly valid if that's how you feel, but it does need follow-up questions. And I don't think this interview was conducted over email or something. It doesn't feel like it was. So
it feels exactly like it was.
I don't know.
Though.
I feel like maybe that's a wasted opportunity there.
No, this is how all of their...
Anyway, sorry.
Oh, never mind. Just leave it.
For example, the context of the awakening of the Dragon Islands is non-existent in-game, even though Steve Denuza revealed it to me during a previous interview.
Oh, here we go.
Is this a voluntary narrative process? Is it non-existent?
Okay, Tally, here it is, bro. This is your moment. This is, more than anything, this is your moment. Tell me how it was shown. If you can explain this to me, I'm here for it. Because maybe I'm too stupid. Maybe I just, I didn't know, right? I missed it. Let's go, bro. This is your moment. Live up to it. Now's the time, bro. Let's grab this.
Is it non-existent? I mean, it's not super nailed down. I'll certainly give it that. But I disagree it's non-existent. Like they say in the cinematics, I know that this is in my head because Novel was talking about it recently. Makes me think maybe some of these questions indirectly came from Novel, actually. But kind of true. No. Non-existent can't be kind of true. Okay, this is. I don't want to be a twat here, right? But something is either non-existent or it's not. There's no scale of non-existent. Non-existent is a binary. Either something is non-existent or it's not. And, it's like, I don't think it's super nailed down. You think it's true, though? Okay, well, Azekyle, I'm going to blow your fucking mind.
Yeah, go for it. I'm ready.
In the cinematic, literally the cinematic for Dragonflight, the cinematic trailer for the famous video game, World of Warcraft Dragonflight. It says, you will know our return by the waking of the land. And we know that the dragons were looking for the Dragon Isles. Okay, so here's the situation. We know that the dragons were looking for the Dragon Isles because they see it as part of the process of getting their powers back, their aspect powers back, and they feel like it is time. Yeah. So we know they're looking for the Dragon Isles. We know they basically know where it is. They know, like, where in the world it is. It hasn't moved. It's just shrouded from them. They can't see it while the machinery is off.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Fully. Yeah.
So they're looking for it. And we know that as soon as the machinery is turned on, like seconds later, they're there.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're on the other side of the world or whatever. They are looking for the Dragon Isles, and they are obviously close to it at that point because the Dragon Isles starts to wake up.
So we're still waiting for the obvious, right? It was definitely shown. He has not explained that yet. Don't worry, you're not having a stroke. He has not gotten to that point yet. We're still waiting for that one. What he has proceeded to do here is a bunch of headcanon, because nothing he has said up until this point, except for what was said in the cinematic, has been confirmed. He's just sort of throwing out headcanon. They were obviously right there at the Isle, and as soon as the Isle awakened, that's when they could see it and they could finally arrive, right? That is, like, that was never shown in the game. It also wasn't shown in the cinematic. It is accepted. That's fine. We are accepting it, but it also requires that we very much suspend logic 100%, because that's the only way that makes sense. Which, what would be a good word for that? It's probably two words would most likely best describe that. I want to say bad writing. But maybe that's not exactly like, no, actually, yes, bad writing is the perfect way of explaining that. You have written a thing that the only way in which it makes sense is if the player turns their brain off and says, never mind, I'll just accept whatever the fuck you said, because if I apply my brain at any given point in time, nothing here makes sense. So we'll just, Alexstrasza happens to show up in the nick of time. And not just Alexstrasza, literally all of the dragons. Like, all of them. No, it wasn't just one dragon going to look, it was all of the dragons that went to go look, okay? And they were right there. They were literally right there. They just couldn't see it. That's the only thing that happened here. Carmageon with the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Hot in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hot in chat. But okay, so let's hear. He's going to explain to us how this was revealed, but not quite nailed down. Let's just wait and see.
Just like they said it would. You will know our return by the waking of the land. So that's how Stony Tony knows that the dragons are close and looking for the island, and so that they don't, and that's why he knows he has to put on the beacon so that they can see it again. Does that explain your problem? Would you?
No. Not quite the problem, Telly. Let me try to rephrase this. Why? Clearly, you're having trouble with the words as it's written by the interviewer. So I'm going to try and rephrase this in a way that makes it more obvious. Okay. Why was the land awakening? That is the question. Congratulations, you have taken 5 minutes to explain what the single line in the cinematic does in 2 seconds, which is the land has awakened. You took 5 minutes to basically say the land has awakened. That is not an explanation for why the land has awakened, which is what this question is. Why has the land awakened? Okay, so you have not explained it yet, just to be clear.
Agree still that it's non-existent, the context, even though they literally just tell you? I agree it's not like super nailed down. No, wait, no. Taliesin, according to your read on what the question is, no, not what the actual question is, but according to what you just pretend to be, like, that's the question, it is fundamentally fucking nailed into concrete. They say the Isle awakened and all of the dragons arrived. That is fucking as nailed down as can be, bro. That is nailed down.
it's not kind of not nailed down. That is 100% nailed down because according to you, that is the question that was asked. But let's read the question again. I have the feeling that there are serious context issues in the initiation of certain expansions. For example, the context of the awakening of the Dragon Islands. That question right there, right? Just the words of the question says, how did the Dragon Isles awaken? Why now? What made it respond now? After everything that happened to Azeroth, after 10,000 plus years after the Great Sundering, why now? Taliesin proceeds to go, well, it's obvious. It happened because Azeroth awoke. Are you guys, are you following along? It's obvious because the Dragon Isles awoke. They woke up, and that's all there is to it. Even though the question is, why did they wake up? They woke up, bro. What more do you fucking need here?
Anyway, I'll read their answer as well. I think we showed the awakening of the islands. You even played through it during the Dragonflight pre-patch. We revealed the intro cinematic for Dragonflight, which represents the moment in which the islands awaken, but it wasn't a brief moment after which it stopped. The islands continue to awaken as players set foot on them. The entire world continued to awaken even as we walked these lands. So showing that was happening was a deliberate process. Yeah, that's a good answer from Catherine Bankson, but I don't think it's quite answering the thing that is being asked.
You're right. You also didn't fucking answer the thing that was being asked. Like, both you and Catherine seem to be equally devoid of fucking following a question. Because, yeah, she's going, no, we said that the islands have awakened. And the islands didn't wake up like this. You know, it wasn't instantly. The island is still waking up. Yeah, but why? Like, why is the island waking up is the question. But no one's answering that. We're just ignoring the fucking question. Apparently, it's going to be in a book.
I feel like I answered the thing that was being asked. I think...
What? Oh, for the love of fuck. Okay.
Either Anne and Catherine are unaware of how little this person likes the story. And... the implied criticism behind the questions, which is why I think you should just be more open about it, you know? So they're either not picking up on that or they're choosing to ignore it. And the result is they're not quite answering the thing that's being asked, which is a shame because those questions have like good answers and like obvious answers as well. Look, I'm not being funny here. We're dealing with an interviewer whose first question...
I don't know. How do you live like this? Like, how is life? How do you live life? Right? If you don't focus on anything that's happening around you. Like, how do you live your fucking life? Someone asks you a question. Like, is this actually what it's like in their house? Like, Evital comes in and says, hey, would you like some tea? And he goes, you know what? Porridge is actually a very racist thing. And Evital's just standing there going, oh, yeah, that's exactly what I fucking asked. Is that how life is? Like, you know, I don't know, because you ask a question, the question is fucking obvious, and Tali goes, oh, no, I'll answer the question for you, then literally just repeats what the question is in an answer fashion. Like, it just goes, yeah, the islands awoke. They told you the islands awoke. That's easy. But the question is, what is the context for the islands awakening, right? That's the question. But your answer is, the islands awoke. And then the other person, Catherine in this instance, also completely fucking ignores the question and just goes on to say, the islands awoke. Now, that's her answer to, why did the islands wake up? Well, they woke up. It's obvious, right? They woke up. Okay. And then Tali goes, I don't think she answered the question that he asked. Yeah, neither of you have thus far answered the fucking question that was actually asked. I feel so sorry for this interviewer, and I don't even know them. I feel sorry for them because they're clearly dealing with fucking morons.
Was like, how did they know that Thurak was going to attack Amir Jasil? Like, this is the level of comprehension of the narrative that this interviewer has. This interview.
Let's just thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't be speaking about this again because I already did about 20 minutes of ranting on this.
Viewer sat there and watched the cinematic where they explained in like a couple of seconds why they knew that he was going to attack the tree, and that was apparently important enough to ask as their first question.
Yeah, it was actually important.
This is the level of comprehension of the story that we're dealing with here. No offense. Anne says, the introductory cinematic of the expansion, the one...
I need to pee. I'm going to piss myself. This is gold. I'll be right back. Guys, take a quick break. Go pee. I'll be right back. Right? I'm actually going to piss myself if I don't go pee now. All right, here we go, boys. Welcome back. Chronic Kitty, I have not. We will watch it right after this, or I'm going to try and stomach as much of this as humanly possible, but I am not going to promise that we're going to get through this entire thing.
Welcome to the rice field.
Oh, shit. Go-Kart with the 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Hearts in chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. No, we can't give up now. We're just getting to the good bit.
On with Karanos, Stony Tony.
I'm sorry, is he trying to claim that he called him Stony Tony first? Saranth, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We were watching this cinematic live when it dropped. We were literally live as the cinematic dropped. You know who was the first person to say Stony Tony? Apocalypse. The second it happened. Apocalypse said, oh, who the fuck is this Stony Tony? That was the first time I heard it. Unless, of course, everyone at the same time went, yeah, Stony Tony, obvious. You know, I would highly doubt that Tali was the one that came up with this, unless Taliesin and Apocalypse are the same person. What if Apocalypse is actually Taliesin?
As the community calls him, community, presented the latter in sleep. Translation. Before we see a temporal transition revealing to us the years had passed and the islands woke after a long, long time after the cutscene started. This is a sort of prologue to a story, and we didn't want to reveal all of the details about it in a prologue. Yet, obviously,
no, not
the goal
yet.
was just to set the scene before letting the story be gradually revealed. And I think we were quite effective with that in Dragonflight.
So we have 3 people here, and all 3 of these people just completely ignored the question. I feel so sorry for this French dude. Like, just completely fucking ignored the question. Just answered their own fucking question. Which one of 2 things is true here. Either one, they genuinely just completely misunderstood what the question was about. Apparently, context means something different in the US and in England than what it means in South Africa. Or they don't know the answer. And that is why they just decided, never mind. We're not answering this. We have no interest in answering this. So we're just gonna pretend like this didn't even happen. Something just happened. I heard a sound, but I got no notification of it. What just happened? Who subbed? I think someone subscribed to me. If you did subscribe just now, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate that. Sadly, YouTube doesn't have a way for me to see that, but I really do appreciate that. Is it bits? I don't think it's bits. I will see bits on Twitch. I don't see bits, but that sounds like the YouTube sound when someone subscribes. Raven Sky with the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Far too kind.
I mean, yeah, I just think that, you know, when Nobble said on Twitter, like, was the reason that the islands ever woke up really explained? I had to think about it. Like, I had to actually stop and go, oh, was it? But the answer is yes. Even in the cinematic, it's like explained perfectly adequately, you know? Literally one of the first lines in that cinematic is, you will know our return by the waking of the land, or something. I might be paraphrasing it. And yo, the land starts waking up because it turns out the dragons have returned. I mean...
oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, the islands will only wake up, right? And once the islands wake up, that is when the dragons will return. The dragons cannot return before the islands awoke. Taliesin's argument for why it's so fucking obvious is the islands awoke and then the dragons showed up. So, did the dragons wake up the island? Because literally the lore states that the islands will wake up and that's when the dragons can come back. It's not the dragons that wake up the islands. The islands wake up when Azeroth has been healed. It's like everyone just ignores the second part of his question where he says the newser explained it to me, but it was not shown in the game. You want to know what the newser's answer was to Millennium when he was asked? He said that Azeroth had healed. This guy's question was literally, even though the newser explained it to me, it didn't seem like you guys had put that in the game. You didn't explain in the game why that had happened. The only explanation we have is from the newser, and that is that Azeroth has been healing, and it's thanks to this healing that the islands have been waking up. Taliesin's argument is, well, the islands awoke and the dragon showed up. It's obvious. What?
I'm not trying to be a dick here. It really is that simple.
No, it really isn't.
Am I being a dick? Am I missing something? Am I being incredibly stupid here? Because tell me if I am, right? Because I don't want to like dismiss.
You are being incredibly stupid here.
But for me, it's just very obvious. But didn't they return because the land awakened? No. The land awakened because they returned, just like they.
No. Okay, Tally, I'm going to walk you through some logic. By your logic, the dragons could literally have returned the very next day after leaving, and the islands would have reawakened. By your logic, all that was required was for the dragons to go, right, time to go home, and then the islands would have awoken. The reason the dragons couldn't go back to the islands after they had left is because the islands shut down. And as a result, as a safety mechanism, the islands enshrouded themselves as soon as the islands went dark. This meant that they could not come back because the island was dark. Them wanting to return would not have fixed anything until the islands woke back up. That's the literal lore. But, I mean, I don't expect much more from you because you didn't even fucking know why the eye question was important. Like, why is it important that blood elves have gold eyes and now they have blue eyes? Like, what's the importance there? I don't know. Their literal history, but never mind.
It would. I guess people want to know why they went back because it's their home. Wait, so the land wakes up because the dragons are trying to find the isles. The land wakes up because the dragons are like basically on top. They can't see it. Okay, so the thing that they say before you will know our return by the waking of the land is we're going to hide the land. It will be hidden from everyone, including us. Like they literally say that. I mean, oh, fuck it. Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna need you to dial back your arrogance, like, you know, a couple of fucking knots here, right? Just slow your roll. It is perfectly acceptable to say, I don't have a fucking clue because I don't know the lore. But what you're doing now is you're trying to pretend like the people don't know what they're talking about when you have no idea what you are talking about. Like, when someone like myself and Noble are confused about the story, it's because we know what the fuck we're talking about. Like, I know that the island will only wake up when Azeroth heals. How do I know this? Because the newser himself fucking said it. What I am asking for is why Azeroth was healing, like what exactly sparked this healing spurt, if you will, and more importantly, what the question from the interviewer is asking is why has that not been shown in the game? That is the literal question. If you are answering anything other than that literal question, you're not answering the question. You're just saying shit.
Okay, fine. I'm going to put on the fucking cinematic. I feel it's going to be easier if I just put on the fucking cinematic.
Okay, let's go to the cinematic. That doesn't answer the question that the guy asked, but all right.
The world has been sundered. It cries out in pain. We must go to its aid. We entrust our ancestral home to you, the Watchers.
Which one of you is this?
Okay, so the first thing that you have to take away from this is they turn it off. They turn off the Isles. Why are they turning off the Isles? Because the Isles, most likely, if we're going to use headcanon here, draws too much power from Azeroth that is already weakened. They have to keep the islands off because the world has been sundered. And if you keep the islands on, the islands simply draw too much power from Azeroth. That's most likely why it is, right? They were the ones that turned it off.
Land slumber, hidden, even from our own eyes.
Uh-huh.
Hidden even from our own eyes. Now think about that for a second, okay?
Well, actually, we can think about this, but this has nothing to do with the question, but okay.
It means they can't see the Isles.
Oh. No. Really? That's what that means? No.
However,
really?
they know where they are. Okay? So, like, they still know where they are. If I was leaving my house in the morning and I was like, I am now going to hide my house even from me.
Yeah.
And I won't be able to see it to go back into until someone inside activates the beacon. Yeah. Like, I can go away to the shops, but I know basically where my house is. I might not be able to see it. I might not be able to go into it.
Yeah.
But I can walk back to where I know the general vicinity of my house is.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, now let's go further. The person inside your house that has to flip the switch to show it again has also powered down because your house was powered down and is shrouded. So how did the person inside your house power back up again? Was that just because you fucking showed up at the house? Because that seems to be what you're suggesting, right? But that's not the actual lore, but okay.
Like, that's not hard. And when I get close, I hope that someone near me notices and turns on the beacon so I can actually go in.
What? What? You hope? That what the fuck is that? I mean, the only way that explanation makes any sense is if we ignore the lore entirely. Like, we're just saying, screw the lore, we just make shit up as we go along. Like, they just remembered. Like, you know, they were flying above, and Stony Tony was like, I wonder what that is. I'm hearing flapping wings. I should probably wake up now. No.
Win. Isn't that how everyone's house works? Why'd they hide it from the? Why'd they have to hide it from the dragons? Because that's just how it worked, man. It hides it from everyone. That's how the beacon works. A wizard said so, okay? I wonder why they didn't return home earlier then. I just feel like they didn't feel the time was right.
That was the moment, Taliesin, where you had to reach maturity and be like, oh shit, that changes things. Oh, it's just not time.
Who knows? Reading is boring, gotta go watch Nobble. But Nobble didn't understand this either, though. No offense. Like,
Nobble didn't understand it because he actually fucking understood the question. Like, that's why Nobble didn't understand it, because all you have done for the last 10 minutes is basically answer a question that was never fucking asked. Like, no one asked the question that you are answering. The person in his question says, I feel like the context of the island's awakening has not been shown in game, even though Denuzer explained it to me. That, by the way, creates extra context. That creates extra context for everyone that's wondering. Denuzer's answer to Millennium was the Azeroth is healing and therefore awakening. The question is, why is Azeroth healing? Why now? And how exactly does this awaken the islands? That's the context that people are after.
I'm not putting words in his mouth there. In his own words, he didn't understand why the Isles woke up. So I'm explaining it to everyone here, right? I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm not saying you have to think it's good, but it is there.
No, but it isn't.
You will
it isn't.
feel our return in the waking of the land.
Okay, so that's two lines that literally explain the question.
No, actually,
you will
it doesn't.
feel our return in the waking of the land.
Yes. Why is the land waking? You will feel our... Like, fuck me, bro. Your logic is astounding. You are saying the land is awaking because we're returning, and we are returning because the land is awakening. Those are mutually exclusive concepts. They are mutually exclusive. They cannot exist at the same time. One has to precede the other. And according to the cinematic that you are referencing that provides the answer, it is the land awakening that precedes the feeling of the return of the dragons. So what we're asking is, why the fuck did the land awaken?
So the land will wake up when they return. This is so... I mean, I'm not being stupid, am I? It's like literally
No,
there.
you are being stupid.
They're just saying it. It's not circular. No, it's not circular. It's not circular.
No, it is, bro.
It's like
it is.
They will go back and the land will wake up. It's like if it was circular, it would be, and also they will go back if the land works out. But no, that's not what they're saying. They will return when the land wakes up because they returned. What the fuck? Using that logic, everything is circular.
No. Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck. Here's Taliesin. Here is Taliesin, right?
Bruh.
This is the point he's trying to make. Or this is the point. And then here's Taliesin. Everything but the fucking point. Like, we are all over the place, but we have not gotten to the point yet. Like, yeah, he's not gone over the point. Like, actually, a few times he's come close. Like, a few times he's fucking just managed to dodge the point. Like, it is absolutely nuts, bro.
Like, my hair got wet because I went in the shower. Also, I went in the shower because no, that's not what it means. You saying that the waking of the land was initiated by their return? They are saying that the waking of the land was initiated by their return.
No. Taliesin, they are not saying that. They are not saying that. You are the one saying that. Because you are saying, I got in the shower because my hair got wet. That's literally the fucking argument you are making. I got in the shower and my hair got wet, and then you go, wait, but guys, isn't that obvious? Your hair got wet, and so you got in the shower. That is obvious. Like, bro, it's not, like, for the love of fuck. This is why you ultimately blocked me on Twitter. Because I called you out on your lying bullshit. Because you do this all the fucking time. You make arguments, right? And then someone calls you out on your argument, and then you pretend like that wasn't the literal argument you just fucking made. It is dishonest beyond belief, bro. Like, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, because if you are, that's super fucking evil. But if you're not doing it on purpose, then maybe you should stop fucking talking.
They are. I'm not saying anything. I'm merely pointing out that they say it in this cinematic fucking trailer to the entire thing.
No.
No, not everything is circular by that logic. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I'm putting you on mute. You're very fucking annoying. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Taliesin, if you stopped muting the intelligent people in your chat, you may learn something. You see, the problem is, you mute and ban everyone that's intelligent. The only people that are allowed to talk in your chat are people that are as mentally fucking deranged as you are, or the lurkers that don't ever speak. Because you do this all the time. Like, someone disagrees with you and they actually have a good point because you haven't thought through your entire fucking argument. No, I'm putting you on mute. I will not tolerate logic anywhere in my chat. I can't do this, guys. I'm sorry. I have managed to get 25 minutes into this. I'm going to lose my mind. I feel like I'm actively being gaslit. Like, I'm actively being gaslit. I have a guy telling me that what I hear him say is not what he's actually saying. And then he pretends like he is saying something that is clearly the opposite of what he's saying, but he keeps pretending it. It is fucking nuts to listen to this guy. I can't do it. I genuinely can't do it. I have no hatred towards Taliesin as a content creator. I think he's a good content creator. His videos are really entertaining and funny, and I understand why a lot of people watch him. But this is next level. The level of pretense. The level of pretense that he just... He refuses to accept the fact that he's wrong, even when he is fucking wrong. It's nuts. I can't do it. Nati, how you doing, bro? Anna, how you doing? I'm sorry. I just can't with this. I'm done. Fuck it. I don't think I've ever before tapped out of a reaction video because free content. Why not? I'm tapping out of this one, boys. Like, chalk this one up to me tapping out. I can't. I will lose my shit if I can. It was funny in the beginning, but now I'm being gaslit. Now I'm actively being told I am fucking wrong. I am wrong in what I'm hearing him say. It is just too much. I can't listen to anymore. I can't listen to the Noble stuff because me and Noble have had this conversation, and it's been super productive because we both see the same problems. It just doesn't work. I can't listen to Taliesin. There's a reason why I'm glad he blocked me on Twitter, because I don't block people on Twitter. I happen to believe in free speech, even if I don't agree with what you say. But the fact that he blocked me means I don't have to see stupid opinions, and that's actually very helpful. It leads to a lot of sanity from my side, so it's good. Stanley, have you blocked on Twitter even now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Okami. He pretty much always, like, he blocked me a few years ago because we got into, he said something on Twitter that I, like, both times I've been blocked by Taliesin, it's been because I've shown flaws in his logic, right? So he'll make some wild fucking claim about some political bullshit. And now, what you should know about me is I don't have a political affiliation. I'm not conservative. I'm not liberal. I tend to have views from both sides to some extent. I'm very liberal in terms of social stuff. Whatever you do is your fucking problem. I don't care. Economically, I'm more conservative insofar as I'm a capitalist, right? But most of the time, I don't really give too much of a shit. I sort of... But when someone says something that is so obviously wrong, you know, it is so obviously devoid of any sort of logic, I am going to showcase it. I'm going to push back, and I'm going to be like, what the fuck? Both times I've done that, he's blocked me. This is the second time he's blocked me. And I don't think I'm getting unblocked because... I went kind of hard in the last one. Like, I was pretty much on his ass for about 3 days with things that he said. And so we went our separate ways, shall we say. All right, So all of you are fucking pestering me about this cinematic. Let's see it. Link, please. Give me the link so I can see this cinematic. I am so annoyed at this. Why is YouTube... Like, look at YouTube chat. Oh, there we go. Rubbish Boat. Thank you so much for joining the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Very much appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Really appreciate you. I don't know why Top Chat just completely died. For some reason, none of you are in Top Chat. What the fuck? All right. Ithana, thank you so much for the link. YouTube chat on Twitch. I'm allowed to share YouTube chat on Twitch. I'm just not allowed to merge the two chats into one chat. But I can show it if I want to. Oh, shit. Rubbish. Wait, did you just gift 20 memberships? Oh, my God. Okay. I want both Twitch and YouTube chats filled with hearts. Let's go. Bring in the hearts. Come on, YouTube people. Come on, Twitch people. I know, Twitch versus YouTube, the Twitch people think they're cool, but hey, that's 20 gifted memberships. That is appreciated. Love you so much, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. And welcome to everyone that now have a membership. You get absolutely nothing for free. It just helps me not having to say yes to sponsorships. So, thanks for doing your part. I really appreciate you. Okay, we're gonna look. I'm not stringing you guys along. No blue balling here. We're going to do it right. There's a new cinematic. The Crown of Flame. Guardians of the Dream in-game cinematic. This is why everyone is here. I've been pasted for the last 20 minutes. Every single one of you have asked, have you reacted to this? Have you reacted to this? Okay, here we go.
My brother believed he could control me. This rage inside my heart. My sister believed she could tame me. My
fury will not be sated. The aspects believed they could imprison me. But my hatred cannot be contained.
I feel like that's a bit of a throwback almost to Deathwing, because Deathwing said something very similar. My hatred could not be contained. It's very similar to Deathwing. Like, Void much? Like, does he know that he's not in control of himself anymore?
They know what is coming. That the unyielding flame draws closer, ever closer. Even now, they cling to one another in the dark, lost in their dream. Deceived by those who squandered our birthright. Betrayers. All of them. So it falls to me to make them pay.
Holy shit. Wait, what the fuck?
Suffering has just begun.
That axe literally just cuts. What? All right. I mean, what a weapon. It's a good cinematic. It's actually, I think, the first cinematic that makes us sort of go, oh shit, you know? There's some like there's some muscle to this. There's a bit of a almost, like I said, gives me Cataclysm vibes. You know, I get very much Cataclysm vibes from this. I still don't follow, if I'm honest with you, the whole logic of a lot of the story, but we've already discussed this earlier in the stream. There's a lot of snapshot storytelling, and because of the snapshot nature of the storytelling, a lot of things don't make sense. I'll give you guys an example. Farak is now with the Druids of the Flame. How did he find them? What was that conversation like when they decided to join him? You know, also, he wants to burn down the World Tree and claim its power. That is not really what the Druids of the Flame want. If you know anything about the Druids of the Flame, they're not specifically anti the dream or specifically anti-nature. They just believe in a more violent approach to defending what is theirs and obviously regaining what is theirs. You guys like fire? I like fire. We BFFs now. I do think, like, I'm not trying to take away from the cinematic, because fundamentally I think as far as Dragonflight cinematics go, this is probably the best one so far. Like, of all of them, this is the first one where we don't get that super deep, heavy conversation that's meant to make you feel emotional. This is more just, I'm coming for your shit and I'm gonna kill all of you. That's it, right? I am angry, I am full of rage, and I will not be contained any longer. This is sort of what WoW needed. I think fundamentally this is a good start. Well, we'll see how it plays out, obviously, because anything can change in this. But I still find myself with a lot of open questions. And I think that's what annoys me about WoW, is the amount of times that we get these really good, like, these really good setups, but then you think, but how do we get here exactly? I think they tease Veranoth betraying. Actually, Grandpa, I wanted to say, if anything, they kind of proved that Veranoth isn't going to betray. the aspects. I wanted to say that this is sort of, it's sad because they went full destruction mode on that potential storyline. If you listen to what Farak says here,
Yielding flame draws closer, ever closer. Even now, they cling to one another in the dark, lost in their dream. Deceived by those who squandered our birthright.
so that point there, deceived by those who squandered our birthright, I think doesn't mean what you think it means. He is saying that Veranoth has been deceived by Alexstrasza and the other aspects. So Veranoth is the one that's being deceived by those who squandered their birthright. Those who squandered their birthright is the aspects. And that is kind of what he's saying there. Now, you could maybe read deeper into it, but I don't know if that's the position that Blizzard is going to take with this. If anything, I read it as, well, that's that thing. The whole cool storyline of Veranoth actually being a plant and she's working on the inside trying to fuck over everyone, that seems to be not happening. They've decided, never mind with that storyline. She is actually just now friends with the aspects. Are you going to mansplain the cinematic to us now? Isn't it obvious? I do apologize, Apocalypse. I should have said that clearly it is obvious, right? For anyone that may... You see, I can't make these jokes because someone's going to watch this video that wasn't part of the live stream and they're not going to understand this joke at all, right? Because I was about to sort of say that, isn't it obvious how the Dragon Isles awakened, right? Clearly, the Dragon Isles awakened because Veranoth joined the aspects. Like, that's just clear. But then I realized someone on YouTube is going to watch this and be like, what the fuck is he talking about? What? Like, how does that even... How? You know, and then I'm going to be accused in the comment section of just making shit up. Because apparently other content creators can just make shit up, but I'm not allowed to do that. It says does in that line. He never refers to one specific thing. He uses plural to refer to many people clinging and says those. What do you mean? Do one. So he says those who cling. Those can be used as a singular instead of using the name, right? So instead of saying the aspects, he could say those. Or are you actually agreeing with me and simply saying that he was clearly speaking about many things rather than just a single thing? Because in that sense, I would agree with you. The way he phrases it suggests that he's talking about multiple things that squandered their birthright rather than, just one person that had squandered their birthright. Maybe it's not his goal, but some Voidlord goal. Again, recycle Blizzard story. I mean, everything in the expansion so far leads me to a place where I think the Voidlords are coming. It feels like all of this is just set up for the Voidlords coming. If not the Voidlords, definitely the Void armies. It just feels like we are on the cusp of the actual Hour of Twilight making its approach. And if that doesn't happen, I'm gonna be pissed. And I realize this is just a reaction. I should probably shut the fuck up and, upload the video now. But guys, we need a loss, and we need a loss fast. We can't keep winning and expect people to keep caring. At some point, when you know what the end is going to be, you're going to stop caring about the events. We need an expansion where we get our asses handed to us on a platter. We need to get served. And I can't think of a better expansion than this one for Iridacron to completely bamboozle us and just bring forth the void. And here we go. This is the story. This is the story that all of us have been waiting for. We have finally lost something. I really need to see that. I wouldn't even say Legion level ass kicking, because technically speaking, yes, we lost in Legion because killing Argus allowed for Argus to go kill the Arbiter. But with how the story was paced, that did not translate. You know, that did not translate as a loss. It still translated as a victory, and then later they presented it as a loss. But that's not what I'm really talking about. We need to start feeling like there's actual consequences for the actions. People need to believe that unless they help, we could lose. Unless they play, we could lose. And the only way you're going to get there is if we actually lose. You got Hannah and Al fighting Arthas, but of course Tyrion had to save us at the last moment. So Fartbox, yes, but now we're going back, right, a long time ago. Because for those of you that didn't even know, around about Cataclysm, Blizzard changed the approach of how stories work in World of Warcraft. Originally, so do you guys know what the original canon for the Arthas fight was? We, the player, wasn't actually involved in that fight canonically. Canonically, we represented the armies that kept Arthas busy until such time that Tyrion could slaughter him, could kill him. But we, our champions, right, our players weren't actually involved. If anything, canonically, you know that moment where he completely strikes us down and then raises us? It takes place in the last 10% of his HP. So canonically, we don't even get a percentage of his health. He does that pretty much immediately. Like, as soon as we show up, he just kills us. And then kills us. And he just slaughters the armies of Azeroth. And then Tyrion steps in and breaks Frostmourne and kills him. But that's the canonical story. Although that used to be. And then in Cataclysm, Blizzard went and said, wait, this shit's getting confusing. Because we have the players actually doing things in the game, but then we pretend like it wasn't the player in the game. This is confusing. And so Blizzard retroactively changed all of the stories to actually say, no, never mind. It was the player, right? So suddenly in Cataclysm, we were the ones who took down Cthulhu. We were the ones who took down Arthas. We were the ones who took down Yogg-Saron. It was no longer, because Blizzard started to realize that they have a massive problem where the game and the canonical lore are deviating so much and not everyone is reading the books. So you end up with some people thinking one thing and another group of people thinking another thing, and this makes it difficult to know what the story needs to be in the future. And so they merged it. That was also the moment that the player became a champion rather than just a normal adventurer. Like we used to be in the past. I would love to have expansions where we lose to enter into another expansion and maybe win in the next one, or gain back ground in the next one, or we keep losing. So, Cenk, how you doing, brother? From my perspective, and from the way that I look at World of Warcraft, it doesn't necessarily have to be a loss. What is the last great expansion lore-wise for you guys? Everyone in chat, what was the last great lore expansion for you? Like the last time you were super invested in the story and where the story is going. Okay, so a lot of you are saying Legion. What happened at the start of Legion? Who is APS? We just finished watching it. It will be up on the main channel in, right after I finish streaming. I will upload it to the main channel. No. Think carefully. What happened at the very start of Legion. We lost two very important characters. We lost Varian, and we lost Vol'jin. What did that do for us in the story? What was the immediate thing that happened as soon as you saw that? I'm talking from a storytelling perspective. The players immediately realized, oh shit. Wait, so what the fuck? Things can what? That can actually happen? Like, one of our favorite characters can just be killed? So, from a player's perspective, that moment, you're there, right? I have you. Now I can do pretty much whatever the fuck I want because I have you. You are now in the story, right? And you want to know how the story ends. Like, am I going to make the Legion pay for what was just done to them? That is incredibly important. Since then, right, that Blizzard have tried to replicate it since then. The problem is that Blizzard continuously replicates it with characters that no one gives a shit about. You know, Blizzard tries to do it with this whole cinematic between Farak and Marithra's son. Issue is, no one gives a shit about Marithra's son. But not a single person on the planet cares about Marithra's son. In fact, when I saw that cinematic for the first time, I was like, who the fuck is this? I kid you not. The reason I'm saying Marithra's son is I can't remember his fucking name. Because I remember seeing the cinematic and I asked chat, who the fuck is this? And they were like, someone said the name and I was like, who? And they're like, oh, it's Marithra's son. And I was like, she had a son? What do you mean she has a son? I didn't even know she... Well, I don't know. Right? Great. Who gives a shit? Garethras. Yeah. That's the one, right? Hi, Bossman. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. What does Farak give off Ragnarok's vibes, even his armor? I mean, it's both fire, right? And Farak is most likely serving the Fire Ram or the Fire Lord, even. I don't know if you guys saw my video on this, but Ferorius actually linked this to me. This was long ago. I made a video on it. Let me just quickly see if I can find Ferorius' post here. Of all these fucking posts. Oh my god. You sent me so many messages, Ferorius. And not even a single dick pic, dude. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. So Ferorius sent me this, and I thought it was actually pretty interesting. And very few people actually spoke about this. Look at all the references to Ragnaros, right? You have Ragnaros over here, Ragnaros over here. Like, kind of interesting, if you really think about it. Even in the cinematic itself, you have a Ragnaros statue. So there is a good chance that Ragnaros is not dead. So even I didn't miss it. I made a video on it as soon as Ferorius showed me it. And I would argue that my video was perhaps one of the first to come out about it. Because I speculated and explained how Ragnaros can actually come back. I'm saying at the time that it was live, I didn't catch it. Because I was just listening to whatever the fuck they were saying, right? I was literally just listening to what they were saying. I wasn't really looking at it. Right after it, Ferorius sent me this picture and it was like, bro, did you see that? And I was like, oh, wow, okay. No, Savan. I was saying, like, a lot of people didn't notice this at first because someone asked about why does Farak give off Ragnaros vibes? And my thinking is Ragnaros is returning. So, Toxic, yes, that's what I said in my video. There is a good chance that actual elemental lords cannot be killed. Like, you can kill them, and they will just respawn inside the elemental plane. Because a lot of people sort of, I would say, maybe mistakenly, believe that the only way to kill an elemental is by killing the elemental in their own plane, And the only reason people believe that isn't because it's expressly explained in the lore. It's because most other things work that way. If you want to kill a Titan, you have to kill the Titan inside the Realms of Order. If you want to kill a demon, you have to kill that demon inside the Twisting Nether. But as far as, like, it's never been said that you can only kill an elemental within their elemental realm. But even if that is the case, the elemental planes are not the elemental realms themselves. The elemental planes are prisons that were built by the Titans in order to imprison the elements and the elemental lords. So wherever the elemental, like, where their homes are, we don't know. Because they were imprisoned inside the elemental plane. So even if you kill an elemental lord inside the elemental plane, you're not necessarily killing the elemental lord inside their realm, you're just killing them inside their prison, right? And the reason the Titans could absolutely have done that is to ensure that you don't get sort of civil war between the elements. Because if you think about what happened and why the Titans imprisoned them in the first place, was because of their civil war. They were threatening to tear Azeroth apart because of their civil war. And the Titans may have thought, you know what, we can't allow for an elemental lord to die because that would create a power vacuum, and then you would have a massive civil war of everyone trying to fill the fucking power vacuum. So instead, we're just going to make it so that you can't actually kill an elemental lord and be done with it, right? So until they break free or whatever. Sylphgod, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Blizzard released the patch 10.2 cinematic, A Crown of a Flame, featuring Frack. Yeah, we've already reacted to it. I will have my reaction up right after the stream. Or Sylphgod, for those of you that is like watching on YouTube, if you have missed it, you can literally just go back and just watch it on the stream. Although it is supposed to be able to restore the aspect's power. What is that, Grandpa? Then one can't kill the Void Lords either thing? Spectre, so we have never fought a Void Lord? Do you mean the old gods? Because a Void Lord itself, we have never fought. And we have never seen a Void Lord. The only mention that we have of a Void Lord ever existing is from the Ethereals. And the Ethereals sort of claiming that that their home planet was destroyed by a Void Lord. But a physical Void Lord we have never fought. We have fought the, I think they're called... what are they called again? We have fought creatures called Void Lords, but actual Void Lords. We have Void Gods, that's the one. We have fought Void Gods, and they're creatures of the Void. But a physical Void Lord would actually destroy our planet if it was in our planet. And the reason for it is the Void is made of whatever is the opposite of reality. So if a Void Lord comes through the veil and into our realm, it would start consuming our realm, because that's what the Ethereal said happened. The Void Lord showed up and it literally started to consume their planet because it was trying to anchor itself in reality. Because it's not made of reality, it can't actually stay here. Yeah, they're basically antimatter to our matter, right? That is true. Will mirrors will restore Nalf immortality? It depends on whether or not the druids or whether or not the dragon aspects actually bless the tree. But then you look at the new book that Blizzard just announced, and it appears like it was only Alexstrasza that blessed the tree, and no one else blessed the tree. So I don't know. I feel like the new book that Blizzard just released or just announced kind of seems to sort of retcon like some of the story, at least for World of Warcraft. I'm not entirely sure, but if all of the aspects were willing to bless the new world tree, then yes, it would absolutely be fine, right? They would get their immortality back, because the only reason they didn't get or lost their immortality is because Nosdormu refused to bless Teldrassil. The way the writing goes, Void Lords will not be antimatter, but more like doesn't matter. Have you seen the new cinematic? Mardis, I have, yes. My reaction will be up on the main channel right after the stream. Isn't it blessed by Elune anyway? Who, the new tree? I don't know if Elune's blessing would actually carry the same weight, though. Like, Elune's blessing would obviously go a long way, but I don't know if that alone would give them immortality. The whole point of it was, so through the tree, they got immeasurably long life as well as power, but without the blessing of Nosdormu, they didn't get the blessing of time through the tree. So they don't get to live forever. In order to live forever, they do need Nosdormu's blessing, because he needs to basically stop time for them. You know, gets put on fire. Let's see, right? Let's see what happens to this tree. I don't know if Blizzard will burn this one as well, if I'm honest with you. Like, can you imagine being a Night Elf player? You're just... Although, based on how many Night Elf players are very unhappy with where the tree is going, I could actually see a lot of Night Elf players just being like, fuck that. I don't care about this tree. So that could happen, right? I know a lot of Night Elf players are very unhappy with where the tree is going to be. Okay, Grandpa Gamer, don't get me started. I don't... Like, I actually physically don't even want to talk about this. Because I've heard the same thing. With Mirdrassil being born, the aspects get their power back. And then my question is, well, what the hell is with all the stones then? Like, what was the big deal with all the flight stones and the main flight stone, and how the main flight stone wouldn't react to them, and there was something going on there? And what about the whispers of the old god, speaking about the 5 torches that lights the way, and the flame they seek will open the master's way? The oath stone, sorry, yeah, the oath stone. What about all of these, right? When apparently it's a Mirdrassil that restores their power, because in an interview, that's exactly what they said. A Mirdrassil is coming back, and as soon as a Mirdrassil is born, the aspects will have their power back. And you're thinking, so the Oath Stones was just there? They seem to be... The Oath Stones is literally the quicksand of Azeroth. When you first found out about them, you thought they were going to be a really big deal. Turns out they don't matter at all. Like, I remember being a kid and learning about quicksand and thinking this is going to be a really big problem in my life, only to realize I have never even seen it. You know, that is sort of where the Oath Stones are right now. It would be super sad if Blizzard just completely forgot that was the original story. It had to do with these, because there's so many cool stories you can tell with the Oath Stones, right? Especially with the Master Oath Stone, and how that can actually be used to sort of imprison or re-enslave the aspects to the will of the Titans. I don't know. Hopefully Blizzard doesn't forget about it. Hopefully the tree provides enough power so that they can reenact and reinvigorate the... Oh shit. The flame they seek will light the master's way. The tree, the burning of the tree, the establishment of the tree, the power from the tree allows them to awaken the Oath Stones, which allows them to then awaken the Mother Stone, so to speak, which then allows for a Redicron to summon through the old gods, because Deathwing tied the old gods to the Oath Stones, and that opens it. That is then the moment that it opens. It could still work.
Oh, yeah?
I was about to get really angry, and then I realized, wait, this can still work. Like, you could still pull off this story. Like, the Oath Stones can still play its part in at least igniting the Old God story, right? I mean, it's a little convoluted, I'll grant you, but it does work. And can you think about that cinematic? All of the aspects gathered around the Mother Stone, funneling their power into it in order to really be the aspects again. And then suddenly you just hear this fucking roar. You hear this thunder. And from Aberys, the land breaks open and you just have void everywhere. Like, the void just spills out of this portal and just flees, right? Just literally escapes. Just goes. That would be really cool. With a Void Soul, I don't think Iridikron is going to... Iridikron seems to be, like, weirdly in control of his own emotions. For someone that follows the Void and has struck deals with the Void, he appears to be very much in control of his own thoughts. Which you would not expect. You would expect Iridikron to basically act the same way as Farak does. Farak is acting the way that Iridikron should act. You can hear it in the most recent cinematic from Farak. Like, if you listen to his early words here.
My brother believed he could control me.
Okay, so Farak isn't supposed to be angry at Iridikron. Iridikron is the one that gave him this power. So why is Farak angry with Iridikron? The only thing I can think of is the Void Whispers. The Void is whispering to him. It's driving him insane. Pretty much exactly how it did with Deathwing.
This rage inside my heart. My sister believed she could tame me. My fury will not be sated.
Okay, so listen to that cinematic, and then listen to this. Am I just being crazy, or is this very similar?
Pain. Agony. My hatred burns through the cavernous deeps.
Right? My hatred burns through the cavernous deeps. Very similar sort of concept. My anger, my rage cannot be contained.
What the f did you put in that sauce?
Dude, I'm just cooking. I'm just cooking, bro. Like, just chill out. I get the same vibes from this from these two cinematics. And the reason for it is void corruption. What is interesting is, why does the void drive creatures? Like, what's with the anger? Is that what allows them to become malleable? So it increases the rage to basically make you more malleable. Because you're angry, I can sort of point your anger to where I need you to go. Dealing with the same? Yeah. It's very, very much sort of a throwback to this cinematic. It starts the same. You know, you see the pounding of the hammers. Like, if you look at these two cinematics side by side, The vibe is exactly the same. The words are virtually the same because they mean the same thing. They say the same thing, and it sets up the same idea. The sort of getting ready for destruction, getting ready to finally unleash my hatred upon the world. And wow, did Deathwing do an amazing job of that. So I'm here for this. I'm very excited to see where exactly this story is going to go. But Deathwing was Earth gone mad. This is Fire gone mad. Well, Deathwing's power came from the Earth itself, right? Of which the elements would have been part of. Now, of course, if you think about the incarnates, their power comes from the Earth as well. Because the elements come from Azeroth. They're connected to Azeroth. So, in a way, the incarnates sort of make up, I would argue, the different elements of Deathwing, in a way, of what Deathwing could and couldn't do, or what he had power over. It is different. Obviously, it's not exactly, I'm not saying it's a one-to-one comparison, but it's still cool. And I think Farak is definitely going to play some role in the creation or recreation of Ragnaros. And you can imagine Ragnaros is going to be super pissed. Like, Ragnaros is going to be super angry. Deathwing was a lot more cunning, like Eridicron, before he... Oh, yeah. Okay, just to be clear, I'm not for a single second suggesting that Farak is the same level of villain as Deathwing. No. Iridicron is the same level of villain as Deathwing. Because I would actually say Iridicron may actually be more dangerous than Deathwing. Because Iridicron doesn't have that hatred. You know, that fundamental burning desire to destroy everything. Iridicron doesn't seem to have that. He has a goal, and he definitely has something that he wants to do, but it appears as if the something that he wants to do is the destruction of the Titans. Not so much the destruction of life. He doesn't seem to hate life. And I love to always go back to the cinematic between him and Chromie. Iridicron can kill Chromie, no questions asked. He's far more powerful and far older than Chromie is. And yet he doesn't. He speaks to her. He reasons with her almost. He gives her the respect of not just talking down to her, but actually trying to make her see. And then he even tells her, you will see. Just keep an eye on things and look at how things are progressing, and you will finally see. You will understand that what I am telling you isn't wrong. So I'm super hyped for Iridicron. More so than for anyone else. I'm still salty about the Vernoth joining the aspect, so we're not going to talk about that. I don't want to. I'm still hoping that I wake up and realize that that was all a fucking dream. Like, that didn't actually happen. Never mind. Alex, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. But we'll see, right? We'll see how it all plays out. Are you gonna do that new 12 and no? No, I will not be doing the 12-month sub thing. No, I guess a little bit out of principle, but also just I have no interest in mounts, so I'm not gonna spend 12 months worth of money. For what? I'm already paying the 6-month sub. I may as well just continue with that one. But no, I'm sort of at a point now where it's not even that I mind that the mounts are coming anymore. It's just that I feel like, you know, this is sort of the time where maybe showing your players a little bit of goodwill can go a really long way. You know, you've gotten the expansion back to a decently good place after, you know, last 4 years. It was needed. And you have not lost a beat when it comes to the monetization of this expansion. Like, you have monetized. I would argue Dragonflight is probably the most monetized cinematic in the history of World of Warcraft. I don't think there's ever been an expansion that has been as heavily monetized. You know, books, mounts, cash shop items. It is nuts how absolutely bonkers they're going with this monetization. Oh shit, yeah. Someone wanted me to react to this video. Let's quickly check this out. So 2.9 million permadeaths in classic hardcore. That is a ridiculous number.
WoW Classic Hardcore is live, and so far, Death has claimed 2,961,039 player characters. Around the clock, that's about one death every 1.5 seconds.
Wow.
There are plenty of ways to become a ghost, but the top 10 causes of death are doing work, claiming one soul every 10.6 seconds. So, who are these killing machines? Let's take a look at the top 10 deadliest things in Azeroth.
I love how work is the worst one. Like, if you're doing any sort of job, you just get screwed over, you're fishing, death.
Number 10, Cobalt Tunneler. Kill count 28,437.
Wow.
These guys are found near the Fargo Deep Mine to the south of Goldshire in Elwyn Forest. A quest sends you...
No shame. I'll be honest with you, no, absolutely no shame. I died to those little fucks back when Classic was just Classic, you know, and it was the retail version. I died to these guys so many times. To the point where I would get annoyed at having to fight these things because they spawn too quickly and then you just get slaughtered by them. Novotic, 4 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Out looking for gold dust and large candles that these kobolds carry. Pretty basic stuff, but it can be tough when you're just starting out. We've all been there, no judgment.
Yep.
Number 9, Porcine Entourage. Kill count 29,039. Two of these can be found accompanying a boar named Princess in the Brackwell Pumpkin Patch in Elwyn Forest. Quest from Moss Stonefield sends you in their direction. All 3 pigs have a charge attack that stuns. So for a lot of players...
Dude, this was actually one of the most unfair fights for low levels ever. Like, being a low level was... This was almost insane. Like, it was almost too hard to fight these guys. I remember even on my Warlock getting my shit kicked in by these guys. I have died, I think, to everything on this list at least once in my life.
This is their face-first introduction to the joys of getting stun-locked. Number 8, Drowning. Kill count 33,277. What?
Oh my god, it's the stair bosses all over again. Ah, every single raid that has ever had an elevator. The elevator claims more people than any of the bosses in the raid. Like, there's no reason to die to drowning, right? None. Zero. Look at the bar, go up for air just before it happens, but nope. There will always be someone that just dies because they didn't look at the bar.
Water can be found just about anywhere. And good old-fashioned non-sentient lakes, ponds, and streams are not to be underestimated. Breath can run out pretty quickly if you're not paying attention, so maybe think twice before accepting a summons from that warlock with a grudge. Number 7, Other Players. Kill count 34,894.
I would have thought
By
that
default,
would be top,
PvP is disabled
actually.
on hardcore servers, but unless you're a coward, you should immediately turn it on. Battlegrounds are disabled as well, but you can still die for your flag carrier by assembling a pre-made group for wargames. For settling loot disputes, defending one's honor, or just to prove superior combat prowess, the time-honored tradition of Makara cannot be overlooked. Duels to the death are a new feature in hardcore. Lose and it's all over. But win and you get a stacking buff called String of Ears that keeps count of how much better you are than everyone else is at PvP.
Wow. That's nuts, actually.
Number 6, Defias Pillager. Kill count 35,070. Found in the western part of Westfall, these range casters are not to be taken.
You guys remember the Defias village it was sort of the road. So the road runs like this through the village and there's houses on both sides of them. At one point, I was convinced that this is like a max level zone. Like, it should not be doable. Like, one person can definitely not do this. It is not possible. There's too many of them, and you're still fighting one of them, and then another one is close by. It was terrible, terrible fucking play.
Lightly. Even Ragnaros himself gets
Moonbrook,
jealous about
actually.
how hard their fireballs hit. Plus, they spawn pretty fast, so it might be a good idea to get off their lawn before you sit down for a drink. Number 5, Wendigo. Kill count 35,091.
Never actually died to a Wendigo. Not that I remember, at least. But I don't remember ever dying to a Wendigo.
These Yeti-like snow monsters can be found in the mountains of Dunmoreau, just southwest of Ironforge. Actually, not far from the starting area.
You see, I never played Dwarf. I've never made a Dwarf character in my life. So I don't think I ever even quested here.
For gnomes and dwarves. They're found in fairly dense packs where attacking one probably means gaining the attention of at least a pair at a time. And their frost breath is a frontal AoE that can hit multiple targets at once. So at least you get to die with your friend. Number 4, Defias Trapper. Kill count 40,715. These melee mobs can be found all over Central and Northern Westfall. And they've got a backstab ability that hits like a truck.
You know who I feel sorry for? The Alliance. Okay, so who's number 1? Hogger, right? It's gonna be Hogger. Or do you think people are so afraid of Hogger that they're not even trying? They're not even taking on Hogger. Because Hogger in original probably killed the most people. Hogger was a nasty little fuck. But I feel very sorry for the Alliance people. Because so far, the Alliance have like a terrible time leveling. Like, all of these things on this list is the Alliance.
If they get behind you, which is great for them because you'll probably pull too many and try to run away, at which point they get to crit you in the back and post their sick parse in the Defias guild chat. Number 3, Voidwalker Minion. Kill count 44,891. Voidwalker minions can be found alongside their Burning Blade Apprentice Summoners in Skullrock Durotar. 2 things about them. 1, they don't despawn when their apprentice dies. Surprise! And 2, they tend to respawn right as you leave the cave.
For a second there, I thought they just meant the Voidwalker you summon, and I was like, how the fuck do you die with that? But I remember this. I don't think I died to these, though.
Number 2, Kobold Miner. Kill count 67,717.
Wow.
Kobold Miners can be found in the Fargo Deep Mine and the Jasperlope Mine in Elwyn Forest. Their Pierce Armor ability reduces armor by 50%, but their environment is really what makes them deadly. These are some of the first enclosed areas new players come across, and many just aren't prepared to maneuver safely when fighting. And finally, the number 1 deadliest thing in Azeroth, Fallen. Kill count 74,273.
Wait,
At about 1 bone-crushing splat per minute, the ground is the deadliest thing around. It's actually pretty easy to fall from lethal heights in Azeroth, and most classes can't do anything to save themselves once they misstep. Descending cliffs is a lot harder than it looks, and yes, the data really does prove that the elevator boss is incredibly OP.
You see, you only ever die from fall damage because of 2 things. Either you're not paying attention at all, or you're trying to sneak it. I genuinely, like, there's people that the elevator is starting to go down, and then they jump down, not realizing that the elevator pretty much moves as fast or faster than what you're falling. So you're probably not catching that elevator until it reaches the bottom. Oh my god, would I be raging if I'm playing hardcore? I'm like level 59. And then you die to the elevator boss. That would be it. I would probably break my PC at that point.
There you have it, the 10 deadliest things in classic hardcore by kill count. Take a moment to slash cry for the 2,961,039 fallen noobs, plus the 182 that died while you watched this. But then rolled a new character and got back in it. We'll see you next time, but until then, remember to party up, watch your step, and stay safe out there. For Azeroth.
What's interesting to me, and what I do think Blizzard needs to pay much closer attention to, is the success of Classic and Classic Hardcore. Its success should definitely teach or at least show Blizzard that a game that's nearly 20 years old should not, under any circumstances, be as successful or more successful than your current game. If that is the case, then at some point you made a pretty big mistake, right? You screwed up at some point pretty badly because players are hearkening back. And to be fair, Classic WoW isn't a good game by today's measurements. Like, if you really were to go and measure Classic WoW, objectively, it is by no means a brilliant game. The storytelling is very fucking lackluster. The quest design is non-existent. The only thing that Classic WoW have that sort of still exists, right, is the open world is phenomenal. The adventure is really cool. And it's quite survivable, right? It's sort of like a survival game, even though food and drink isn't a requirement in order to stay alive, but it is kind of a requirement just because the world will kill you if you don't have food and drink. So it's kind of a survival game, but without the sort of running around and looking for loot the whole time. But, I mean, combat mechanics are really shit. Boss mechanics are really shit. But why is it so impactful? Why are people loving this game so much? Shrek, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, chat, why do you think are people having fun in Classic? Maybe Dark Souls, shit. Something loose in him. It's simpler. Toxic, I am inclined to agree with you. Its simplicity creates something that purely exists for fun. It's not competitive. There's nothing to compete for, because even if you are world first Ragnaros, congratulations, you managed to kill a boss that everyone can kill. But that simplicity allows you to have fun. When you're going up against Ragnaros with 40 of your guildmates, you're there to have fun. It's not a massive skill check. So they're probably like laughing and joking around and having a good time. Alex, thank you so much. Tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. People know all the tricks and secrets now. They didn't at the time, so they can be gods compared to people who don't know. Apocalypse, I wouldn't say that's a counterpoint, because it just further strengthens the point. As World of Warcraft has become increasingly more and more complex, I'm talking about retail. Retail has really dialed up the complexity because Blizzard thought this is what players want. Players want more and more difficulty. They want to be challenged more and more. But that difficulty has sort of fundamentally eroded the fun out of it. Because, I remember in my last few months of raiding, you would constantly have complete silence on Discord while we're fighting the boss, because the healers need to be able to call for shit and the DPS need to be able to call for shit. There was no just chatting, right? You're doing Mythic, everyone needs to focus up. It's a job, right? It became a second job in order to raid, which isn't the whole point for why people are raiding, is to have fun, is to joke around and talk and spend time being social. But of course you can't be social when you have a boss that literally requires that you think the whole time. Your brain can never switch off. And while there's definitely advantages to that, and I don't think that those advantages should ever be removed, because there's obviously people that do like that playstyle, it's also true that there are people that love, rank League of Legends and that love rank or rated League of Legends and rated Call of Duty and rated Counter-Strike. But it's not everyone, right? Like the vast majority of people in the world don't enjoy that because they do it for fun. They don't do it to rank. And so I think what happened in World of Warcraft is everything sort of became about the ranking and the fun was left out of it. Because even in normal, if you're not a super skilled person, you are going to find normal very, very hard. Right? Like if you're, let's say, not super skilled. Let's say if you are your average, 50-year-old gamer, right? And you work a full day, you get home in the evenings, and you have a little bit of time to play. I have a feeling even normal will definitely be a challenge for you. It's going to be difficult for the average guild out there. Heroic is going to be, for some people, almost impossible to do. And Mythic is impossible for most people to do. And it all is because of this, like someone said it earlier in the stream when we spoke about something else, and that is feature creep. The game has included newer and newer features to the bosses, where the bosses became harder and harder at the expense of the fun. And Classic doesn't have this, right? Classic doesn't have this. It's obvious. Everything is obvious. Playing your class is obvious. There's no, you need keybinds in order to play your class. If you use keybinds in Classic WoW, you're playing it wrong. Like, you're using a bunch of spells you should absolutely not be using, because most classes in Classic WoW have like one spell. You use the one spell and that's the spell, right? Maybe two if you're like a rogue or some shit. Not true across the board. Which part would you disagree with, the Grey? That's why it's constantly every week nerfed to make it more accessible for masses. Riskarik, how you doing? Got into the Dream cinematic. It came out like an hour ago. Yeah, we already reacted to it. My reaction will be up right after right after the stream. I will quickly edit it and upload it to the main channel. But we have already reacted to it. And we had a bit of a discussion about it as well. What's your card with a grade done without the help of weak auras or add-ons? I don't think since Classic, not single button chain macro shit, but general stuff. The Grey, you don't have to use macros in Classic. You can. I never said that you can't use macros. I should probably... let me rephrase it, because I was a little bit harsh in my initial response there. I'll grant you that. Let me rephrase it. You don't have to use macros. You can, to make it easier to do, all sorts of random shit. But you don't have to, right? You can absolutely play Classic with 0 macros, and you'll be fine. Can you do that with Retail WoW? I mean, at a high level. Can you play Retail WoW at a high level with 0 macros? I would argue no. You need macros in PvP to stamp in the HUD? Meeks, I don't believe you can. You can play it, but not at a high level. All macros, Saven. So if you're using something like Healbot, that is a macro. It's an add-on that creates the macro on your behalf. If you're using a macro in order to hover over something, you are using a macro. Half my Mythic Progress team doesn't use macros. Okay, so how do they proc their cooldowns and their trinkets at the same time? I do not believe that there is anyone that plays without macros unless they're a moron. in retail. There are just too many things that have to be done at the exact same time in such a way that it would be nigh impossible to do if you're not running it with a keybind, because the game has become, unless of course half your raid is like a hunter, in which case, yeah, sure, you can play a hunter half brain dead, you know. You can take a comatose person and give them a hunter and they'll be able to play it. But every other class that is good, you need macros. And I just triggered all of the hunters. Don't worry, I don't hate hunters. Some of my best friends are hunters. I've tried giving some of them class-specific macros. They don't want them. Not all classes or players need them. If you're gonna be a good player, I would argue you need them. Or if you don't have macros, you have some kind of add-on that acts as the macro. It doesn't matter what add-on it is, but you have some kind of add-on that takes care of at least some of the macros. And I'm not just talking about I'm talking about the complexity of World of Warcraft. I think can be dialed down considerably in order to bring back the fun. Because I think most people that play World of Warcraft just want to have fun. You know? They don't want to be super challenged. I'm not saying don't have the super challenges there. Of course, have the super challenges there. But for the most part, the game can also just be fun, you know? And people will probably enjoy it a little more. If they remove add-ons, I would stop complaining that the encounters are too easy. I don't know if they will ever remove add-ons, because there is a very vocal portion of the community that doesn't want add-ons gone. Oh shit, what is this? 2 hours ago. All right, let's fucking go, bro. Let's go! Xbox Partner Preview. I heard this was actually out. Okay, let's go. Let's go. What new games are we going to be playing?
準備はできてるな、春日。やるしかねえ。ええ、やってやりましょうや。気合い入れてこうぜ。とりゃ。よしよしよしよし、いい子だ。いったい。
All right, I mean...
Too many street punks getting you down? Time for the getaway you deserve? Dondoko Island is the destination for you. Welcome to your vacation within a vacation, where a cozy DIY lifestyle awaits. Gather materials from your surroundings. Buy unique furniture. Or simply craft it yourself.
Dude, this seems like some Palia ripoff. Like, it genuinely seems like Palia. That's what I'm getting from this. Have any of you played Palia before? Because this is basically it.
And watch as your dream home unfolds, just the way you like it. In fact, you can customize the whole island to your heart's content.
What?
Make friends with memorable characters.
Yeah, this is 100% like Palia. Make friends probably means also being able to go into relationships with him. Like, you can already see CMY, he's like, oh yeah, let's go.
Develop your island to accommodate all kinds of tourists and give them the time of their lives. But beware of certain uninvited guests. You'll have to beat some sense into them to preserve your island kingdom. Explore nature.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about this game, to be fair. I don't know how I feel about this game.
Build infrastructure. Interact with others. And develop your own resort island, your way.
Okay, I'm pretty sure a lot of this is designed for the Asian audience and for the weebs, because none of this appealed to me. I had no appeal to this. So I don't think this is for me, actually. All right, now give us good games. Come on, show us the good games, bro. Power wash simulator. Oh, what simulator is this now? Okay. Ikaru. I mean, again, not my type of game, but it doesn't look bad. I can see people actually playing this. It sort of gives off a little bit of, like, let's say kind of Souls vibes, maybe. Not Souls, not Dark Souls, but kinda. You know, trying to be that. Bosses and mobs and stuff that you have to kill. I'll definitely play that. Yeah, this is sort of Soda Poppin's jam, I think. I don't like playing games where I can't pronounce the name. If I can't say the name, it's not my game. Still wakes the deep. Fuck this. Won't play it. Looks scary. No, 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 no. Yeah, I would not walk there. I would not walk there. What the fuck? What the hell is that? Yes, John, we've already watched it. I'll have it uploaded right after the stream. But yes, I have watched it. You guys think Half-Life? I guess. I mean, the graphics are not too shabby. Yep, that's why I wouldn't be there. If you fall into that water, not good. Not good. And this is where the scary part gets you. Fuck me. Yep. Shit. Would not play it. No, thank you. I don't like scary games. I fucking hate scary games. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Gonna come up and something's gonna jump out at him. I don't want to watch. Gorgoth, how you doing, bro?
Stay away.
Yep. Yeah. Fuck this game, bro. It is 100% a game that doesn't give you a weapon and you just have to run away. The worst kind of game to make. Like, why would you make this? You can't fight. You just have to hide. Fuck that, man. No chance I would play this. You guys can play this on your own. I'm not playing it. I'm not touching this shit. Silent Storm, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nah, fuck that game. I hate scary games, bro. My hands are sweaty just watching this shit.
It seems there will be trouble.
RoboCop?
This dangerous new guy in town seems to have his eye on doing business in old Detroit.
Every gang in the city start advertising their services.
I've got to go, but the party goes on.
We need to find him
RoboCop.
before things get out of control.
People lost their shit over this game. I'm not gonna be like I don't want to be too harsh, but it looks fucking mid, bro. Like, I had so many people reach out to me, be like, "Oh my god, have you seen RoboCop? Have you seen RoboCop?" And then I watched the cinematic for it, and I thought, dude, this is mid as fuck. Like, why are people freaking out about this?
Street vultures are the biggest gang in Detroit.
Mr. Spike has become my business partner.
Somebody's meeting the new guy tonight at the old slaughterhouse.
I hear music. We're getting close. Definitely hear some commotion on the other side.
Justice never sleeps.
I'm not playing any more games! After him!
I have a large supply of bullets.
I ain't scared of you. I'm pumped
No.
up with milk like a freaking
No, it's a
power plant.
it's a console game. It's not mobile. This is just their idea of what a good game. It looks washed. It's way too much light, right? Like the gun doesn't even look real. This is just bad. I don't think I'm playing this.
Get ready for a meltdown.
No lip syncing whatsoever.
What's that noise?
Nope. You like it, Aragast? I'm not playing it. It's fine. I didn't like RoboCop that much that I'm gonna play this.
Hi, I'm Philipp Seifried, Technical Director on Dungeons of Hinterberg.
And I'm Regina Reisinger, Art Director on Dungeons of Hinterberg. I know a lot of you have been asking to see more of the social aspects of Hinterberg, and how the people you hang out with can help you as you progress through the game. So we're excited to give you a better look.
In this short trailer, we will give you a glimpse at how you might spend a typical day in Dungeons of Hinterberg. Decide which overworld to travel to, spend the day slaying and puzzling in a dungeon, and then head back to the village to befriend someone who may be the key to your success.
Dude, what the fuck? Why is everyone and their mother making a not Farmville, what's the fucking game called that everyone plays so often nowadays? Like, everyone plays this fucking game, man. It's like an older game, super bad graphics, but you build a farm. Stardew. If every game feels like Stardew, is that really, like, half the AAA studios finally realized that Stardew is a good game, and now all of them are making Stardew? I don't like the graphics. Okay, this is not quite Stardew. It's a bit more, I guess, violent than Stardew. But the graphics don't speak to me. Yeah, I can see some people liking this art style, but this art style for me really breaks my immersion. I'm struggling with this art style because it looks unfinished. That I just get the sense that they couldn't be asked making decent graphics here. I think some people will love it, but that's probably why they went for the heavy stylized stuff. They are going for a very specific type of player. All right, Holy, let me just finish this and then we can, you can ask me. This is longer than I fucking need. That's much longer than what I needed to see that shit for. If you like dungeons, go play it. I don't care. Dude, there's not been a single good game yet. What the hell's Xbox doing? Like, Xbox, we acquired all of these great studios and now we're not going to make any good games. Maybe they're leaving the best for last. Let's fucking hope. In-engine footage. I hate when people say in-engine footage, because you just know in-engine footage means the game will never fucking look like this. I'm interested. I'm very interested. What am I looking at? No shot is it a game where you play as a fox. And just like that, my interest fucks off. I don't want to play as an animal. I can't immerse myself when I play as an animal. I want to play as a human being, or at least as a humanoid. Like, if I can't be an animal, I don't want to play. I didn't play Stray for the exact same reason. I have no interest in playing a game as an animal. If it's a humanoid animal, that's a different thing, right? But it has to be humanoid. Otherwise, I just can't get into the game. Druid isn't the same, though, because a druid is a person or a humanoid that has the ability to magically transform into an animal. That is fine. I don't want to play as an animal, though. I don't have a fursona or whatever the fuck. I don't have that. Spirit of the North. Dude, and the graphics looked so good. They could absolutely have made a normal game with these graphics, and I would have been hooked. I would have been hooked. Why should I figure out my persona back in, like, what, why? But Aku, you are a bear? Sharazon, only because I have a beard and I'm fat. I promise you that I'm not going for the beard look, though. Hey, good games now. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. Give me the good games. Let's see. I want to get excited. I have Xbox Game Pass. Why am I paying this? Come on. Share it with me. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now I'm here for this. Wait. They partnered with Xbox? Aren't they historically sort of PlayStation people? That is... I'm not crazy, right? Like, historically, they're more like PlayStation people. They're not actually Xbox. I'm not saying I'm complaining. Dude, it looks fucking phenomenal. This is the remake, isn't it? Pretty sure this is the remake. I don't need more remakes. I want new good games. Dude, I would say that yes, but also not when it comes to Metal Gear Solid. When it comes to Metal Gear Solid, remake all of them. Like 1, 2, 3, all of them. Just remake it. It's fine. At least the first 3 are super good. And they can absolutely be remade because the first 2 really suffer from age. They were super good at the time. They're not that great now. So if I could get a remaster specifically of 2, because 2 was probably my favorite one ever, I would die. I would be so happy. I'm not saying it's not very good, Grofile. I'm saying it suffers from age. Like, you can see it's very old games. The game is still good. It's still a brilliant game. It will always be a brilliant game. But you can see that it is a very old game. Aragast, I grew up with PC, but I did have a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2 as a kid.
You have been chosen to govern a land of great peril and promise. It has suffered long from the scourge of banditry, but there is another threat, an illegitimate baron who claims the northern territories as his own. Will you prove yourself worthy of this honor?
City Boulder?
Or will you perish by the traitor's steel?
City Boulder? What is this? Dude, it's a fucking City Boulder! Already excited for it, bro. This looks cool. This looks really good. What the hell? Wait, no way. This is a single dev game? Are you trolling?
Here we go, boys! To arms, man!
Oh, I want to play this. Remember, Manor Lords, remember I told you guys last week, I am itching for a base building game. Like, I'm itching for a city builder simulation game. The problem is that none of the games that I want sort of scratches that itch at the minute. This looks like it may scratch that itch. 26 April. Fuck me. Only next year. Holy shit. Okay, so that's the first good game so far. Actually, second, Metal Gear was on here as well. What the hell is this?
Welcome to the finals, the world's greatest game show.
That's right. Skyway Stadium is loaded and our contestants are ready. Time for the big match.
They sure do, June. That's not a cash-out station.
Talk about putting your money where
What am I?
Ouch!
There's one. That cash-out will take time to complete. Maybe they can destroy their way out of trouble here. What a move!
Dude, it doesn't look bad,
Scotty.
actually.
We've got strategies in play.
It's like an arena shooter, basically. Yeah, it's sort of like Apex meets Fortnite. It does have the same vibe, but also a little bit of Overwatch with the champion abilities, I guess you could say. So it's kind of Fortnite meets Apex meets Overwatch in a way.
Look at this! It's a trap!
Fuck me. Oops. the finals. So I can see this game being huge, especially for Twitch. This seems like the kind of game that people, like streamers, will play the shit out of, and that will probably catapult it. The issue is that there's been plenty of games like this one, and they all fail. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a first-person player, so I don't really know what makes a first-person game good. What I will say is you have made it infinitely harder for yourself by giving characters abilities. Because if those abilities aren't balanced to the point where any character is playable, you're going to have a lot of people very angry, and once they check out, they check out. I think people have too much money on the West to experiment, spending money on games. Meanwhile, I don't even get ads in the country I'm from. What the hell is this? This is Ark. Wait, but there's an Ark too? I don't even know. I heard great things about Ark. Apparently, because I played Ark when it first came out, and I was not super impressed. But then someone told me the other day that they actually, like, they went above and beyond to, like, really fix it. And they actually made it super, super good. I don't know how true that is, but apparently Ark at the moment is, like, one of the best survival games you can play. Because it actually apparently has a fucking story to it. It's, like, insane. But, again, I haven't played it, so I have no idea. I had fun in Ark when I last played a few years ago. I didn't, but that's because I'm not a huge survival game player. I find survival games incredibly annoying. Especially where, you know, water, thirst, and hunger is concerned. I hate that shit. Graphically, it looks beautiful. Holy shit. Okay, graphically, this game looks amazing. Well, we'll find out in a second what this is, actually. Robots, really? It is Ark. That's the Ark logo. I'm not stupid. Survival Ascended is what it's called. Remake or just a graphical overall profile? It could just be a graphical overall. That's why they're doing it.
The killer left the heart next to the body. This wasn't some random act of violence. This was a ritual. A page of text written with a typewriter.
This is Alan Wake. Can't play it. Scary.
How do you run from an idea? From a story that lives in your head? to escape this nightmare.
Wake says the story will change reality around us. Why are we written into the story? I brought you the Heart Witch. Show me the terror.
Show me the terror.
Now, the music isn't bad. The music is good. The scariness I could do without. Like, why can't you just make a game with a really good story that isn't scary? Yeah, that would be great, you know? Like, just no scary bits. No shock value. Nothing's gonna jump at me. I'm not gonna see faces and movement. No. It's just gonna be a nice story where I explore things and do
The
investigations.
page says the record will open the overlap. Or is the page predetermining it? Am I just playing into the
Outer
story?
Wilds. Fuck me, Theseus. You're still on that. Why are you scared after you, big baby? Dude, I hate scary games. I don't want to be scared.
Water pressed in on out of the question.
Can I look at that shit?
Openings to felt good.
I think you should shine the light on there again. Yeah, no, fuck that. No. There is no fucking shot that I would play this. No shot would I play this. The first time that lady just disappears, I'm out. That's me. I exit the game, uninstall, refund. No, thank you. I don't want to play this crap.
She can't see me in the light. Where is she?
If she can't see you in the light, then why the fuck are you going back?
Restless dreams.
Why go back? You moron. Why go back? Oh, what the fuck's next? Can we just not do this, please? Yeah, put your gun away, because why wouldn't you in a scary ass fucking house?
The song will show me the way.
I know it's about to do a jump scare. Like, I fucking know it's gonna jump scare me. And I don't want to be jump scared. Yep. Fuck! Hey, come on, bro. Can you just all fucking do this,
The
please?
overlap is at the pond. Fuck. Here we go again.
Fuck this game. Not playing this either. So we have 2 games so far that's good on this list. Is that everything? Oh man, that's everything. I have 2 games to look forward to. Mana Lords and Metal Gear Solid. That's a little annoying, actually. I think this is the Xbox partner preview, which I don't think these are first-party games. So this is not, like, I don't think any of these games are from first-party studios for Microsoft. I think that this is meant to be, like, people that have partnered with Xbox Game Pass, basically. I wish they did Breeders of Warcraft game. No, fuck that. We're not doing that. Hell no. Yeah, Mana Lord is going to be super cool. We'll probably play that on stream, if I'm honest. All right, Holy, what is your question? Ask away, bro. Yeah. Ask. Holy, I'm here. This is mostly Xbox trying to put publicity on other companies people are not quite aware of that are partners of Xbox. Rythology, I get the same feeling, and I don't mind that at all. I think it's Xbox as actually using its reach for good, right? So yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think I went into it with a little bit, like, too much of an expectation, if that makes sense. Because I genuinely thought this was sort of like Xbox first party games that they were showing off. But clearly this is just sort of, you know, games that are coming to Game Pass that they wanted people to see. They wanted people to know these are the games that's coming. And most of these are from smaller indie studios and stuff. Or at least like triple B studios. So I think it's good. There's 2 audio inputs. Should I delete one? Yeah. Okay, so you mean on the video when you pull it into DaVinci Resolve, Holy? Okay, so in DaVinci Resolve, when I record videos for the main channel, there are 2 or 3 audio tracks, right? The first audio track is, as always, the mix audio track. So it is the stream one, the one that stream would hear. You can't turn that one off. It's just what's going to get recorded. The second one is the raw voice channel. So that is the one that you want to use. So you delete the first audio track, delete the third audio track, and just use the second the second audio track. That's the one that you want to focus on. Yeah. Okay, so if you look at this, why is Discord so slow today? Like, my internet's fine and this first one can be deleted. If you keep it, the sound is going to be very bad. Like, you're going to get double the sound out of it. So you want to delete the first one. It's completely unimportant. But based on how you edited it, it looks like you've made cuts here that may not align. You made sure to keep everything cut the exact same way, because otherwise you're gonna have a fucking problem. Okay, yeah, as long as they all align, you can delete the first one. Or you can just hit the M, right? Next to audio 1, just hit the M. That mutes that track. So you don't have to deal with that track at all. As long as that's muted and you add some music to it, you're good, right? It doesn't work, MKV. Yeah, but this is the working title for now. I haven't decided yet what the title is, so I just sort of picked one that works the best at the time of recording. Can we react to Enshrouded trailer? We can, Grandpa, but let's quickly see this. Final Fantasy 14 and Fall Guys collaboration trailer. Okay. I didn't even know Fall Guys was still a thing. I thought we were over Fall Guys. Are they trying to make a comeback? Okay, yeah. I wonder for who is this better advertising? For Fall Guys or for Final Fantasy 14? Is Yoshi P trying to get a new audience for the MMO? You know, of kids playing Fall Guys. Wait, no. This is in Final Fantasy 14? So in order to play this, you have to be logged into Final Fantasy 14. It's a golden saucer thing. Okay, that actually I changed my mind entirely. This is actually phenomenal. This is what I mean when I say that you design a game not for everyone. You make sure that there is something for everyone in the game. Is this a thing that most people will do? No. Is this a thing that some people will do? Yes. This is super smart. Super smart from Yoshi P. And the Golden Saucer being the home to pretty much all of this. Nuts, bro. Like, where is, like, when people, next time when someone wants to fucking ask me, what do you mean when you say you want more casual content in World of Warcraft? I'm just going to show them this video. They'll be like, this is what I mean. I want more content like this. Not exactly like this, because this is not necessarily something that I would play, but stuff in this vein, which isn't, it's not meant for everyone, and not everyone is going to play it, but who gives a shit? It doesn't have to be for everyone. As long as it's for someone, that's all that matters, right? Yes, this will be a mini game in the Golden Saucer, and the FF Pod and Fall Guys is that they get skins of FF14 characters. Oh, nice. So it is sort of like a cross collaboration. I think that's really good. But we have the Darkwind Fair. Yes, a forgotten piece of content that no one cares about. You know what would have been actually really good in World of Warcraft? And it's something that they could do, no questions asked. Heroes of the Storm in WoW. Like a proper battleground that operates like Heroes of the Storm. It has the same map as Heroes of the Storm, and it is a 5v5 like in-game map. It already exists. You may as well just copy paste it, and that would work, right? People would fucking love that shit. Hearthstone. You could so easily bring Hearthstone into World of Warcraft, and people would actually play it. And no, not Warfronts, Kamikins, because Heroes of the Storm isn't Warfronts. Tower pushes, stuff like that. People would fucking eat that shit up if that was an actual game mode that they could play. And you have all of it at your fingertips. It's your own games. You just need to do it. This actually makes me want to play Final Fantasy 14 in game. Well done, Yoshi P. Like, this is what it boils down to when you say you can see when developers are actually having fun with the stuff that they're designing, because it's so far out there. You know, it doesn't fit at all with the story of Final Fantasy XIV, nor does it really fit with the feel of Final Fantasy XIV, but that's the beauty of a game. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. Guardians of the Dream in-game cinematic release. Yes, we already reacted to it, Wolfrain. It's it's annoying to see how Blizzard just lets these opportunities pass them by. And you already know that by the time Blizzard finally does something like this, it's already late, right? It's like already not even, like, it doesn't even matter. You know, by the time they do it, it's probably going to be tied into fucking power. Like, if you do win the Fall Guys tournament, you gain the base piece of loot in the game. So now everyone is forced to do the Fall Guys tournament because Blizzard can't design anything that isn't tied to gear. For anyone that doesn't know how the Golden Saucer works, it isn't tied to power at all. You don't become more powerful by going into the Golden Saucer. It is 100% just a place for fun. That's it. You just have fun there. Someone mentioned they want me to react to Enshrouded. Oh, wait. I think... Did we not react to this already?
Welcome back to Enshrouded. This is going to be our last video from the Gameplay Pillars series, so let's dive right into survival and exploration. As you begin your adventure in the world of Enshrouded, you will need to survive in the wilderness amidst the unknown. To do so, you will need to gather resources such as rocks, plants, and logs, honing your crafting skills to create essential items for your daily endeavors. Your very first task is to establish...
Why does this guy that he's playing look like a fucking hobbit? Like, this human has things that's weird.
An altar of the flame, claiming your base and the humble beginnings of your future castle. Well, it starts as a hut. Awesome. Let's dream big. Venturing into the woodlands to gather logs might seem quite easy at first. You will need to chop down some trees, gather logs, but in the process, you must watch out for the lively wildlife. They won't be impressed by your bare fists. The best solution right now is to run away and craft yourself some basic gear, like a sturdy shield, trusty wooden club, and come back for some action. You can now defeat the wolves,
it's not
gather experience,
bad.
loot resources,
So far at least,
and
doesn't
some
look
raw
too
food.
bad.
Now, building a first basic shelter is the next important step for survival. Use a workbench to craft a construction hammer and some building blocks. If you want to learn more about building and terraforming in Enshrouded, you can check out the video available in the top right corner of your screen or find the link in the description down below. As we finish the construction of our very first cozy hut, in order to rest, we must make sure to craft a, not so comfy bed from the wall.
Okay, that triggered the fuck out of me. Could you turn the bed around and have the pillow face the fucking wall, please? Who sleeps like this?
Bench. You can place it inside, and after a hard days of work, a good night's sleep is in order. This will give you a rested buff. Now, the real adventure begins. Your first quest, finding the blacksmith. There is a bridge that would get us to the vault where we might find the blacksmith, but unfortunately it's been destroyed, so we need to go through the vault in order to reach the other side. The shroud has engulfed all of the world and we only have limited time to survive within it until we die, so we have to resurface quickly enough before our time runs out. The remaining time can be seen on the new HUD element below our compass. As you are in the shroud, keep an eye on the timer. Your protection against the fog won't last forever. Find the hourglass capsules to extend your exploration time and discover secrets hidden within the shroud.
Oh wow,
As
what
we
an
approach
interesting
our quest location,
mechanic.
start with your ally when approaching enemy camps. You may take a different approach at first, but remember, one of the best ways is to sneak around, avoid detection, and surprise your enemies with an attack from behind for extra damage. You have conquered your opponents, gathered loot, and gained experience. Our next step is to unlock the secrets of the ancient vault. And as a reward, we will be able to set the blacksmith free to join our ranks. We can now teleport back to our cozy home by using the map and fast travel. After we teleport, it would be the perfect time to expand our house and make sure we have enough space for our NPCs and crafting stations.
Those don't fit though.
Now, we have to make sure to give a blacksmith a sheltered spot. By giving a roof over your blacksmith's head, you will be able to unlock more crafting recipes. Now, let's upgrade the armor. One of the very first armors that you will be able to unlock is the very fashionable fur.
It kind of looks like Valheim with better graphics. It looks like a very big developer looked at Valheim and thought, you know what? We can make this, but actually make it better. Like, make it look better. Which is sort of the danger if you're a small indie company. You're always at the danger of larger companies coming around and basically stealing your shit. And just making it better. But it does look good. The gameplay looks fun. I love the shroud idea. I don't know how it's going to play out in general, but it looks decent.
Let's go into the woods for some hunting. Hunting becomes an exhilarating challenge, and nothing screams adventure like wielding a bow. Sneak up on those speedy animals and aim for the head for the critical shots. As you kill the wildlife, you will be able to collect necessary resources, such as animal fur, raw food and bones. Now, we need to find or craft a campfire to unleash our culinary skills and cook up a feast of delicious foods. When you cook food, you have to be careful not to overcook it, otherwise you will be eating charcoal for days, which I can't imagine is good for you. This is just a basic way to prepare food while you're out on adventures. You will be able to cook more advanced recipes at home. Now, the perks. Check your status tab in the character menu to see what effects different types of food have on you. You can also see if you are well rested or if there are any negative effects such as being cold.
100% copied from Valheim. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind it. Yeah, it is a survival game, but the reason I don't mind it is I've always thought that Valheim did eating and drinking perfectly. You don't die when you don't drink. You don't die when you don't eat. You just don't get bonuses, which is a hell of a lot more fun than having to eat every half an hour because apparently your character has the fastest metabolism in the history of ever.
Or poison, for example. Our next quest is to explore the Elixir Well.
Is it multiplayer?
Let's use our glider to get there quickly.
Oh, apparently we have a glider now.
Up through the game, you will be unlocking skill points to customize your character as you please. No restrictions here. Mix and match classes and dive into endless fun, and remember, you can respec later, so feel free to experiment. Let's start with unlocking the evasion attack.
Tree.
Combining a glider approach towards your
Valheim.
enemies with an evasion attack can be extremely helpful with not losing any momentum. This will let you unleash a devastating attack upon landing. As an example, you can take a high position by one of the Elixir's walls, scout around to see where the enemies are, and once you are ready, drop in on them to unleash a devastating attack.
The combat is actually pretty cool.
On the approach of the well
PC AI,
entrance,
not that
those
cool.
mysterious return beacons are your saving grace. Replenish your time in the shroud and revive next to one if the worst happens. Let's climb down and explore the depths of the Elixir Well. With bravery and skill, you will face a daunting boss in the well. To do that, you can use different weapons such as swords, axes, and for range combat, bows, staffs, and wands. Remember, mixing and matching any weapon is possible. As you defeat the boss,
not gonna lie, this looks fucking cool,
or
actually.
sword awaits you, enabling you to destroy the shroud root. This means that the fog will go away temporarily, but will reappear again so that if the players from your party want to do the quest again, they can. Back at home, we can focus again on our crafting mastery.
It is
With more
multiplayer.
experience and materials, we can now unlock a forge and charcoal kiln. First of all, let's start with a charcoal kiln. You will need coal in order to start producing metal sheets at the forge. Now, let's set up the forge to craft metal sheets, which will allow you to unlock a new set of tools and new armor. So, prepare yourself. More exhilarating quests and adventures await you in the mysterious world of Enshrouded. Thank you for watching. Once again, you can...
Yeah, I think this is a really good game. Or at least it looks like it. We'll have to wait and see. But I like the mechanic with the shroud. I definitely like the fact that there's a skill tree that you can make it as good as you want. Multiplayer is always online or optional co-op. I don't know. They said something about... I'm assuming it's going to be very similar to Valheim. But I mean, obviously I can't know, right? I don't know anything about this game. I was just asked to react to this, and so I did. But I have no idea. King of the Dwarfs. What? What is this? This is some Lord of the Rings game. It reminds me of Dungeon Keeper. A little bit like Dungeon Keeper without the charm of Dungeon Keeper. I don't know how many of you have ever played Dungeon Keeper, but it kind of reminds me of like that, but not the charm bit. It looks very generic, if I'm honest. Someone said something about return to Moria.
Misty Mountains, Middle-earth, the fourth age of this world. Concerning dwarves. Dwarves have delved under the mountains since the first age.
Graphics are really nice.
Smithing and carving our homes. It has been remarked by some that a dwarf's only real passion is for battle.
My only problem with this game, I have to play as a fucking dwarf. I have never played a game where I could be a dwarf, where I actually rolled a dwarf. I don't see why. Why would I roleplay as a short person when I can just be a normal person? Like, this makes no fucking sense.
And treasure. A rather unfair, I'd say elven observation, as we also hold our food and ale dear.
All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost.
Our reputations as master artisans precede us.
So it's a city boulder, this.
As does our combat prowess. But where our hearts truly lie is in one another's company. For all dwarves share deep bonds of fellowship. Now, in this new age, it is time we dwarves return to Moria.
Yeah, fuck it. I'd play this. It looks good. I mean, I would have to get my head around the whole dwarf play thing, but I would play this. Yeah, screw it. It looks fine. You know? What's this, Albiwar?
If you're an ugly manlet, you shouldn't try to become a midget bodybuilder gym sale. That's a rookie mistake. Instead, embrace the dwarf pill! Maximize your fat, muscle, and hairiness attributes. Eat, drink, and train like an alcoholic strongman. Ingest minoxidil and never cut or trim your scalp facial, or body hair. Even if you're balding, just grow a skullet. Let your nose hair merge with your mustache. Allow your bushy eyebrows to combine into one unit. Watch as the cheekline of your beard grows up to your eyeballs and your neckline connects to your chest hair. You should look like you hate tarantulas under your armpits and the rug along your back. Become a pugnacious wrecking ball of a man, solid as an oak stump, proudly stink of pipe tobacco, ale, sweat, dirt, and musk. Acquire a Glaswegian accent, go spelunking, and collect rocks, minerals, and precious or semi-precious gemstones and metals. Grab an axe, chop down some trees, and build your workshop. Forge your own tools and craft your own jewelry. Get into armored combat sports and MMA. Become skilled with a...
Wait, what the fuck does combat sports and MMA have to do with this? I like MMA as much as the next guy. I'm not a fucking dwarf. Big surprise. How you doing, bro? Yeah, multi-streaming finally seems to be working here. I don't understand what the fuck that has to do with anything.
Warhammer and the battle axe. Unlock the power belly.
Got that.
Feast. Fight. Live in a cave.
No.
And be happy.
Actually, I think you'll find that the dwarf pill is quite uncouth. Women are actually most attracted to dainty elven features. Here, let me share with you some infographics from the leading elf care professionals, Figleaf Greentoes and Bundario Wigginsneasel, MD. They prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we elves are the true chads in...
Yeah, luckily my ears didn't just get blown out, but I felt like we were going there. Well, Akko is 6'1", so he's a dwarf plus. I don't know if 6'1" counts as a fucking dwarf. I'd be a giant in the Dwarven Empires. Okay, Jetlag. So, Star Citizen trailer. Is this the new Star Citizen or the Squadron 42, or is this like, dude? How the fuck is this a trailer? 24 minutes is a lot more than a trailer, though. Like 24 minutes is like a full feature film. It feels a little like much. Man, no, this is a bunch of fucking shit. Wait, isn't Star Citizen the game that charged people through the nose to buy ships and stuff, even though the game isn't out yet? Like, you can spend thousands of dollars already on the game, even though the game isn't out yet? Why are people excited for this game? It is so clearly a fucking money grab, though. It's called Aging Akko. Maybe. Well, at least they have seamless transition from sky to earth. You know, Starfield couldn't fucking get that done. I feel like they're just taking shots at Starfield here. fully explorable planets without loading screens or boundaries. Like, they just went with everything Starfield isn't to just put that in this thing. Dude, this does not look bad. Snubby, how you doing? This does not look bad at all. Physicalized frozen ocean. What? Dude, you have to be... Oh my god. Okay. Fully interactable and explorable multi-cruise spaceships. So you actually have the whole planet that you can explore. What's the point of the game, though? Is there a story to the game, or is it mainly just exploration? There has to be a point. Like, why would you make a game that doesn't have a point? Never to touch grass again. I don't think that's the point of the game. I will be well surprised if this game runs as smoothly as they claim. Like, I will be well surprised. I'm not quite ready to say I'll suck a hobo's dick, because they may actually surprise me. This is further than I thought they would come, but I will be surprised. Well, they're claiming, CMY, that this has some weird tech, right? Some weird server tech that allows... Because at one point they said that the game will load different levels of detail, both client-side and server-side, and that the streaming actually makes it easier for them to have the quality like this, because a lot of the detail will be streamed from the server rather than just be handled by your PC. Which, if that is the case, if that can actually work seamlessly, of course, except for people that live in Africa, because our internet fucking sucks. But for anyone that doesn't live in Africa, it could help. It could be really good. I mean, it would be a revolution. Like, no joke. It would actually revolutionize how video games work, because it would suddenly mean that a lot more games are playable by a lot more people. And I feel like it would also be a bit of a kick in the nuts for a lot of hardware companies. If it's because they still have detail for multiple planets would be measured in petabytes. Depending, of course, on how much detail is loaded in at any given point, Cormishan, but yes, you're not going to do this on a dial-up internet connection, right? Or a pay-as-you-go internet connection. You would probably lose your shit, right? Oh yeah, you mean in terms of the servers? Yeah, that would be fucking nuts. Especially if it's going to be like an MMO, because that means everything has to be at the same place. You can't even procedurally generate things, because everyone needs to be able to agree on what the hell they're seeing. I don't know if the claims seem a little bit too good to be true, and what do we know about claims that sound too good to be true? They fucking often are. Different parts of the game. The server meshing stops load screens, jumping between servers. J-Clack, it still feels like... Why has no one else done this? If this is even, like, possible, why is it some unknown studio that did this for the first time? Does it have taken 12 years plus? Spectre Diablo 4 took 7 years and it was still a fuck up. So, you know, the amount of time that a studio spends on a game isn't necessarily indicative of the quality of the game. Look, I'm not casting judgment on this. I want to be clear. If you're a super fan of Star Citizen, good for you. You know, if Star Citizen actually looks like this and it actually plays like this, I'll be all for it. I will absolutely get into this game. I'm a huge fan of sci-fi and space exploration. I'm just saying it sounds a little bit too good to be true. Okay, so just think of the detail here, right? Unlike in Starfield, where you are literally loading into a small portion of the map, these guys are claiming that they have the entire planet. So you can move from this point all the way around back to this point without a single load screen. The data, right? We're talking about the physical space that would be required. Firstly, if all of that was on your hard drive, fuck. How many hard drives would you need in order to even do that, right? Like, most people aren't going to have the hard drive space for that. If it is server side, the amount of data that will need to be streamed to your PC consistently just to do this is nuts. It's actually nuts. Alberto, how you doing, bro? This is Star Citizen official demo trailer. Generation and rendering of volumetric clouds at planetary scale. Oh my god, I don't know how they're doing this. To be absolutely fair, okay? I am not claiming that this isn't possible. I mean, before we figured out the computer, I'm sure there were plenty of people that believed that it wasn't possible, that it could not be done. I was just watching Jobs yesterday, the movie about Steve Jobs, and you know, when he wanted to put a computer in everyone's home, he was literally told, no one wants a computer. You know, no one wants a computer. Who the fuck would want a computer in their homes? Now, here we are in the year 2023, and you can't even imagine not having a computer. Like, why would you not want a computer in your home, right? So I'm not saying that this isn't possible. I'm saying that it is incredibly unlikely that this would just happen, and that a company coming out of nowhere would have the ability and the funding to actually do this. I'm gonna have to see it. If this turns out to be true, if all of this actually just works, and it just you know, it happens to blow away the entire gaming industry, because we are talking about technology here that no other game has. Like, some of the best games we have doesn't have this level of integration and just seamless connections between different things. It would probably be one of the biggest redemption stories we've ever seen in video gaming, because I remember about 2 years ago, we reacted to a video of someone explaining just how big of a scam Star Citizen actually is. How, and this guy pointed out how a lot of the claims that the people from Star Citizen make cannot be verified because they haven't shown anything. They just make a bunch of claims. They don't actually show that this stuff can actually happen. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's still the truth. They may now be ready to show stuff, but I would also say I'm not going to look at this game and be like, yeah, clearly, you know, clearly this is the truth. Yeah. Because it could just be a cinematic, right? Like, they could say it's a tech demo, and then it turns out that it isn't a tech demo. It was literally just a cinematic made specifically for this purpose. Dishonest people will do a lot of dishonest things. I will wait until the game actually comes out. I will wait until, like, we actually see how the game plays before I make my... Because Todd Howard said that Fallout 76 had 16 times the detail. And that was clearly a fucking lie, right? So people can lie. A lot of effort in this campaign. Tons of A-list actors in the Squadron 42 version. Jetlag again. Have we seen any gameplay from Squadron 42? Not video, Spectre. Have we actually, like, has anyone played it? Has anyone gotten their hands on it? Because just video isn't enough. Okay, so until, like, look, guys, I am not smashing your favorite game or the game that you're most hyped for. I think by now you guys know me well enough to know that I always take the measured approach. I will judge the game when it comes out. But if we're gonna talk about video, right, then we could very easily say, well, what about, you know, they showed this video and clearly this was super good. You know, so obviously the game is super good. You know, the Cyberpunk cinematic. When they showed the Cyberpunk cinematic for the first time, people were losing their minds about how this was just going to be the best game ever. And then when the game finally came out, everyone realized, oh, actually, it's not as good. Watch the Starfield cinematic, right? The Starfield cinematic had the exact same thing. A lot of promises, And none of those promises actually played out in the way that they promised. Oh my god, what is it with this fucking company and 20-minute videos? Like, oh, here's the official gameplay overview. 26 minutes. Hey, bro, does it need to be this long? All right, let's see.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Provided that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
It looks good, but this is still rendered video.
Direct to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
Dude, it's of course rendered video. Like, you're not watching a streamer play this in real time. Who was it that actually did this in the most scumbag way possible? I think it was EA. It may have been EA or Ubisoft that showcased a gameplay trailer. It was 1 year at the Game Awards. They showcased a gameplay trailer, and then when the game came out, it didn't look anything like the fucking gameplay trailer. Like 100% the opposite of what the gameplay trailer was. It was janky as fuck. The graphics wasn't anywhere near as good as what the trailer showcased. And they then admitted that it wasn't actually a gameplay trailer. It was actually just a normal cinematic that they made to look like a gameplay trailer. They literally made a cinematic, but they made it so that it looked like a gameplay trailer. They had to admit that shit because people realized, wait, we were fucking scammed. This is not at all what you said that this game is going to be like. This is why I am notoriously cautious when it comes to the video game industry. Because there's a lot of money to be made in video games. There's specifically a lot of money to be made in pre-orders. And we all know the current methodology of the gaming industry. Pre-order now, fix later. And I will sell you fucking anything if it means I get the money now, and then I'll fix it later. So until I have the game in my hands, or I'm watching some Twitch streamer play it, and I see, oh shit, it actually plays exactly this way, I don't believe it. You can show me all the cinematics you want. It's not going to convince me. I can see that it's cool. It looks phenomenal as a cinematic. Let me put it this way. If this was a movie, I would probably watch. It looks cool. It's not a problem. It looks really, really good. In fact, it looks almost lifelike. So I would probably watch this, and I'm not even a guy that likes animation that much. But I'm not going to buy that this is gameplay until I see the gameplay. Because far too many companies have caught far too many of us with that nonsense. You know, trying to prove shit. When in reality, it's just not proof of anything, really. All right, what am I looking at? Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to judge. Like I said, for me, it's a simple question of let's wait and see. Graphic fidelity is what they say. No sound of what you're watching. Yeah. I'm not putting the sound on because, you know, technically you don't want to watch other streamers while they're streaming. So I'm just taking a look. Yeah, graphically can't complain. I mean, to be fair though, there's a lot of games that look like that, right? I can't complain. The graphics is actually pretty beautiful. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, obviously. There's no, well, there kind of is. I can't go back now, but there is a loading screen. There's a Spectre. There is 100% loading screen. What do you think the elevator was? Like, the elevator isn't just there for no reason. Elevator loading screens are sort of bog standard for all games now, right? It's better. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that you can't have that. Elevator loading screens. By the way, do you know how, you know, if you've played, what's the game called? It's that other space game that came out first, and sort of a lot of people claim Starfield was just sort of made in regards to that game. Yeah, but Spectre, you can... No Man's Sky, yeah. But you can do the exact same thing in Cyberpunk, for example. In Cyberpunk, you go onto an elevator and you can physically track the player as the player is moving up and down on the elevator. But that is a loading screen in and of itself. If you're running, the game loads in, you know, bit by bit as you're running. If you go on the elevator, the game loads as you're going onto the elevator. It is a loading screen. No Man's Sky, for example, also no loading screens. The way they hide that is your entry into the atmosphere in that period of time that it takes you to get to the planet. That is a loading screen. It is built as such. It is much better than actually, like Starfield, having a fucking loading screen, because that actually breaks the immersion, right? But it's still a loading screen. It's meant to mask that there is a loading screen. It's a great technique, and if you can get it really right, it is brilliant. But the best way that you will... So, try this. Install the game on a normal hard drive, yeah? And then go into the elevator, and then install the game on an SSD and go into the elevator, and see that it takes twice, if not three times as long on the elevator on a normal hard drive as what it would take on an SSD. That's the easiest way. So I have actually seen a test of this done in Cyberpunk. I believe it was Cyberpunk, and there was another game that the guy did this on, where he installed the game on a hard drive and also an SSD, and you actually see it takes a hell of a lot longer. And you get killed in the elevator and loading screen? Well, if the elevator is an instance in and of itself, then sure. Right? We are talking about the world loading. If the world is loading, you know, the elevator can be an instance in and of itself. Loading system, then you're not there. Oh my god, Spectre. How this is gonna take much longer to explain, right? Because you don't seem to understand. If we would have to test what happens if you jump down the elevator shaft and don't die at the bottom. Is the world immediately just there? Does it just pop in? Like, is it rendering everything in the world? So here's what I will tell you. If the elevator, right, isn't a loading screen, how is your PC rendering everything? You have to think about this, right? Your PC, what you're telling me is that all of the instances of the world is rendered and being popped in all the time. So if there's 4 layers to the world, 4 floors of a building, all 4 floors are 100% rendered all the time. Your PC would fucking break. Your PC would catch fire if that was the case. Your graphics card has to process the information based on what the engine tells it. Now, the way games handle this and why games can look this good is because, okay, so there's a couple of ways that they can do it. One of the key ways is if something is too far away, it actually renders a 2D image. So it's not actually 3D, it's 2D. And as you move closer, it loads things in so that it looks like it's a real thing, but it's not a real thing, right? That's one of the ways in which they mask it. If everything was rendered in all at the same time, your graphics card would just break. Like, it would just not work because it has to constantly process all of the information all the time in order to operate. That's not possible. Like, I don't know of a single graphics card on the planet that is powerful enough to do that with a large enough space, with enough detail. It would be, that would be an undertaking and a half. Now, if they manage to get that technology right, that would be a massive, massive leap in game design. You know, these guys will literally be revolutionizing the gaming industry. Need to go into another level of technology? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. Clearly, we will eventually get there, but I'm not sure if these guys are the ones that would get there, you know? The PC will be like, I'm now having a heart attack. Your PC will just shut the fuck down. It was just like, yeah, I don't know how to do all of this. This is so much detail that I have to process. I can't. It's just too much. Right? And they say it's fantastic. I don't want to say, I'm not going to say their engine is trash, because just based on what I've seen, it looks like a really good game. It looks like a really good, I mean, it looks like a good looking game. Let's put it that way. And it looks like a really, the graphics are phenomenal. I'm not going to take anything away from this. The graphics are phenomenal. But until I get to play it in its finished form, and I get to see all of the claims that they're making, I'm not going to buy it. Or at least buy into it. Let's put it that way. I don't know if we can just, like, broad-based say, yeah, this is just nonsense. Because, again, do we have any evidence that this is just nonsense? NPCs staring at you all the time? I have not looked into the game deep enough to actually know that, right? It would be unfair of me to sort of cast judgment or pass judgment on the game, because genuinely speaking, these 2 videos and then about 1 video 2 years ago is the only 3 videos I have ever watched of Star Citizen. So I am definitely not at a level of comfortability with this game, or I'm not comfortable enough with this game to cast judgment on how good or bad it is. Yeah, well, if you're talking about Starfield, then yes, Starfield is an absolute scam. Like, Starfield absolutely did not deliver on what it promised. Such a scam-ass game. Lucid Emerald, how you doing, brother? Did it just release? No. It's been around for a long time, I think. Silent Storm, did I say thanks for the follow? If I haven't, thank you. I really appreciate you. It's been around for like 12 years or some shit. It's still not launched, though. The game isn't finished. It's still going. They'll be finished when they're finished. Like, maybe before I die, I'll get to play it. We'll see. The YouTuber on a Starfield video? Yeah. I saw Asbigal react to it. It was funny as shit. There's a bunch of those honest videos out there. If Blizzard was honest, or BlizzCon, HonestCon. If BlizzCon was HonestCon, I've seen that video as well. People reacting to it. Skyrim Grandma feels about Hammerfall. This is huge though. Friend has been saying it's never going to be finished, and then this yesterday, and he was like, "Holy shit, they did it." Maybe it is huge. Maybe we'll play it, and if it lives up to the hype, I would be super happy. Because at the end of the day, if this does actually work, what a big victory for gamers. You know, we are the ones winning there. Who doesn't like winning? But all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I have to go make some food. The Grey, I once again forgot to get up and go put my fucking brisket in the oven. So here we are. You know, once again with me, very fucking late, having to go put brisket in the oven. Absolute nuts. Send alarm on your phone. Yeah, maybe at some point we'll remember. It doesn't bother me too much. I have videos to edit anyway, so just gonna edit these videos now, and hopefully by the time I'm done with the edit and done with the thumbnails, we'll be done. Just brisket. Dude, brisket is so good though. Like, I've been having brisket for 2 weeks now in a row every night. Just brisket. And it is so good. Like, holy fuck, dude. I just can't get enough of it. It's the most fatty, juiciest piece of meat ever. It's just brilliant. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen of both Twitch and YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. So tune back in for that. Hopefully, Restream keeps working, so we can keep doing YouTube and Twitch streams. If I'm not live on YouTube tomorrow, know that I'm live on Twitch, and you're welcome to come join, right? You're very welcome to come join. Peace.